Hello there, hello, welcome y'all. I'm continuing work on my virtual pet game, which I am all in for. I am so into this game. I'm so ready to work on this project, basically exclusively. Like, I mean, look, there are probably some other things I'll work on here and there, but I feel really good about this project. I just really enjoy it. Yesterday, I was working on computer game stuff. So you can like play games on the computer in the game, which is kind of cool. Normally it kind of looks like this. We also set up this hovering so we can click on the camera and see the cat and film the cat in theory. I think something I'd like, okay, there's a couple things I'd like to do today. We're gonna be working on, we're cutting the exact, see, you get it, right? Or you remember when I said it the other day. Yeah, so there's a couple of things I would like to do. This is going to be a stream where I'm out here working on code, maybe some art, maybe some UI. I'm going to spend the next 4 or 5 hours just doing my game dev thing. And if you're learning game dev along with us, please let us know where you're at in your journey. And if you have questions about Godot or game dev, I'm not an expert, but we have experts around and I can give my opinion. But you're welcome here either way. Thank you all, appreciate you. And yeah, I think that's about it. So the reason why I started making this game, I'll just do that spiel real quick, because I want to let y'all know that there's some awesome games to play. The reason why I started working on this was because our Game Like Jam, the 6th one just happened, and I wanted to make a game like a Tamagotchi game. And there are 18 new Tamagotchi games. 18 new Tamagotchi games that you can play right now. I know, Pon, I know. We're few but mighty. We got some heavy hitters up in here. You're one of them! Yeah, so we have 18 new games and you should play them. I'll make sure that I put links in the chat. There's links in the description, in the panels. You can find your way there, and I recommend you do because there are some really, really nice projects out there. There we go. And if you join the jam, please vote on the games. I'm talking about adding a new category. Rolric and others have brought up, I think Flip mentioned it before. Many people have. And then K Illustration said something. So I think we're going to add, for next time, the overall will actually be voted on. So if you have thoughts on it, first of all, go vote, go rate the games, and then tell me what you think if you're participating in the jam, and we can improve that system for next time, which is always nice. We like to get better and better. All right, let's work on some game dev. It's game dev time. So yeah, it's about cutting clips, but we're not going to actually be like editing real footage, because that's too much. That's too dang much. I can't with that. That is not going to happen. So I'm thinking, I don't know. This may be too much, okay? But I'm thinking maybe we have thumbnails. So if you go up to the phone and you record a clip, right? It saves it, it puts it on the computer, just automatically, it just sends it. It just goes, you don't have to upload it. Maybe like it'll show a little like, it show like a Wi-Fi signal and then it's just the computer pop. Okay, that could be kind of fun actually. Maybe I'll do that. And anyway, so it'll get to the computer and perhaps like the first frame will be like the thumbnail. And they're not gonna look that different. Obviously, look, we're just looking from this one angle. It kind of would be nice if you could like get into different angles, like take the phone off and like fly around the room. That's getting a little extra though, isn't it? I feel like the game is gonna more be about trying to capture the cat doing certain things rather than like, you know, filming at different angles and being it's not really about expressing yourself, you know, artistically through the art of film. It's about playing a mini game that helps you get more points. That just happens to look like you're creating art. But then again, that's like, maybe there's ways to iterate on that. So anyway, so maybe there's like a thumbnail, but the thumbnails aren't gonna be that different too. So that's the other thing. Is it really that big of a deal? Yeah, it is, because if there's clips, on this computer game. By the way, this computer game works. Did I mention that? We said that'll be yesterday. This computer game works. I do want to set up more computer games. So literally, I'm playing this right now, which is crazy. And so like these could be thumbnails and you'd be cutting them. But like, how is this cutting them? Like, do they like go into the timeline at the bottom into like a video? That would be interesting. I mean, it would depend on how many clips you take and you gotta like piece together, right? I don't know. It doesn't have to be like, right, the most logical. It just has to be. But I'm thinking, you know what'd be cool? Like an operating system, right? So you go to the computer and there's like a taskbar. Yeah. Is this an early stream or is this just fantasy? It is an early stream. I told y'all I'm gonna start trying to push them sooner and sooner. That is my goal. I doubt I'm gonna get much sooner than this, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. My dream is wake up at 8 a.m. or my dream is wake up at 6 a.m. start streaming by 8 a.m. I don't think I'll ever get to that point. At least not until I'm like elderly. Yeah, a cat OS. Exactly. You get it. I gotta unstick the cat. That's what I think. And so you would load up the video editor, you could load up the browser and upload your files. Now again, I do kind of think the phone needs some love, like a lot of social media, like, you know, Reels and TikToks. You don't really upload them from the computer. You can, at least on Instagram, but it's not really the way it's usually done. So it does make me think that there needs to be a phone app as well, if there wasn't enough already. But I think it's not. I think it really, to me, it's like the big gameplay, you know, intersection, because you're gonna be able to, like, you know, get cosmetics for your cat, decorate the room, and for all of that you need in-game money, right? So the way you would earn in-game money is by taking these little clips of the cat. Ideally the cat is in a good mood and is in the shot. And then if those two things are true, then you have good footage that you can come and edit, and playing those mini games, depending on how well you play them, you'll make more or less money, and then you can do stuff. That's pretty much the game loop. Take care of the cat, film the cat, and film the cat well, and then play mini games to make money, and then decorate your room. That's kind of the way it is. Welcome, Raphael. Good to see you. Yes. So I've been streaming really late lately, but I'm trying to push it earlier again. I'm glad you could make it. Welcome. How have you been? Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. We set up an operating system. It's gonna be really fun. So right now, the way we did this is actually a game I made. It might have been a while ago, actually. When did I technically make this game? This was March 8th. You know, that was less far back than I thought. So earlier this year, I made this. And I literally just took the exact same thing. Apparently less than a year ago, Rorik. Like, here I think time moves fast, and you know, ADHD, it's time blindness. The only difference is, you see the score goes up and the timer works. The only reason it doesn't is because this depended on a global autoload system that I don't really like using anymore, so I don't really want to keep it. So that will just be re-implemented in some other way. But I have a ton of others. I have so many other games. Look at all these games that I've made for these these 1 hour jams. This precedes the game like jam, right? So from down there, that's the first one right there. And then that was March. Wow, look at that. It was like exactly 2 years apart. The first one and then the one we just looked at. So March 26, 2023 was the first one. And then almost every week, I definitely didn't finish them on some weeks, all the way till March 28th. It was 2 years. That's crazy. We did the 1 hour game jam for 2 years. We had 1 hour game jams for longer. My bad, since GLJ came to replace it. It did replace it. Wow. Wow. So there's so many mini games, and I bet a lot of them aren't that good. But I have been like kind of chronicling ones that could be used. So like there's I don't know. This one's a tough one. I'm not sure this one makes a lot of sense. But again, it could be interpreted. Who knows? You know, just in some silly way. Maybe it's not necessarily a person. It's some other kind of thing. So you just jump upside down. You participated in 24 of them. Oh man, that's awesome. Thank you for doing that. It was a lot of fun doing the 1 hour jams. It was. I don't know. This one's a little tougher. Like maybe, yeah. I don't see how this one fits. What did I have an idea? Collect money along the way. Just collect non-content creation-y. Wait, what? So that's just you getting money? Like what? You're like, oh, so you're like going to your bank account and you're collecting your money. The more you make, the better you get. I agree, Cat's Mods. And unfortunately, that's why I stopped doing the 1 hour jam, because I felt like I wasn't getting better. I actually, looking back, I was. But at the time, it didn't feel like I was getting better, because I had to make so many compromises in my code and be quite sloppy with my code to bring it all together. And I hated that. I hated like not learning how to be a better coder, but rather just learning how to quickly come up with an idea and put it together. So that was nice, but there was more I wanted out of it. But still, you're right. Like I looked back at them, and by the end, they were better. So I think it was also coming up with better ways of dealing with 1 hour time frame. Oh yeah, this one. This one, I'm not sure I see this one either. Maybe it's like you and the cat are like traveling through cyberspace, but like why? I think some of these I wasn't sure what the game was gonna be. So this is like you have two, if either, I don't know. What did I say? Yeah, start out with money and lose it on each. I don't know, that's kind of weird. I feel like these are tough. Okay, that's the chopping one. Let's see. Avoid negative comments. Rorik says, my first time in a Hypergame channel was a 1 hour game jam stream. YouTube was like, hey, you like jams, come take a look. And you stayed and brought your own pillow. Yeah, the 1 hour jam, it was such a great like community event. And it was only on YouTube. We weren't streaming on Twitch at that time. And it was a pretty big event. It was nice. And yeah, a lot of you came through on that, for sure. It's tough, you know? Because it's like, oh, I wish we could just always keep everything the same and it be awesome. But I would not have had the capacity, right, Rorik? I would not have had the capacity to do the game like jam, which has made me grow as a game developer way more. Because like Cat's Mod says, the more you do, the better you get. Well, I think that goes in a couple different ways. Not only the more games you make, but the more game you make. So like instead of making short little 1 hour games, now I was making games over the course of a month. So I had more time as well, and I can make more game. And I think that made me even better. So I wouldn't have been able to get that growth if I hadn't stopped it. This one has potential. Yeah, right? Raphael, you also got here for the 1 hour jam? Oh my gosh. It's crazy, right? It's kind of like, you know... Well, here's the thing. Here's what I'll also say. There was like a moment where YouTube was pushing the 1 hour jam really hard, and then it stopped pushing the 1 hour jam. And maybe it's because the quality of it went down. Maybe because it became so community-based that it was less, you know, hungry for new people. But I think probably a lot of y'all came in around the same time when YouTube was like, oh, this is hot right now. But yeah, so it's like dodging negative comments. It's kind of, I almost am imagining like combining it with the chopping one, like where somehow you are like avoiding bad clips and cutting the good ones. I don't know, that seems like not a good idea. So yeah, I agree, this one has potential. These other ones, I'm not so sure about. So let me at least rank these. I'm going to give these a red color, so I know that they are not that interesting to me. Oh, that's bright. Okay, maybe not that bright of a color. That's too bright of a color. Am I going back to Harvest Earth? Maybe 3-month deadline from starting from scratch? Someday. It'll be a while. It'll be a long time to like come back to Harvest Earth, honestly. I do want to, because I love the alien character. And I love the kaiju concept. But yeah, it's daunting because I do have to do it from scratch, and it's a huge game. It's actually a big game. It's bigger. I would say it's bigger than this game in scope. 1 month scope, take it or leave it. That would be crazy trying to make it in 1 month. I don't know. I'd probably not be very happy with it if I did that. Yeah, I'm probably not going to come back to that for a while. I do want to though. You started watching the early Harvest Earth games, streams. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. I love that. I love that you came during that. So it's all different times. It's all different times that y'all come through. Yeah, so like, if y'all were here a couple days ago, I booted up Harvest Earth on Godot just to like, you know, see how I did some code. And my computer was chugging. Because everything was so poorly optimized. The code is a mess. It's a sloppy, sloppy mess. So it's like, it's very much, I have to do the whole thing from scratch. And I'm not particularly convinced that the game is that fun. I think it could be. I just think it needs something. It needs something. I think here's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for me to realize what that something is that it needs. And once I realize what that is, it feels like it's kind of, okay, I feel like now since I'm talking about it so much, I have to show what it's like. Now, keep in mind that this is not the last build. I mean, I could even, hell, you know what? For the sake of everything, let's just look at it, okay? Let's just look at it, because here's what I'm thinking with that. I feel like it has like an arcade vibe, and I think it should lean into its arcadiness. I think it was kind of not leaning into that, even though it couldn't help it because it was obviously that. Oh, it's 4.3. Dang. I also think it could have gone a little harder in that direction. Okay, Godot 4.3 is a little harder to find for no good reason. Oh, I found it. There you go. It's easy to find. I guess it ranks it based on how many times I click it. No, I'll boot it up. We'll look at it. We'll look at the latest version. But you'll see, the computer is not going to be happy about it. So, oh yeah, so I want to keep track of the mini games while that's loading. That are worth actually considering here. These are not. This one we've already done in a sense, so I'm just gonna mark this one as like green or something. Sorry to my colorblind peoples who might not tell the difference. I'll try to make there, so at least this is brighter, right? That makes it easy to see. Girthy Lemon, welcome back. How you been? How you doing? What you been working on? No pressure to answer that question. But I'm curious. I'm always curious. On one side, our jams are super fun to do and very creative, but they are very unpolished and prototypey. Yeah. On the other hand, 1 month jams are teaching you how to make better games, but not so creative. That's true. Yeah, right. Well, that's true because we base it on like another game. It literally is kind of taking a bit of the creativity out of it. Although I do think creativity can flourish under limitations. I completely get what you mean. Yeah, you're right. That I think that's a really good like dichotomy, or like, yeah, well said. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and this one we like. Bowling and oh yeah, this one I think has potential too. Been a while since you did anything game dev related, but hoping to get back to it. Just gonna sit here and feel the cozy vibes. Let's go. Let's be cozy. Good to be back. We're here. I'll be here making games until, I don't know. I can't even imagine not doing it. I was gonna say until I pass away, but you know, you never know what life brings. I have no remote intent, guys. There's no way I'm gonna stop making games. So what this is you just like, it was like a Valentine theme, and you're like trying to throw Valentines at your Valentine, but they keep running away faster and faster. They're literally playing hard to get because they come back, right? They circle back around. So it's not harassment. But I think there's a potential where you're, what was it? What did I say? Playing with the cat. Oh, actually, this could be good for the camera, the filming, or minigame playing with the cat, because you could be behind the camera and you've got to like aim and throw the object, throw like a, you know, a toy. You're playing catch basically with the cat. Interesting. Yeah. I think that has potential for sure. Flipping an object in different places. These are all games I made in 1 hour. So that's why they wait. Oh yeah, so I pretty much already did this one for the poop scoop. It's different, like functionally it's a little different. Follow Dr. Lee's Woods for Carpenter Con. No. I mean, no. Game dev. I'm always gonna be doing game dev. But that's not to say I wouldn't like start another channel someday. But it wouldn't be because I stopped doing game dev. So this was like a steak flipping game and then stuff. But I pretty much already adapted this. It's different. It's not the same. But we got the poop scoop where you just you throw them. It's similar. You got something you move and then you fling things off the side. That's what's similar. Okay, let's see if Harvest Earth ever loaded. I'm not sure. I don't think it did. I think I forgot to actually load it. So we'll do that for real this time. Okay, Ronick. See you for now. I'm trying to look for something that would somehow fit with the OS concept of making like a operating system. So this one we can mark as green because it is more or less implemented. Click on certain things moving across but not others. Click royalty-free songs but not copyright strikeable. That was the idea I wrote down. Okay, let's see how that works. Oh, yeah. So this one is actually broken. I didn't finish it in time. But the idea was you were supposed to click on the money, not the bombs. If you clicked on the money, you got points. If you clicked on the bombs, you either lost points or it was the end of the game. Probably the end of the game. And then there's more and more bombs as time goes. Or I guess it goes faster. There's more bombs as it's going faster. So yeah, I didn't finish it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this could even be for like video. This kind of feels like video editing, right? Like the timeline is moving, and like while it's moving, you're editing it. But it's like which clips, you know, like which clips get marked as the bad ones, and which ones are the good ones. And it was royalty-free songs, like just like music going by. What would the difference be? Like, would we actually get like music, like people singing music, and that's, I don't know, it seems tough. Like all kinds of different songs. You know what? There is somebody, Freaker, who has made like stream, who some of their music has been used in this live stream before. They're offering their entire catalog of music they made in the past for implementing in the game if I want. And there's a lot of different songs, and we could just randomly pick some. Okay, I can get into that. It would be nice if it wasn't just like if you heard them somehow, but if you heard them and they're moving so fast. I don't know, I'm not sure. I think this one is useful. I'm just not sure how it's useful yet. I'm sure it is. What was this one? The scalable duping of collectibles could be reused. Oh yeah, this is just collecting stuff. Yeah, so in this game, what you can do is, or when you're, if you're making it behind the scenes, is if I place another banana down, that the remaining count will automatically increase, basically. And when you get the remaining to 0, you win. So I guess that's what I was alluding to, that maybe this doesn't make as much sense for a minigame, maybe, but perhaps that collectible system. Yeah, maybe. I could almost see this as like going to like the different sites and collecting your money. But again, there's only so many sites, right? So I'm not really sure. #1 creative streamer is live. I saw that. Y'all have been sharing. You're like wrapped year-end lists. It's kind of blowing my mind how so many of y'all have Hyper Game Dev up at the top. Like what? What? It's fascinating to I don't know, to think about. Like thank you all for like being here. Hello Pepe, and for letting me know. It's cool. It's like it's a good self-doubt fighter. Helps you work in Blender. Let's go, Cats Mods. Let's go. If I don't know if I'm doing Blender today, not that you said that, but it made me think about it. The only thing I would do is I might, just to make the desk unit one whole thing, the keyboard, the computer needs remaking. I probably won't do that today. But I'm glad. Let's go, Cats Mods. And you didn't say that, but I was just thinking like, oh, would I do Blender today? I don't know. Okay, so we were talking about the Alien game like 10, 15 years ago. Probably anyone who was here has already gone and forgot about it. But this is the Alien game, and I don't think I'm going to work on it anytime soon. And again, if I do, it's gonna be started completely over. You know, I'll keep some things, but this was like the first big project I ever tried to make, and it was in Godot, using text code, and you know, there's just a lot of mistakes that I made, and it's hard. Look at this debugger. Like that red, don't worry about that red thing. There's just a lot of mistakes, and I don't really want to keep them, you know? I don't want to keep the mistakes. But you could like pick, like, you would unlock different skins for your character. This was like if you had unlocked them all, and we'll just play as the default though. That was pretty fun. Man, look at all those skins though. So I would definitely use the same player character. I would use all those skins. Like that was a lot of work that I'd want to make sure I don't lose. I was just trying to make sure. Okay, no, that's fine. So the crosshairs is supposed to be red, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, so in this game, you would like eat these people, ideally the bad people and not the good people. You had this empathy score. Those were just all. So I never even got to the point where those people were like, you know, put into the right places. But technically, those are all innocent people, and you would be punished if you ate them. But this is like a bad one. And so you can eat it. And there's some like debug. You can see the little sphere there. That's not really supposed to be there. It's some kind of debug thing that I left up. Do we still have a way to hide that easily? I don't even know. I think that's probably in the hand. Where is that? Oh, we can... There's so many things I'm not sure. Look at this giant scene tree. This is the main scene right here. Look at all this. This is pure doom. It's too much doom. I can barely find my way around. Oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. Okay, there's the little hand. We got rid of it at last. Okay. Oh, and so you would like grow limbs, and then your limbs could like break off and stuff. And then you could use those limbs, if you had them, to attack things, to pick up things, and stuff like that. And then the idea was you would make sure, hey, what's up, NTB, official NTB. So like this person, I'm gonna be in trouble for eating them. Now I'm evil. So it has gone evil. Okay, NTB. And then that would just change. Basically, the good and evil would just change like how difficult the game was. Okay, and then the other thing was you would abduct people. So ideally, you would abduct evil people if you didn't want a harder game. And then when you get 10 abductions, you beat the level. But it's very arcadey. It almost feels like, you know, it's Infinite Runner, but it kind of feels like a flying through space kind of game or something. And I just feel like the art direction doesn't make sense. Like, look, almost a third of the screen is just gray, is just fog, you know? And to me, that is not pretty. It doesn't look nice. There's just some things, but anyway, and you know, it's nice to look back on. It is a project where I think it's worth coming back to someday. I just don't think today or anytime soon is when. Oh, I didn't save it. Oh, all those little debug things I removed are gonna be there next time I show it off. So yeah, so when people, just to give context, because some people may not know about what we were talking of, and I would rather you do. Godot crashed, but you can see the game is still running in the background, which is not good. Okay. Oh, we got another Godot right here. Well, don't mind if I do. What's an alternative for the fog? Did you ever have ideas? You know, Jug, I didn't. Welcome, welcome. I did not. I think, like, I mean, obviously, like a sky. Okay, well, I will say this. I forgot to show off that. Okay, actually, there were supposed to be flying, and we did. There are helicopters. I might actually be able to show. So that was the most recent version that I have in existence. But there's also an older one that I built as an EXE. And you could spawn like helicopters that would come and attack you. So I guess really enemies, having like enemies be up there would be good. Hello! Oh my god. I was like, oh, I'll pull this up really fast. Explorer.exe is not responding. All right. Are we gonna switch to Linux today? Is today the day? My god. Welcome, Lucid. How you doing? Okay. Up. Oh, this isn't where I thought we were. App data. Oh, this was like where the save data went. Gotcha. Okay, there's the builds. I don't know, Girthy. I'm getting real fed up. So like obviously I'm on Windows 10, right? And obviously they had their end of service recently. Well, actually not really. It was kind of a psych out because you get an extra year, in fact, to actually transition away from Windows 10. And it's giving me pause. It's like, you know, maybe this is a good chance to change. But we'll see. It's tough because like compatibility, you got different cameras and things. I don't want problems. Thanks for the follow, Destos. Destos? Okay, let's see if I remember. There we go. So there are helicopters, but you can see they get really close. They do get far away if... Oh, they're gonna kill me. They do get far away if there's enough of them stacked up. There was some... Look, there were some good systems that I built here, you know, and you know, they have a nice formation, and you can't like reach the helicopter unless your arm is long enough to reach it. There's some good things. There's definitely some good things here. But yeah, never mind. I was gonna say maybe the aerial stuff would, but no, because if they're up there, you can't reach them. So yeah, I don't really know. It's a frog. Yeah, we were just talking about it, and I realized nobody knows what this game is. Oh yeah, we had like a scoreboard, progress. Yeah, I did a lot. I learned a lot, and yeah, I think it's worth coming back to one day. But today, not that day. Not that day. Good to see you, Andres. Yes, I think I want to do the operating system. I think that would be nice. You know, how you open the video editor, how you open different websites and things. I think that would be nice. I think that would be cool. And then I was going through old 1 Hour Jam games. This one is tough. I don't know that this is that useful. I mean, it's like a platformer. I should really like put a few more details. This is a platformer. Very important. Infinite things to tap. The more you tap, the more gooder it is. Killing litterbox flies. What? I don't know if I want litterbox flies. I'm looking at these old 1 hour games I made in 1 hour as inspiration for different programs on the computer. Oh, you just click on things. They just spawn and you just click on them. I see why you wanted that to be flies. I mean, if this was the 2000s, I would say you're clicking pop-up windows. But that's not really a thing anymore. Where do I find myself doing this? I guess if programs aren't responding. Just like your computer's crashing. These are, yeah, so these are actually all from my 1 hour jam entries, and I'm using them as minigame ideas since I already like made them. And then, Andres, I don't know if you saw, but I actually even got one of my old 1 hour jam games implemented into this game. It's like I ported it directly in. It doesn't have the scoring, but we can fix that. I just didn't want to. Look at that. It's in there. This will be like video editing. Oh my gosh. I need to divert some cores to Godot, evidently. Here, let's give it some power. It's a little tricky though, because I also have to do the runtime. Okay, I'm gonna deselect all of these. Let's do 31, 30. We'll do down to 25. And then I'm gonna run it. Now hopefully it remembers it. Oh, it's the same? Let me see. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, then let's divert more. Okay, and then I'm gonna set it to real-time priority. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I would love to have like 2 programs, but I think I should let it go. I think I'm just gonna work on the operating system that loads these. So the way that I got that minigame in here was I opened up the project and I copied the scene files into this project and I tried to run the scene. And then when it told me all the dependencies it was missing, I just filled them back in and fixed the code until it worked. And computer monitor, so we have a sub viewport over here. Pac-Man 1 I showed a bit ago. Might be maybe being here relatively more recently. You only remember one of, you participate in so many 1 hour jam games, you only remember one of mine? That's fair. You know, you were probably worried about your own game. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I've made so many. My God. I must reuse them. It's the right thing to do. So we have a sub viewport that is a child of the monitor. And there's a node 2D there. This node 2D contains the slicing game. I don't know that I need this much layer of abstraction. Like, it kind of could just be sub viewport and then that's the game. But if I wanted to preserve the base game and add like other layers on top of it, I think this is better. I think this is better because, you know, this is gonna be the mess that it is. Yeah, I actually do like this. All right, let's keep this the way it is. I'm just gonna name this better. Slicing game itself, we're gonna call it what it is. And then this is slicing game embedded. And so then the operating system would actually be even one level above this here. And then that's what this would go into. We just say embed. Okay, all right. No problem, no problem. And then what I want is I think this is important to set up, the instantiation and the queue freeing of the games. Even like a loading screen and things like that. That would be neat. Yeah, I kind of want to just do some UI stuff. I really enjoy UI things. I know a lot of people don't, but I love it. So I'm gonna make a node that is a canvas layer. Actually, we're gonna do a canvas layer, right? I guess. Probably better just do a control. Because it's not really the viewport. I mean, it's the sub viewport. Yeah, maybe do, I don't really know. You and your friends are making a game in Godot that's gonna be like a first person grindy mining game. Whoa, that sounds fun. Those those games kind of do well. Truth be told, those games kind of do well. I'm eating Popeyes right now, by the way. I talk about Popeyes a lot because it's like my favorite fast food place if I'm going to eat fast food, but I've never actually been eating it on stream. And so if anyone knows about how much I talk about it and how vociferously I promote it with no sponsor whatsoever, never will, there's no way they'd bother with me. I just want to say it's delicious. You don't know what small game to make to warm you back up. Jag is here to soak up knowledge like a sponge. I'm honored to be the water to your sponge. I mean, Andres, I'm not saying you should, enter in a game like Jam. But the game like Jam does offer you some ideas. Maybe you don't like them. Maybe you're like, I don't really like any of those. That's fair. But if you hadn't considered it, I'd be remiss not to say that we're going to be building up a list over the years of small games that are makeable. Again, I'm not saying that you should do that, but it's worth considering. Frogger Balloons. Frogger is a good one. It's simple. Ski Free is really simple. Ski Free is probably the easiest one on this list. Out of all of them. It's the least amount of effort. Depending on your skill level, the hardest is either Puyo Puyo or Granny. Because if you're already familiar with 3D, Granny isn't that hard. If you're already familiar with grid-based logic and algorithms, Puyo Puyo isn't that hard. But if you're not familiar with either of those, they're both really hard. Balloons is the next hardest. So to me it goes Puyo Puyo, Granny Tai, Balloons, Tamagotchi, Frogger, Ski Free, in order from hardest to easiest. Yeah, join in the next one. It'll be in January. So like Unity or... Oh, did you mean UE5 when you said EU5? Unreal Engine is very powerful and beautiful. I love what you can do with it. Like, when I was working with it, I was just making, like, physics simulations because it was so cool to, like, see the physics power, like, happen. And it looked so beautiful. But ultimately, it just was a little too big. I just didn't feel good using it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it that much. It didn't seem like it fit the scope of my projects. And I didn't enjoy using it. I just found it clunky and obtuse, and the documentation was terrible, the community was boring, and yeah, it didn't spark joy. I feel similarly about Unity, but not as strongly. The community is pretty good, but not as good as Godot's. The engine is amazing, super powerful, really beautiful things you can do with it. It felt a little clunky to me. It felt a little clunky. Not as bad as Unreal, but a little clunky. Ultimately, I just didn't want to go with Unity because it proved why open source is great. So, I went with Godot because I don't want to worry about corporate BS interfering with me just trying to live my life and make games, you know? Same goes for Unreal. Ultimately, I think that's probably the biggest deciding factor, is that Godot is free open source software. But they're both great engines. Definitely good engines. Yeah, exactly, Girthy. Yeah, right. Like Unreal Engine is doing the absolute most. Unreal Engine is so much. It's too much for me. I don't need all that. Andrews might do... You didn't do Frogger. You might try. You did Dr. Bad Guy's Bad Balloons for Balloons. You did Cookpot Panic for Puyo Puyo, which you might revisit. You tried doing Ski Free and Granny and failed. And you didn't want to do the last one because laziness and went on a tangent with art. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, Frogger's a really solid one. It's really simple. It has a clear gameplay loop. Girthy says, I'm so much better at starting projects and getting too ambitious than I am at finishing projects. Yeah, I mean, for me, exactly. That's why I stopped making the Alien game I was showing. That's why I stopped. And I started doing game-like jams. Because Auroric earlier was framing it like the game-like jam replaced the 1 hour jam. It didn't only replace the 1 hour jam, it also replaced me working on that Alien game. Because, yeah, exactly. Like, I started it, and I thought it wasn't a big game. Turns out it was. And, so yeah, that's why I started the game like jam. So that way I was like, okay, I have to finish this in 1 month. The scope is clear, it's given to me. Now this one and the last one, I did start to relapse in my overscoping, but I'm kind of not as mad about it because it's still not as big as something like Harvest Earth, and I see how much better I'm getting as a developer and a coder, and so I don't actually feel upset about it. So yeah, I do think setting like a clear goal within a known scope framework is a really good way, for me anyway, has been for me, a good way to practice actually finishing things. It feels good. Feels very good to do, finally. Godot keeps getting better. It does keep getting better. Yeah. Yep. Right? And then, like, I keep saying this because it's true. You know what's wrong with the engine and what the progress is on what's wrong. Like, if Unity or Unreal has engine bugs, which it does, everything does, you have no idea if they're ever gonna fix it. You don't know what the status is, you don't know what the progress is, you don't know anything about it. In Godot, when there's bugs, which there are, as engines have, you can go to the GitHub, you can find people who are trying to address that problem and the current status of it. You can see all of that information. I love that. The transparency, and there's actually a chance that it gets fixed because, you know, it's not a big, engine corporation trying to focus on dropping huge features, you know, really exciting big features that grab headlines. That's like their biggest priority, right? But with Godot, people just work on what they want to work on. If somebody's like, you know, I'm gonna fix this little thing, they'll do it. And that for me is great. And they're also small devs making things for other small devs. Yeah, I just love it. I love it. I can't get enough of it. It's like sometimes, you know, I like answering the question when y'all ask it, but it gets to the point where I'm like, look, like the answer is just always going to be Godot. I love Godot. I don't know what to say. Like, it's my favorite. It's never going to change. Sorry. You have 30 unfinished projects, it's all good. I mean, that is kind of normal, isn't it? You thought you were gonna be fine making a Doom clone, as in the 90s Doom. I think we'll probably do Doom for a Game Like Jam. That is definitely gonna be a Game Like Jam game. I wasn't sure because I originally wanted whatever Game Like Jam game we do to always be completely doable within the time frame given, a month. And even the shareware version of Doom has a lot of levels. So many levels. But we could just say you don't have to make that many levels. I was even thinking like the original Wolfenstein, not the original, but the Wolfenstein 3D, right? That first 3D game. 3D. I feel like that would be excellent, but the whole, like, you know, political side of it, I love the political side of it, But, you know, I'm not going to be able to, like, say the words about what it is unless I want YouTube to nuke the ad revenue. I can't, like, even if showing the imagery, I don't know. It's just, it feels like a content creation minefield or something, you know. But that would be optimal, because I think that is doable. But, unfortunately, you know, advertisers. Which is annoying. Have you tried making a... You might do... Oh, a WarioWare game. Yeah. You should. You're good at those. Making a VR game in Godot. I've not. I don't enjoy VR that much. I do think it would be fun. I have used VR. I have a VR headset. I think I... Did I move? Oh, I used to be able to just grab it and be like, see? But it's somewhere else. But I don't really enjoy it that much. I do think it's kind of novel, but that's it. You can do it though, and people do it. It's definitely possible. For sure. Who was making that originally? What do you mean? You were thinking of a simple multiplayer FPS arena with like 2 weapons for fun, kind of like a Roblox game used to play a lot back then. Nice. The one with all their 1-hour jams. Who is making the one with all their 1-hour jams? Who is the one with all their 1-hour jams? I don't know what you're saying. The WarioWare game? That was Andrus. Oh yeah, that was Andrus. Right there. This person. That's them. You remember, right? It's super memorable. It was so good. Mervkins! Mervkins, look what I'm eating. Wait, now I gotta. I must enjoy. I must partake. I've done it. I've brought it on stream. I normally don't. I'm also here earlier. I'm full of surprises today. People yearn for the long-awaited Jamware sequel reboot. Yeah, because it's awesome. It's sponsored. It's sponsored by my belly, who has paid me to eat this. Delicious. I know, I love Popeyes. If I'm gonna eat fast food, it's gonna be Popeyes. Maybe not for like desserts. If I want desserts, I probably do Wendy's. I'm not trying to be gross, okay? I'm only human American. As a human American, I have to eat fast food sometimes. Like once in a while. Alright, I'm gonna make an operating system. We're gonna make a fake operating system. Start with a canvas layer. I think that's like the right choice. It's probably a good idea. I've never actually so Appleseed, the only reason I said that is because I've actually never tried them. It's good. They're good though. Okay, maybe I'm sleeping on that. Okay, Appleseed, hard. They call it a biscuit, but it's not a scone. I just never even bothered. Heard. Okay, now chat is getting me to get things at Popeyes. Who's sponsored? Chat is sponsored. Could you imagine sponsored chatters? That's crazy. Let's do a margin container. So it's gonna be kind of like just do a normal 2D stuff, except ultimately it's going to be on this computer. Something I wish Godot had desperately. I guess it kind of does. Let me see. Well, I wish it could do side-by-side scripts, number 1. Number 2, I'd love to have like the 2D and the 3D windows next to each other, but actually maybe we can. Because you can do 2 viewports, but can one be 2D and one be 3D? Nah, boo. They have to both be 3D. That sucks. What a shame. What a shame. I guess, you know, you can kind of just look at it here, though. kind of don't need to even look at the 2D if I think about it. Also, how is the score still there? If I hid the game, why would the score show up? That's wild. Am I being paid to be here? If I were sponsored, someone's got an itchy/tasty ear. An itchy/ oh, Travi. Oh, yeah. Well, we took him to the vet yesterday. I took him to the vet yesterday, and he's had like an ear buildup for as long as we've had him, and it comes and goes, and it has come again. And so I've been giving him medicine in his ear, and so he's dealing with that. Yeah, that's what that is. Like in the scene view and game view and Unity next to each other. Yeah, it is annoying. It is annoying. I mean, yeah, so you can like, you can, well, I don't know that you can do that. I don't know that you can embed the game. Yeah, I don't think you can embed the game. But you can pop it out. You can make it be floating and then set it to always on top. And then you've basically got that recreated. So that would be the way to do that in Godot. But it's not the same as, like, you know, docking it. I do remember doing that in Unity now. Somehow I found it a little overwhelming. Maybe I just didn't give Unity enough time. I'd have to like resize it and stuff. Got weird. But no, that was a good feature. That was a good feature. I wonder why the UI. What if I hide this? Why does the UI supersede everything? It's a bit shocking. What if I lower its layer? That should hide, right? Well, here's the reality. It's going to be Q-freed anyway. I guess I'll just delete it for now. It doesn't really matter. Alright. I guess that is what it is. This has been saved, though. Slicing game, that's what this is? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Let me rename this to Slicing Game Embed. And then we're just gonna delete it from the monitor for now, because it's acting up. Okay. And then maybe I could actually just look at the 3D view as long as I can. Sometimes see it switches, which is kind of annoying. But is that? I wonder if there's even a setting for that. Switch. No. Yeah, there's that, but that's different. 2D editors. It would just be nice if when I click on a node that's 2D or 3D, it didn't automatically swap it. I actually find that pretty annoying. And by the way, Appleseed, you know, there's a lot of add-ons for Godot, and I'm sure there's add-ons that do that. And even Unity, a lot of that stuff is also add-ons. Like I remember there's that camera thing that everyone used. I forget what it was. So there are ways to get that stuff. I just don't like using add-ons. So base, they don't have that. Yeah, I think it's gonna flip there whether I like it or not. Tiles editor, polygon editor, animation, shader, visual editors. That's different. Grid map, 3D. Ruler width, zoom speed. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to control that. Text editor, file system, docs, scene tree. Auto expand to selected. If true, the scene tree doc will automatically unfold nodes when a node that is folded parent selected. No. Hide filtered out parents. Accessibility warnings. Oh, that's new. If true, accessibility related warnings are displayed alongside other config. Do that! Ask before revoking unique name. No. Oh, there's this. Show scene tree root selection. If true, the scene dock will display buttons to quickly add a root node. Derive script globals by name. Editor. Dock tab style, UI layout direction. I'm gonna zoom in. This is tiny. Oh my god, it's like the tiniest. It's itty bitty. Custom display scale. Editor screen. Auto remembers last position. Tablet driver. Whoa. Project manager screen. Primary screen. So you can separate these out to like multiple monitors too. Embedded menu. What does that mean? If true, editor menu is using embedded menu bar instead of system global menu. Okay. I don't know. That's kind of interesting though. Expand to title. Expanding main editor window content to the title. That's fine. Yeah, it's good. I like that. Font. Separate distraction mode. What does that mean? If true, the editor's script tab will have a separate distraction mode setting from the 2D, 3D game asset library tabs. If false, the distraction-free mode is toggle is shared between all tabs. I don't even know what that means. Automatically open screenshots. Single window. Mouse extra buttons. Save. Dialogue. Notification. Spinner. Screen. Processor. Unfocused. Low processor mode. Yeah, there's nothing. Scene tabs? It's different. Display close button. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, it was worth looking into. That's okay. So what do I want to add in here? I want to add... Obviously, we want a taskbar. I think Godot's control nodes are delightful. There's so many awesome things in here. I guess we're back to Zoom. There's so many awesome things in here, and I discovered new ways to use them. For my debug menu in the game, yo, the freaking tab container is amazing. It's so nice because it just creates this menu. It basically just makes this menu for you. And you can just drop things in there really easily. It creates the tabs and you can click between them. This is 80% default. I've just reskinned it. Maybe 90% default if you take away the skinning. It's so awesome. So there's good hidden nuggets in the control node list that I wanna, I don't know, maybe there's some good taskbar style control node. Base button, text edit, color it, graph edit. Graph edit's crazy. I don't need it. But I feel like you can actually give the user a way to do visual graphed, basically visual scripting. You can give the user visual scripting to use for stuff. I think that's what that does, which is crazy cool. Range. Don't care about that. Item list. Label, line edit, menu bar. A horizontal menu bar that creates a menu for each pop-up menu child. Okay, I mean, it kind of sounds like a taskbar. Let's see if it looks and feels like a taskbar. Margin container. Accessibility name must not be empty or contain only spaces. Whoa. Oh, wait, what? The name of something? What is that? Oh, that means over here. Oh, interesting. I just turned on this setting where it warns you about accessibility stuff. I don't want to turn it off, obviously, but I mean, do I want it? So I think what that's meaning is I have to come into here and give this node a name. A human readable node name that is reported to assistive apps. So is this assistive like when the player is playing the game, or assistive to like other devs using the engine? I'm not quite sure I understand that. I'm guessing it's the latter. Which I gotta be honest, I feel kind of bad, but I'm not that interested in right now. I mean, if it was for players, I think I would feel differently. But it being for... Oh, I don't even know where I set this. Am I stuck with am I stuck with it? It being for potentially editors. I mean, this doesn't seem like something I need. But it's interesting. Good to know that it's there. It's good to know that it's there. I really thought that was gonna be like for players. Maybe it is, but like why would a player need to know about every node? You know? That seems, something about that seems not right. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Alright. Menu bar, how do we use this? Put stuff in here. Now it did say something about like pop out children. Horizontal menu bar that creates a menu for each pop-up menu child. Pop-up menu. Okay, what is that? Hey NTB. What is that? Pop up. This? I don't even know what this is. A Modo window used to display a list of options. I've never seen this. I know that it's real. I mean, look at it. Like, I know about pop, like it pops up something on the screen, right? But like, or in your, like, even outside of your game, right? Like a warning, like a notification box. But then we're putting this inside of a control node. Go on. I still don't see anything. Oh. Okay. Can I get some documentation here? Give me some give me some. Menu bar. New items are created by adding pop-up menus to this node. Item title is determined by window title or node name if window title is empty. Creates a menu for each pop-up menu child. It creates a menu. Okay. This is, I think I should probably test it in the individual scene. Okay. I'm a little confused about what is happening. Okay, it makes me... Okay, what if I put this, like, out here? Oh. It's because it was a child of a sub-viewport. That's why I wasn't seeing anything. What if I just do the margin container as a child of a sub-viewport? Nothing. Wow. So it just doesn't show up. It won't show up in the 2D section if it's a child of the sub-viewport. Okay. All right. This is good to know. I see. So what we have to do is actually make this a separate scene. I was like, this doesn't make sense. What we have to do is create this as a separate scene, and this is kind of a different UI, to be honest. I'm gonna say this is UI PC, and we'll say UI PC desktop. And so this will make completely separate, so that way I can actually like look at it and work with it. Okay, I'm much happier now that I understand what's going on. So what did it do? It just, like if I didn't, what if I didn't put that in a menu bar? It's nowhere. Oh, so it just doesn't exist. I would have to like, oops, use it more intentionally, like set it up with like some other means in order for it to work. But with the menu bar, it's there. Okay, I'm starting to understand. And then I assume we can add things in there. Items. Nice. Text. Hello. Goodbye. Lots of Popeyes. And then when we test it, I presume we'll see those. Okay. It's very small. It's very, very tiny. See if we can't increase that font size just a little bit. It's a little small. That's a little big. A little on the big side. Looks kind of weird, right? So it didn't make the button bigger. That's probably on the menu bar. Got it. Right, the menu bar is creating those. I see. I love playing with Godot's like built-in control nodes. This is something. I don't know how much I feel like it doesn't like, it's not giving taskbar without some like effort, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be like a perfectly beautiful identical thing to freaking Windows or something. Can we make the pop out be like up instead of down? Start index, switch on hover, prefer global menu. If true, menu bar will use system global menu and supported. If true and this node is not displayed. This property overrides the value of prefer. I'm guessing this has something to do with like what it looks like somehow. Styles, constants, outline size, horizontal separation. Like imagine I snap it to the bottom. Will you just know not to show it on the bottom? Or will you be confused? Let's see. Okay, it's covering it up. Okay, I mean I feel like I could make something better than this. It's nice because it does like, you know, potentially save some time. So there might still be a use for it. But maybe if I made like the pop out like have like a bit of a offset. And that's the other thing, like I don't know how much control I really have over it. Vertical separation, icon max width, indent, separator outline, item start, item end. Styles? Maybe the style? Let's see. Because you know, if I don't have to code in opening a window or opening a little pop-up, that is nice. But maybe we can adjust some of these values. Potentially, obviously it's going to be kind of ugly, but oh, it won't stay. Cool. Okay, we got it to stay. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, this still doesn't clean it up there. I was hoping it would cut it off on the bottom, but it didn't. What if I gave it a border? I mean, that means I'm giving up the border. But if I gave it a border and made it transparent, but then you probably still can't like click on it. Okay, that makes it go up, but now I can't click on this. Yeah, you know, it's something. It's something. I'm gonna fiddle with it a little longer before I decide I don't want to use it. I'm gonna fiddle with it a little bit. By the way, if you're on YouTube and you haven't fiddled with the like button, go ahead and do so. You can click on it, tap it, ideally an odd number of times. That would help a lot. Thank you, people on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, just stay right there. You're doing the right thing. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Flags. Rep controls. Window size will automatically update when a child node is added or removed. Transient to focused. This window will become transient to the currently focused. I don't know what that means. Unresizable, borderless. Always on top. As a programmer, way to say that, seriously. Welcome. User input is odd. Extended title, mouse pass through. Oh, it still didn't. Maybe I just had to restart it. I was hoping we would be able to click. Okay. Oh, I kind of thought that would do something. If true, all mouse events will be passed to the underlying window of the same application. Okay, that's different. My goodness. Exclude from capture. Pop up with hint. Maximize disabled. Minimize disabled. Force native. Whoa. Does that mean by native, do you mean like built into my computer, like Windows? No, okay. Alright, you know, min size, okay, wait, let me keep looking. Min size, max size, keep title visible. I will be happy, if I can make it pop up above this, I'll be a little happier. And I'm guessing we can do an icon with items. I really would like to make this work to save myself that management. It's not even the time, right? You could say, oh, well, the time I'm spending figuring this out, I could have spent on coding. Yeah, but then I have to like manage that system too, you know, and it's just a bit of tech debt. And if I don't have to manage it, that would be nice. Maybe, because control nodes often have like ways to move things around. What if I, okay, this probably is, no, it's probably not gonna work. I was gonna say I could put it in a margin container, but then it's not gonna recognize it as a pop-up menu. So that didn't work. Because normally control nodes have like this layout stuff, right? And transform, and so we can do like a pivot offset or change its position and things like that, which would be really useful in this context. But since it's not technically a control node, I'm not sure it actually has those features. Honestly, Lise, yeah, there's probably other menus. Oh, yeah, I don't think you need to use this menu. I bet they have a different one that you can use. It's just a guess. Okay, yeah, let's look. It's just a guess. That maybe this is like specifically for if you already have pop-ups. We'll see. Okay, menu bar, not as exciting as I had hoped. Tab bar, tree. Oh wow, we're out now. That was everything. Range, text edit. Well, there's probably a lot of different kinds of containers. Aspect ratio container, box, center flow, foldable container. A container that can be expanded / collapsed. Ooh. Okay, I'm interested. Keep talking. Let's get rid of the menu bar. This is large. It has taken up a lot of space. Folded. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Foldable group. Oh, so we can put like anything in here, basically. I haven't messed with groups, but I think like a group is, like, let's say I have a label. This is a label, and we make it large. And then I think if I set this to be, oh, that didn't work. Maybe only certain things have groups? A button, perhaps? This is a button. Button group. So there's this, but that's not like a foldable group. Hello, parts. Welcome, fellow human. As we greet each other, as is customary. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm exploring like Godot's different like built-in control stuff to see if I can avoid having to from scratch make like a bunch of like fake operating system UI elements. Just kind of seeing what that has to offer. Okay, button group is not the... So what is a foldable group? I guess I don't know what that is. Foldable group. Go on. A group of foldable containers that doesn't allow more than one container to be expanded at a time. Okay. Okay. Returns an array of foldable containers that have this as their foldable group. Oh, so we set this foldable group. Oh, so we put this, yeah, it's clicking around, exactly. So this is the foldable group. This is interesting. I'm gonna call this group 1. And then if I make another foldable container, maybe this is out here, so we can have one that has the button and one that has the label. And if I put this also in group 1, so they're both in group 1 and it's only showing one. What does that mean? This is a bit awkward. Maybe I just don't understand. What if I nest it? I'm not impressed. Or particularly understanding what this is. Okay. Alright. No, I don't know what that is. Oh, that is. But perhaps with the foldable container, we can have a nice big button, and this collapses. This collapses. This collapses. Wait. It only collapses if... Oh, there it goes. Okay, because it was in a group. Okay, there we go. Nice. This is good. Title. Right? We could make that... We could say this is the start button, right? Make that font size large. There's our taskbar. It's like our taskbar. It's already a bar. I like that. We'll snap it down to the bottom somehow, I'm sure. Interesting. Oh, here we go, vertical. Shrink end. Now, again, it's opening below instead of above. They're all just assuming that we want to go down. And if it is up, it's not so pretty. An H container? What does that mean? What's an H container? You mean a horizontal box? What does H container mean? Pivot offset. Title alignment, title position, title text direction. But I'm not seeing a way to define that it goes above instead of below. That's the classic taskbar vibe, you know? Is that you click on the bottom and it opens at the top. But I'm not seeing that. And I probably could do like the same sort of thing where I can add a border, right, and expand it, but then I won't be able to click on the start button again. I might just have to make it myself from scratch. I'm not sure why you're saying that. So I'm exploring these different, maybe there's a reason I don't understand why you're saying that, but I don't understand why you're saying that. Were you saying for like the multiple, I don't know why you were saying that. I'm just trying to explore like these specific nodes and how they work and if they can work for my use case. But I'm not sure why you say what you say. I just don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. But you are heard. I think I'm just gonna make it from scratch, y'all. I think we're making it from scratch. Unfortunately, I'm not charmed by any of this. I wish I felt like it was the right thing, but I think specifically that I want on the bottom and to go up. If you put the V-Box in the foldable and the buttons in the V-Box. Oh, well, yeah, but I'm not worried. I see, because you're saying, yeah, but I don't really, this isn't, yeah, but I don't care about that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not that important. Like, what's important is that I can get it to the menu to appear above. Is that clear? Like, when I click on this, I want the menu to appear above it, but it's currently below it, which is not what I want. I kind of like, yeah, we can organize this, absolutely, 100%, but I didn't really care to organize it if I couldn't even get the stuff to appear. Like, I'm not gonna design the interior if working on the exterior isn't going to function the way I need. There's no point. That's all. Which sucks, because this is nice, but it's just not what I need. Hey Henry, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, we got 2 cats now? Delightful. Welcome cats, welcome Henry. Feline or humine, you're welcome here. Humine? It's kind of possessive. You are humine. Alright, we're making them from scratch. We're doing it ourselves. I got no problem with that. Panel. It'll be more fun. Margin container, we're gonna make a lot smaller, like a taskbar. I don't know that I want to like emulate Windows per se. I just want it to have that familiarity positionally and behavior wise, but like visually it can be something else. Could load up some swatches. Oh, maybe it should be like the menu colors. Maybe. So like I have these like pop-up menus. I don't know, like the world of the games UI. So I like have this menu design here. The world of the games UI and the computer UI matching. Like, does that imply we're playing a computer? Like, this is a computer? I don't know. It feels like it has implications. Or I could make it, I feel like I kind of want to make it the, this debug menu color scheme. You know? I don't know. It feels like it should have a delineation. It shouldn't when the player sees, or like this, the go back button, when the player sees a style like that, they know that they're interacting with the world. When they see the style here, they know that they're interacting on the computer. I just feel like they should be distinct. So yeah, let's load that in. So I do have a color swatch list for each. This is for the menus I showed that pop up. And then this is technically for the debug. But I think we could use it here too. I probably should, let's save it as its own palette. Would probably be good. We'll say this is computer colors, computer default colors, implying maybe you can color your own computer. Looked at it yourself, and it's just stupid that the title at the bottom of the setting doesn't work like it should. I know. I know. I mean, you know, whatever. I feel like a lot of those are designed to be like very highly practical. But then again, it's gonna like really, like, I don't know. No, yeah, it's dumb. It should be there. Maybe somebody's working on it. Maybe. That's the thing, it's open source. Hey, you want a feature? We can add it. That's, if I want to learn C++, that's why. So I can make my own things that I want to see in Godot. Someday. Certainly not today, but someday. Taskbar color. None of these really jump out at me. Look at her trying to, he walks by. She immediately starts going after him.
It's okay, he just walked past. It's okay, he's your brother. It's okay, good guy. It's okay, it's okay. You're a good guy. He's like, hey, where you going?
Oh, man. Okay. What were we using for, like, the debug toolbar? Yeah, like the blue. Alright, we'll see. We can iterate on it. Don't worry about it. Build it first. Make it pretty later. That's the rule, right? Okay, there's a panel. And then I'm gonna add a button on here. I want this to be inside the panel. Actually, instead of a panel container is gonna be more effective. Since it's like a panel, but containerier. Which sounds much more like what I actually want. Make a style box flat. Set the color. Don't know why it's semi-transparent. Oh, because the button is over the whole top of it. Definitely would want an H box here, as Bartz was talking about earlier. And I'll make this a bit larger. We'll say start for now. That's a very Windows thing. So we'll see. We'll see if that's gonna stick. That might be too Windowsy for my taste. But again, just make it and make it pretty later. Thank you for the hydrate, Frank. Cheers. It is water. Oh, delicious. Ah. 2 hydrates for the price of 1. Okay, start button. You know, I could make a nice. So I do actually already have a theme for this. So I might as well use it. Save myself that trouble. Okay, now what happens when that button gets pressed? So we'll say button start. Now I'm gonna make a script. Instead of canvas layer, we're gonna call this computer or UI computer. Question is, do I want to have like a manager for this? Windows build along. It's a Windows build along. That is what I'm doing. Oh no. I don't like the operating system. I'm gonna make my own. Dang it. Okay. Sounds like a lot of work. I don't care. I am. I love it, Henry. It's so charming, and it brings me joy to work on. Because it's just like kind of a happy game. So I'm really glad to keep working on it too. I might ultimately restructure how some of this is set up, but for now, we're gonna do it like this. I could see myself restructuring all of this at some point. Now is not that point. So we'll set up the button. Let's make it accessible as a unique name in case we move it around, the reference won't break. Then in the ready function, as we do so many times, connecting node signals to buttons is just like, man. Pressed, it feels like I'm always connecting node signals to buttons. Connect on start pressed. Especially in the 1 hour jams. Oh my gosh. I feel like I was always hooking up these signals. Now when this happens, we'd want to open up a menu of a such. So this menu, I would like to be above. Now it would be nice if it was reactive. That is to say, what if I don't want that thick of a start bar and I want it to be thinner? I'd want whatever the pop out is to move down or up with it. So ideally they're all friends. So we could do a V-box might be an approach. We'll see. Probably another panel container would be good. Put that above it, we'll say. We'll call this panel container start menu or something. And then in here, we can start out with a V-box. And we can always get fancier if we want. Menu button 1. And then we can just duplicate this a bunch of times. Now, as you can see, that's certainly not collapsed. So I would have to do that. I don't think I have like different colors yet in the theme for the buttons. I think they're all the same color. Yeah. That's okay. We can fix it later. Make it pretty. Get it working. Make it pretty later. That's obviously a bit large. Margin container would be good for this. We started with a panel container, so I actually think I'm going to make a margin container. Put the panel container in the margin container. And margin containers are so great because you can just define the size of things really effectively in a way that remains reactive. Super friggin' useful. As you see, I'm exploding outside of the viewport, which is less good. So we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Probably the top. What if we put this in the center? No, it's still gonna get too big. I mean, you almost want this to be like the overall everything. Simple. Gotta keep it simple right now. That's really a big guiding like principle for me in this project is just like not fleshing out every single thing along the way. You know, like this, the poopiness, that's obviously more poop than 8%, right? It should be clearing that 8% if we get all of it cleaned up. Like all that stuff, I could dig in to the scoops and make it the best fully functional litter box it could be. Or I could just, we already have the scooping, I could just make sure I start focusing on other things so that way like the broad game is there. And then once that's there, okay, now let's dig in and make the details and everything work more. It's kind of like placeholder code or something. You know, like we got a placeholder water dish and food dish, I'll replace it. But it's not going to be even replaced. It's not even about replacing it. It's just like not necessarily finishing the whole thing. So yeah, I definitely want to keep it simple. And then if it's like because who knows, maybe I'll look back and be like, actually, those simple menu buttons are fine. There is no reason to make them fancier. So at least give myself the chance to save myself work that maybe I didn't even know I was willing to compromise on. I am a little surprised that it's bursting out of the viewport, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't have expected it to allow that. But here we are. Okay. Alright, no problem. No problem. Well, we can just chill out that margin container down here a little bit. That works. It's 1360. Oh, but even if I do that, is it because now it's... Yeah. So it like expanded it to compensate for how big I was making it. I guess we could lock it down. That might keep that from happening if... Let's see. I don't know if that would work. I feel like that's just from editing. Preventing selection and movement. I don't think that's going to matter if I make this giant again. Yeah, it still goes out. It still goes out. I'm shocked. I'm surprised it doesn't like keep it within those boundaries. I certainly would like it if it did, but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. What if it's like set to fill? Will that keep it in? Even though fill feels like it's gonna make it like bigger. Maybe it also means that it keeps it filled in the space. Whereas the other one is just locking it to an anchor, regardless of how much, or regardless of what the viewport is like. I could be wrong. Let's see. That was on this. Or that. Nah, it still blows it out. Okay, it's not a big deal. It's fine. It's good to know. It's good to know. Noted. Of course, I feel like these would look better on the left. And then we can do icons. Love that. I don't know that I even have really an icon around at the moment. Like, I mean, there's a Godot icon. There you go. They're all Godot. Oh, I kind of like that it fits in the space. Would love some separation there. Yeah, on the 9th. On the 9th. Pierogigon is gonna play them on the weekend. I'm still not sure what day Pierogi plans on playing them, but I'm gonna... I should really find out. Pierogi's playing them this weekend. And Pierogi's gonna play all of them and rate them. Which is crazy. And then I'm playing them on the 9th, yeah, that's right. So I'm waiting till the ranking period is up because I don't want to like accidentally influence you know, the ratings, because like the ratings aren't up yet, and then I like really like something and people go check it out and now they're all voting that they increase their stars on that game or something. I don't know, like maybe that's not even that bad. But generally, I just wait till the end of the ranking. But yeah, it's December 9th. Actually, the stream is already scheduled. You can go to the YouTube page and find the stream. It's right there. It's kind of nice. Okay, I asked Rogi for more information. Okay, if I want to separate these from each other... Icon max width. Horizontal step. Nice. There we go. There we go. Oh, Rogi already got back to me. That was fast. That was very fast. Tomorrow. Okay, Rogi's gonna actually play them tomorrow around 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. So tomorrow night, Rogi's gonna play them. All of them, which is pretty cool. And Rogi's gonna rank them on stream. Like, I wouldn't do that, but Rogi would. But I'm gonna put a YouTube post. I'm gonna make a Discord post. So as long as you have the Game Like Jam Discord tag, or you tend to get the updates on YouTube, you'll be informed about that stream. My sleep schedule is a lot better, Bart's. It's a lot better. I'm trying to push it even further. Like, what if I started streaming? Like, here's my dream. I don't think I'll ever achieve it, but shoot for the stars, right? My dream is I wake up at 6 a.m. I start the stream at 8 a.m. Won't happen, but if I can go even earlier than now, I'm gonna try. We'll see. Last night seemed like a good time block, though. A lot of folks were coming through. Then again, numbers aren't really the most important thing to me in terms of I don't really care if I have a crap ton of viewers or not. I just want to not burn myself out with a schedule that isn't good for me. Can we get another? Yeah, you're right. We need another one. That's a good point. Why I chose Godot rather than Unity. I like Godot. It feels good. It's open source. And that's it. It suits my needs. It feels good. I like it. And it's open source. Those are the reasons. Missed last night's stream by 15 minutes. Yeah, oh no, because I'm doing shorter. I'm doing shorter, and you're on Australia time. So, that makes sense. I think we rated an Australian on Twitch. I could be wrong. But I think we did. For whatever that's worth. Welcome, Pressy. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm making a fake operating system for my game. I do feel like this should sit on the bottom. That would probably look good. I'm a little surprised that it isn't. Already. But sure. Okay, there we go. Snap to the bottom. And then we just want, when we click on that start button, that menu pops up or not. So this is the menu. I'm going to make it accessible as a unique name. Pop back over here, drop it in. We're just gonna call that start menu. And then when the button is pressed, I kind of want to toggle it visible or not, truth be told. So we could say start menu visible equals start menu, or equals not start menu visible. And that should toggle it for some reason.
I don't think I
Oh,
know.
right. We need to open it here to test it. And let's make sure it's closed. Bam. See, Godot, it's not that hard. Godot's like, good, great. You just do it yourself. Seems like you got it handled. Great. Start menu. And then obviously I'd want the editor. But you know what else? Icons. Yeah. Make it unique, then drag and drop. Hell yes. Hell yes. I love Godot. I can't, well, I feel like these kinds of things would be pretty uncomfortable to do in Unreal Engine, actually. Like what you're describing, drag and drop and all that. Unity, I don't know. I didn't get deep enough. I could never. I must have done like 5 streams total ever in Unity before the runtime fee thing happened, and I was just like, maybe I shouldn't use closed source software. Maybe it's risky. I'll take your word for it. I don't know about the focus. I feel like the focus is... I mean, we don't have that on here, right? I'm just checking on my actual... Yeah, it doesn't have focus. You missed most of it? I don't think that's true. I don't think you did. Welcome. I think you're right on time, my friend. Yeah, I don't really like any of the focus stuff. It's never really that good to me. So I think that's all on buttons. So that makes me kind of want to make a unique theme just for these items. Yeah, but that's not most of it. So let's do that. I'm gonna save this theme as, and we're gonna call this one Computer OS 1. And in this theme, our buttons, because for the debug, I actually like having the focus. That's what I'm basing this on, or the debug theme, although now it's diverging. I kind of like the focus on those, but I don't really want it on these. Alright, so now, it's basically that's that like, kind of like border around it. You can't see it now because I got rid of it. But here, see how it leaves like that gray around it? I don't want that. I don't like it. It has only just begun. Hey, time. Okay. Now, what else do I want? Desktop icons. Obviously, I want desktop icons. What's a fake OS without desktop icons? So, this margin container is quite large to account for the menu. They can overlap. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, margin container, and then this will be the, I guess we want it up here. This will be for the desktop. Make this full. I feel like an HFlow container is gonna be great. Okay, but like, what if, yeah, this is pretty silly, but like, just for fun for the player, what if they could like drag and drop the icons? Rearrange them. Again, it's kind of weird, but it's maybe not necessary, but it kind of also sounds cool, right? So it would be the easiest way to do that. Oh, nice. Yes. Yes. We need wallpapers. Welcome to Meow OS. Or welcome to Meow OS. I don't know. Maybe. Let's just put some stuff in there and see what happens. Probably would just want buttons. Here, just give me these buttons. Paste them in. And now I'm going to... Where's the icon not there? Is my question. Where'd it go? Oh. Oh, okay. So we don't want to expand that. Okay. Separation. Oh, that's the wrong thing. On this. Like, okay. I think you can, I think the only thing the user can do is maybe like, oops. Maybe like drag around. Yeah, I can't drag the buttons. That sounds like that could be hard. If Godot doesn't have a built-in way to do that, I don't know that I want to set that up. I mean, it kind of feels like if I don't, it's wrong. Like I'm missing something. Let's take a look. Let's take a good close look. I assume it doesn't, but what if it does? And I just didn't know because I didn't look hard enough. Menu actions group? What is that? Contains each abstract action. Oh, I made this. Oh, that's my documentation. That's crazy. Okay. No, so that's not what I want. Arranges child controls horizontally, vertically, and wraps them around the borders. Actually, the graph stuff could be useful here. Represents a basic element that can be placed inside a graph edit control. Allows custom elements. But I don't know. It might be weird here. That's wouldn't be a great sponsorship, would it? What do you mean you would sponsor it? If you can't sponsor it, how would you sponsor it? Thank you for the sentiment. That's very thoughtful. Your thoughts do count. I know. I'm trying to avoid it though. Hey, what's up, Distron? If I can find some way around it, damn it, I will. But the graph edit is kind of interesting. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. I've been meaning to experiment with it. Bumbling around on a Saturday morning. It sounds delightful, Distron. I'm making mini games. Yeah. So it's a virtual pet game where you take care of this cat, and there's all kinds of mini games. So there's like this poop scooping mini game. There's a mini game where you film your cat. There's a petting mini game, and then we're getting even a little more literal with it. I don't have it loaded in at the moment, but that's what I'm making this operating system for. I guess I could set up that. Maybe I should set up that code first before I get all into the desktop. Sponsored with a render of Pongo with a fisheye effect. Wow. 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 It's like, it's giving NFT. It's giving NFT. You're bumbling around on a Saturday morning too, Pressy? Let me put the game back in there so you can see what I'm working towards. So let's say you do record that video of your cat. The way you would then edit it would be this kind of silly mini game. Or something like this. A variety of silly little mini games that are embedded into the project. So maybe you're slicing a timeline to edit the video, quote unquote. It's not really video editing, right? It's just a little mini game. So yeah, I want a bunch of these. I feel like that's even gonna be like kind of the main thing for the game is the computer, because you're just gonna get video of your cat, and then you're gonna go on the computer and you're gonna play mini games to make money, making content about your talking cat, and then decorate your house, decorate your cat, take care of your cat. So I think like a huge nexus of the game is at the computer. So I want to give some attention to it, and yeah, add some games within the overall game. And then a cool thing about it is, depending, well, no, not depending, I will. When I get the system set up, we could always add in new, and maybe overscoping, you can always add in new games. It can be just like constantly a new mini game being added on the computer, which is really cool. Hell no, absolutely not. Not even a thought that will cross my mind. Absolutely no. That's too much. Although there are people making video editors in Godot, so it's doable. But it's just gonna. It's not even like, yes, okay, it is overscope. It's also gonna bloat the project. You know, I want this to run on web, mobile, even old computers if possible. So if I put that in there, forget about it. Optimization will be crushed. So yeah, now I'm making a little operating system for launching all that stuff. I think y'all shouldn't write off this graph node. Look. See? Godot gives you this. Now, can I turn that into a desktop? I don't know. But there is a way to allow the player to move some stuff and drag and drop. They're obviously not desktop icons, but I'm sure we can detect when they're clicked on, node selected, bam. And we could I don't know, I'm trying to think. Oh, and you can check when it's dragged too? Come on. Why not make an actual YouTube with auto-generated channels and videos with a real-world modeling of human interaction? This way, players will get the real YouTube experience. Nice. I'm glad to hear that for you, Steam player. Good job. Well, let's go. Congrats. Welcome. Love when that happens. I don't know if I feel like if I did get 100%, it was rare. Yeah, I think Graph Edit Node is the way. Now, we can do snapping? Like, come on. This is our desktop. Forget about it. Forget about it. Desktop, done. No, I don't think this is what this was necessarily made for. Like, you can even go crazier. You can make basically visual scripting, I'm pretty sure. So you can have like wires connecting between things. This is actually quite a robust control node. Deeply underrated. But again, it's only deeply underrated if you have use for it. Oh, nice. Love that, Pressy. There's definitely a way to do that. Good call, Pressy. No, I mean it. Like I think it's gonna be really fun the more things it has to actually feel like a little operating system. Because, you know, I want the player to feel like they can sit here and hang out in this game. Please don't, but you can hang out. You can help GoBro by being here and hanging out. That's the help that I want from you. Hitting the like button on YouTube, that could help. But no, I kind of want to just do it myself. No, thank you. You always wanted to make your own coding language. You should. You should make like a con lang. Make it like a fun, weird language. Or not. That sounds, yeah. And I mean, you could, yeah, right. With Godot, you could do your own visual scripting language, if you want. Anyone remember that game, The Movies? Never heard of it. I remember playing around with the editor in that. It was janky, but I loved it. A game called The Movies. I've never heard of it. The Movies game. It's giving 90s somehow. Emotional support help, yes. Oh, that was close! 2000s! That's very close. I think that's about as close as you get to the 90s without being the 90s. I feel like the 90s were still in the 2000s were still the 90s. 2005 it says. Oh, I remember this game. I never played it, but I remember seeing it. This game kind of ahead of its time, though. I feel like a lot of mobile games are like this. Don't worry about views, Toman. And I think people in the Discord have already given you some advice. If not you, someone else. On how to get those up. Don't worry about it. That's what I say. Unless you need the success to put food on the table. Don't worry about it. Just keep being better. You made a bunch of little movies in it with your friends. It's cool because it looks like The Sims and then like a... Yeah, it just looks like a simulation game. Tycoon. Maybe like a tycoon type of game. You were born in 2005? And then on top of that, apparently you can make your own videos. That's cool. You could record voice lines and it would sync it to characters in the movie. That's so cool. It's kind of sad that I can't even find more gameplay of it to see that. Start your villain arc. Okay. Be careful with that, you know? Because here's the thing. If you put out negative energy, just know that you're gonna get negative energy back. You know, that's what's important to keep in mind there. It was basically Movie Tycoon, but the thing I loved about it was making your own movies with the sets and characters. Look, it would be neat if I could implement something like that where you actually make the videos, but it feels a bit out of the scope for this. If you look up the movies, Movie Maker, yeah, maybe. Perhaps. Too obscure. It's too obscure. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to this desktop now. So I don't think this H-flow makes a lot of sense. But if I'm gonna do per node, too scared. But it's cool to see. I did unlock some vague memories of like commercials or pop-up ads or something that I saw about it. Maybe Tech TV, X-Play. Am I a Christian? I'm not a Christian. But it's good to know that God loves me. If not, then God doesn't love me. Is that what you're saying? Oh, well, that's okay. I don't need his love. I don't particularly want the background. Let's put this with the desktop or the computer OS theme. Still, okay. And I'm gonna make a new one for the graph edit. Graph frame. Ooh. Graph edit minimap. Cool. That all sounds awesome. Oh, the minimap. So basically, and just to like also like further clarify like what this graph edit thing is, I believe what you can essentially do is recreate like this animation player, more or less, where you hook things up and wire things up and have these different values. You got the mini map down here. I feel like that's basically what it is. So that's why when it's talking about mini map, it means like that down in the corner, which is very freaking cool. Again, I don't need that, although it could be an interesting mini game or something that the player can do. I don't know. It feels like it's losing its coziness when it starts getting into coding. But it depends. What religion am I? No religion. None at all. So with this graph edit, we are going to menu panel, is that like the background basically? Make that empty, yeah, nice. What is, oh look, it even comes with zooming and grid size. That's pretty cool. Cozy coding sounds like it could be fun if it, yeah, it probably could be. I mean, I think there are games out there like that. There's that farmer coding game. The farmer was replaced. I feel like this kind of has some cozy coding vibes. You know, it's probably one of the better coding games in that it actually has pretty real coding in it, which maybe makes it a little less cozy, depending on your level of comfort with code. But yeah, there's definitely some things out there. I don't think I want any of this. It's neat. It's neat. But I don't really want it. Minimap, don't want that. Toolbar menu. No, thank you. Oh, I kind of like the idea of an arrange button, but we can always just give that to the player, you know? Like we could just do it in some other way. But that could be nice, like sort all your icons neatly if you want. Nah, let the player organize it. I think that's more fun than pressing a button and it just does it. Okay, good. So now how do we set up this? I'm not gonna add a theme yet. Oh, what does it want? Please be aware that Graph Edit and Graph Node will undergo extensive refactoring in a future 4.x version involving compatibility breaking API changes. Okay, that is important. Okay, so okay, I'm happy to show it off. Y'all see it, we know it, but this is important to keep in mind. It is very experimental in flux. I mean, kind of. So this, on one hand, this kind of sucks, right? Because that means I might need to change a lot. But it is nice. It is only if I upgrade my version. If I don't upgrade the version, then I never have to worry about it. Yeah, it's interesting. Godot, Graph, Edit, GitHub. And this is the nice thing. We can go see where it's at, what its deal is. Okay, this is from 2025. Limiting and difficult to work with. Slots and ports are restrictive, so I'm not using those. I'm not using inputs and outputs. So that's the thing, it might not really impact the way that I'm using it. Hierarchy. Griffin must expose separate methods for input and output. Again, I don't need input and output. You're not being mean, you're just propagandizing and proselytizing. And if you keep doing it, I'm gonna ban you. So keep that in mind. Finally, ports are not extensible. Yeah, don't really care about that. Tracked purely by port indices. Yeah, just I think that and this is just one proposal, right? But it does make me think. 32 thumbs ups, so it makes me think that this is where the attention will be, and it probably won't. Probably the things that people are looking into isn't going to affect the way I'm using it. If it does, I'll deal with it. We're gonna do a collab for a Scratch FNAF fan game on a site called Co-Crea. Cool, nice, love that. Co-Create? Oh, Co-Create. Neat, love that. Collaboration is a great thing to do. Trying to do some rebalancing an older game you made. Nice. Oh, okay, so Distron. You make games. That's cool. And through the project opens in your modern engine. Although the project opens in your modern engine, when you build it, the game won't run. The original game's exe still runs though. Oh, that sucks. Was it like Click Team Fusion or something like that? Oh, that sucks. I hate that for you. I mean, you can always remake it. Like, even though that, you know, is a bummer, obviously. It could be nice. Working on a new one. You're hoping to release next year. That's cool, Distron. Wait, so what kind of game are you working on that you're gonna release? If you don't mind my asking. It is. I don't know. I just, like, you were talking about, like, the movies from 2005. Wow. You were talking about, like, making, because I feel like for anyone who was making games casually a long time ago, we're probably using Click Team Fusion. The only reason I know it is because of FNAF. And then I think also the YouTuber 2ClickFlip, I've stumbled on some like videos that he made about Click Team Fusion, and it was just an interesting thing because I didn't have any interaction with it when I was that age. I just didn't. I was doing other things. But yeah, this is the 90s. But I kind of like going back and looking at it and seeing what that history was like that I missed, that I probably would have loved. The closest I got was using Flash, but I probably would have liked Click Team a lot. That's crazy. I feel so lucky that I guessed. I feel like I hit a little jackpot. Jill the Jungle. Yo, I was just thinking of Jill the Jungle the other day. So I was playing Super Mario Brothers 2. Because I just like playing those games. I think it's a fun game. And I was playing as Peach, and she was like climbing a vine. And just like the way the animation climbed the vine reminded me of Jill the Jungle. Choplifter, I don't know though. So I'm guessing that's like a game where it's like you're in a helicopter, probably. So maybe you like drop off like your character and you go through the platforming. Godot, let's go, no. All right, I gotta work on this. Menu panel. What does this want? This is, oh, that's the whole thing. Oh, we don't care. We're not using the menu panel. Panel focus. I would like that to be nothing. Yeah. Definitely played some games like that. Those are fun games. Definitely want that empty. Although, I feel like desktop icons do tend to have, but that's the overall thing. That's different. This isn't the individual nodes. The individual nodes are this. Now what I want is for it to just be an icon. right? Port, so this is like if you're hooking up nodes. I'm not gonna be hooking up nodes. I don't even really want to be able to resize them. Let's see what this modifies. Nice. So in here, we can add a image texture. Whoa, why does it look so weird? Do you just have like a way to... Okay. I thought it would be more obvious how to switch the texture, but it doesn't look that obvious. Okay, you know what? We'll just load the Godot icon directly. There we go. Okay, that's their image texture. And then it's got the little top bar. I kind of like don't want it to have that. Because that's like for the title. I mean, desktop icons do have names. Right? Again, I want it on the bottom. I want control, just like with the other, I was trying to do the start menu before, and it wouldn't let me switch it to the bottom. This one is, or let me switch it to the top. Now I want to put it on the bottom. So I'm guessing, based on precedent from other nodes, my guess is there's not going to be a way to switch them. So I'd probably rather just find a way to hide it. I don't think so. No, this is like built-in stuff, and so, you know, I could make my own version of it and do that, but I mean, this is going to be limited to whatever whoever made this did for it. So what I'm thinking is I try to find some way to hide it, title bar, and then we just make our own little text. Obviously, it'd be neat if I could swap it around myself, or swap it around using the settings, but don't think it's gonna allow that, which is fine. So let's go to the title bar, and I'm just gonna make it empty, see if it, so it doesn't disappear, unfortunately. That might be tricky. Perhaps if I get this to expand the icon underneath, that might be my best hope. But I don't know. Oh, nice. Okay. It's, you know, it's a little janky, but it works. Crazy idea. What if I, like, okay, I was gonna try to press returns and make it go down, but that didn't work. So we'll just make our own little text underneath. Now I'm pretty sure if I put this in a VBox, it's gonna break it, and it's not gonna be a graph node anymore. So that's a little tricky to get it to have something underneath it. That is a little tricky.
I don't
Would be
think
my guess.
I
Oops,
love
let's open this. I would guess that that's gonna be tricky. Oh, it looks like that. Well, you know why? Because I did it. Well, okay. So this is a little. I'm a little concerned. I'm starting to get a little concerned because. And here's the thing. I could like work around it. I'm getting a little concerned because it seems like I can only grab this top section. And by the way, it doesn't always grab. Like I'm clicking right now and it's not grabbing it. But then if I like I see why it's experimental. Y'all, I don't know about this. You know what? I'm losing my confidence in this. Yeah, I think unless I can tell it to be in the grabbed state on my own. Yep, Distron, you got it. Unless I can control that stuff, and then at that point, well, but it does have the grid, so that would save me, it would save me work. Let's see if I can like manually set it up to be grabbed. I don't have to do this, I just want to. It seems fun, and like it could be nice. There's not a lot of properties. Yeah. Focus mode, mouse filter, slots focus mode, ignore invalid string. Oh, there's methods. Set slot. Yeah, there's not really a lot of things you can control. It's pretty much like its own. It handles all its own things. I can see then, too, why it's still such a work in progress. Yeah. I think maybe it won't work. Okay, but they also have, like, windows. Can I just look for, like, a drag graph frame? Graph element. What is graph? Oh, maybe it's a base class. Graph element, or it's in the base class. Draggable, position offset, resizable, selectable, selected. Oh wait, so maybe I could set it to the selected state every time I select. Okay, maybe hope is not lost. Set selected. Okay, and then we can detect in lots of ways already, probably. Focus entered, mouse entered. Wait, I don't think hope is lost. Because what's convenient about it is it already has like a built-in grid system. And it has built-in drag and drop behavior, which would just be so much easier. So I'm gonna friggin' try to do this, because it seems fun. It seems fun to me. I would like to put this script on here. So we're gonna call this desktop. And what I'd want to do is find the well, it is itself. I don't need to define it. In ready, I'm gonna say I don't think we have like a I don't trust it's selected, because it didn't always work, and it was fiddly and weird. So we're gonna say whenever the mouse has entered, we're gonna connect mouse entered on mouse entered, and we can also, now the thing is that's not gonna be constant. Does control have like something you can ping like constantly if the mouse is currently like over it? Because it'd be nice if I could check that like in a physics process or something. That would be sick. There's 158 instances of the word mouse on here. That is quite a lot. That is a bit much. But it'd be nice if I could just check if it is hovered or something. Mouse behavior recursive. Determines which controls. Okay, but I want something that like returns like ideally like a Boolean or something. Has focus. Meh. Is drag successful? Interesting. But not what I need. Let's check property booleans. Auto translate. Localize numeral. Mouse force pass scroll events. I was hoping it would just, I could just like ping it constantly and check to see if mouse entered. I can. You can. It's just gonna be kind of a mess. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set a variable, a flag. Let's get a enum, and this is going to be, we do hover states. I don't know about that. I don't think so. This is 2D. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not even 2D, it's control nodes. But I like that your gears are turning. Welcome, Coochie. Oh, that name sounded different than it read. Hover states, we're gonna say unhovered and then hovered. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then variable hover state, type it as a hover state. Yeah, raycast would only work for if it was a node 2D, and even then, that you wouldn't use a mouse raycast for that. Yeah, of course. We're just gonna call you Ku or Chi, whichever one. You'd really only use the mouse, like a raycast with the mouse for 3D, which we do. Buggy. And you know, it's, what am I gonna do? It's the name they have. Yeah, hovered status, so I could just, in the physics process, just constantly check, but, oh well. You know, there's like overlapping areas. Why not overlapping mouse? On mouse entered, we're gonna check the hover state. If hover state is set to unhovered, I would like you to make it be hovered. So then hover state, I do like making a special function for this. I also like having a special cat. And there's the special cat. Oh, you can't really see him. He's cut off. There's a cat butt. Yeah, I like making a function for this. Let's do that. Function change hover state. That way I just have like a very specific, you know, thoroughfare. It's a cute little tail. He does have a cute tail. I looked it up. His pattern is a red harlequin cat. That's the pattern. Because I was just like, in the raccoon tail, I was like, what is his pattern is so weird. But it's like, and you know, with like dogs versus cats, we have like Calico, we have Orange Cat, we have Tabby, but there's not, I feel like there's not as many like careful, thought out descriptions for different cat type colors. I know, it is fancy. Wait, but it's like, it like blew my mind. I don't think it's gonna blow anyone else's mind, but it blew my mind because I thought nobody's ever defined it. Look! Oh, you can't see. Don't look yet. Now look. See, look. It's like the, oh, no, you can see. There you go. It's good. It's got the little raccoon tail, and then it's got some spots, some orange, and then the stripes. Isn't that crazy? It blew my mind because I just thought he was just a, I don't know, he had his own little messy style, but it's a whole type. Oh my God, look, it's the same. He has walked too far away to be on camera. Maybe one day we get a cat copter. That's true, Distharon. Apparently I might be surprised. It is, it's so specific. I know. It delighted me. It's nice just to know he's been defined. He's not just some random blend. Because, you know, he just showed up in our backyard. So it's not like we, like, went to a breeder and we're like, we want an Abyssian. We want a Persian. So it's just like, well, this cat showed up in the backyard. He's probably some weird mix of who knows what. No, he's something. So this is going to take in a hover state, which is, again, typed to hover states. And it will return nothing, and all that it's gonna do is, let's say a new state. All that it's gonna do is change the hover state to this. One reason I like this is, let's say I decide I want to start blocking it. I can easily do that here, and then all of them are blockable. If I want to make a debug print that says state has changed, I have one place where they always happen. You little Harlequin prince! He is our prince! He's the sweetest little prince! We had no idea we needed a Travi in our lives. I'm sure they would be just as adorable even if they were random. I agree. That's true, Distron. Very true. Very true. You're right. No shade intended to the random blends. Very true. We'd love them all the same. So the hover state becomes the new state. And that's it for now. Let's do a print. Let's do a print. You know? It's nice to see. Oh, I'm gonna search the code for somewhere else I've done this. And hopefully we can get it nice and giving the actual name. I mean, this is doing a lot, to be fair. Let's see if I can find one that's not doing the absolute most. Wait, why didn't I comment that out? Maybe this was changing states a bunch. Okay, but this is the code I was looking for. It must have just been overprinting or something. Back to the desktop script. Pop that in there, and we'll say desktop icon hover state set to. And this is a mistake. I don't want this on the desktop. This belongs on each icon, right? I mean, we could check if any. Actually, that would probably be a little nicer if we just checked if anything was hovered. The only problem is, how do we know which one it is? Right? Because it doesn't say what it is. Alright, I actually need to put this somewhere else. We're gonna get rid of this script, or let's like refactor it a bit. My code is so organized, I use regions. I do use regions. I love them. I have a short about it on YouTube if you want to learn about regions. You can learn about it real fast in under a minute. Yeah, I use it when something is particularly complex. So for the cat like navigates, right? It like walks around the room, and I always find like the navigation code really stressful and confusing. Oops, let me comment this out real quick. It's probably gonna be another error. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me detach this. Get out of here. Script, you don't belong there. I always find the navigation logic a little frustrating and confusing. So like the way that it walks around when it decides to stop and change and finding a new target and all that stuff. There's something very counterintuitive about it to me. So in that script in particular, I made sure to do regions. You know, I did them everywhere because I just felt weird to only have it in some places, so I just did it everywhere. But particularly for understanding like what things do what. Thank you, Chi. That's why I love working on this project, because it's adorable. So some state management stuff. The real reason was like physics of movement, non-nav movement types, wandering in behavior, journey events, nav transition logic, core navigation. Separating these out was really, really helpful. Because otherwise it just kind of bleeds all together, and it's like, it's a bit much. The navigation stuff is a bit overwhelming. So I use it if I need to really help remind myself how things work. And then I am trying to like also keep more organized my declarations. So this is according to the style guide and best practices in general. This is like a way that I'm just trying to set up my declaration section. So like have signals, enums, constants, exported variables, onReady variables, static variables, regular variables, abstract functions, regular functions, private functions. I guess this is missing public functions. I kind of like putting public functions here. Example of that would be func get something now. And then it could return a string. Return something. So yeah, I'm trying to be more organized. I like being organized in my code. You know, I want to be able to keep coming back to my project time and time again, and I understand how to do things. I can quickly like figure out how things work and build on it. It's hard though. It's like I don't always do everything that I want to be doing, but I try. I try to keep up. Even right here, I wanted to put underscores. That's one way I'm trying to stay more organized. If it's a private variable, that is to say, it's only ever going to be accessed locally here on this script and not accessed from outside things, then I try to put a underscore before it. That way, I can just visually see that it is private versus public. And then Godot takes it a step further, and it won't show in autocomplete or in the documentation if there's an underscore. So like if I go to the cat, I've been using, for 2 years I've been learning Godot and code. Before that, I did like some stuff in this game called Dreams, where you make games in the game. It wasn't really like this level, but you could make games in there. I was trying to learn like Unreal and Unity and GDevelop, like, 6 months to a year before I settled on Godot. So maybe 4 years, but really the last 2 years, I've really like gotten serious. So on the cat, you can see in the documentation, it has these methods: assign behavior, get current, proportionate speed, set, update. But if we go look at the cat script, there's of course a lot more functions than that. There's these, for example. None of these are going to appear in the built-in documentation because there's an underscore before it. So Godot recognizes the underscore versus not the underscore and will treat it differently. So that's something, even just now, until I explained that, I forgot to put in there. So I'm still learning to improve my organization, but repetition habit, just trying to keep making games, keep having new projects while focusing on core ones, but starting and finishing new things so I get that full arc. You haven't heard about Dreams in ages? It was supposed to be this whole big thing, but unlike Little Big Planet, there was no normal game with it. Yeah. Kind of. Media Molecule released games for it. But yeah, it's different. Yeah, I was a Dreams streamer. That's how I got started streaming, was Dreams. I streamed on Twitch for at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years, just doing Dreams. And then I stopped doing Dreams, and I wanted to really change everything, so I stopped streaming on Twitch. and I went to YouTube and I started learning Unreal Engine. And then I settled on Godot for like a year and a half, and then I went back to Twitch. It was like a big change, because I kind of felt like I was in a cult. I love Dreams. It's a lot of fun. It got me interested in game dev in a way that nothing else could have. If y'all don't know what Dreams is, by the way, for context, Dreams is literally a game. I did. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I was just looking for what I wanted to settle on, you know? Oh man, these are not good images. Okay, so this is sort of what it looks like to code in Dreams. It's like visual scripting, where you plug in nodes and wires to each other. Yeah, and you can do it in 3D space. Unreal might be buying Unity. Is that true? Are you spreading rumors? So it's like you literally would put your script in 3D space. Yeah, it was all in 3D. So you could have, you know, your code way over here, or you could put it underneath this platform. You could have a script, you know, just floating around. That would be insane. I'm kind of like, what kind of bomb did you just drop? But it sounds cool, and it is cool. Their plot, Unity, to get bought by Unreal. It sounds cool, but in practice... Oh, I see, Chi. In practice, like, there's not a practical search tool. So if you want to find where one of your scripts is, you have to remember and go look around the 3D space to go find it. And I can't search for specific nodes and functions and stuff within these scripts. They were called microchips. So I don't know where anything is. There's no refactoring. You can't select a bunch of them, and you kind of can, but not really. There's not a good comprehensive way to refactor much of anything at all. And if you are going to do that, you're going to have to one by one unplug every single thing and plug it back in. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's so impractical. And so that's why I went to Unreal, because Unreal has blueprints, right? And I was like, well, this is kind of similar. But it sure was similar. Like, the refactoring was also pretty miserable, and I still had to, like, hold this weird memory of the way things were shaped, and it was just a nightmare. But when I started with Godot and I learned GDScript, it was like I saw the light. That's why I say it was like a cult, because I was like, visual scripting is the best. I can never do anything other than visual scripting. Text code is inscrutable. It's so difficult and confusing. And then I tried GDScript. I was like, wait, this is better. It's so precise. I can search it. I can change anything I want at any time. It gave me the control that visual scripting never did. With that said, Dreams is very cool, and there's amazing games. If you've got, like, whatever, 15, 20 bucks, quid, whatever your currency is, it doesn't cost much. Pick it up, and you'll have thousands and thousands of user-created games at your fingertips. There's so many great games people have made on Dreams that you can play. And you can create art, you can create music, you can do a lot of cool things with it. But for me, I wanted more out of my tools. I wanted to be able to build, you know, EXEs or whatever. I wanted to put things on the internet. I wanted to not have everything be stuck on a PlayStation. So I needed to grow. And apparently, as I found out, the tools were actually pretty annoying. But, you know, when you're like, you don't know anything about code, you don't know anything about game dev, this is a really cool introduction. So it makes it feel like you're just easing into it, which is nice. So yeah, so that's Dreams. No shade to Dreams, but it got to a point where it was holding me back instead of giving me the opportunity to grow. You're gonna use Unity's in-app purchasing systems. Got it. Coding is so much better. It is. Use visual scripting. Oh yeah, in Unity. Same. Right. I started using visual scripting in Unity. It's yeah, Bolt. Yeah. And now it's built in. It helped you understand. Right. And so that's the other thing is it does, for introductory purposes, it does like break down things into like this leads to that, and you know, you tweak values on this and it changes things. It lays things out in a different way that can be more intuitive. It's the scale. Once you start trying to make a big project with a lot of interconnected parts, to me, that's when the visual scripting begins to fall apart. Personally. You can make text code inscrutable. Yeah. You were told to use baby code, but you do it that way because you know you'll be able to read it. Okay. Baby code? Yeah. It's so much better, right? Baby code? What is baby code? Like code for babies? You've got coding babies. Babies can't code. Can babies code now? Good for them. No. You know what? Let them code. Let the kids code. Let the babies code. So this desktop script, I actually wanted to put it on the icon. So we're going to call this desktop icon, not desktop. And we're going to attach that to the node, because that's what we want to know if it's hovered or not the overall desktop. So each single individual node, I probably should make definitely a class name. We're going to say desktop icon, and oh, we were doing the print. Oh, it's there. Nice. Desktop icon hover state. So we could even say desktop icon name hover state set to, probably be easier to do like the whole thing. Since it might not have a unique name, we can get like the ID at least. And then instead of nav states, say hover states, specifically the hover state. I missed a comma somewhere, or I did it wrong. That, comma, something, comma, this, comma, that. Where's the mistake? Oh, parenthesis. Got it. Hey Rogi, welcome. Fetsu's going good. I'm making a fake operating system to go on the computer. I don't know if you saw, but I got one of my 1 hour jam games embedded into here. Like I just ported it 1-to-1. The only thing that isn't there is the signal bus. So like the scores don't work because I don't use signal buses anymore. But it's pretty cool. And so now I'm setting up an operating system that will let me actually like open these different mini games, or let the player open these different mini games. I'm very excited about it, but I'll show you. I'm very proud. This one doesn't know. You've been told that certain things you do are what people who are new to coding do. Interesting. No, it wasn't. Well, so I didn't actually really need to change the code that much. This was one of my 1 hour games, and it's just there. It's just in there. I can play it from far away too if I want. So what I did was I just copied the scene in my Windows file system over to this project and tried to open it in this project. And then it was like, missing dependency, error, missing dependency. And so then I just went and found all those dependencies and put them in. And then once I fixed up the signals that didn't exist, that was it. It worked. It was pretty simple. So we'll have some mini games. And then I'm using Godot's graph node. I'm attempting to use it, which actually lets you make visual scripting built into your project, which is crazy. It's an experimental feature, evidently, so it's to be used with caution. But I'm not going to use it for visual scripting to create my own visual scripting language. However, I'm going to use it for desktop icons. So it's this just built-in behavior. It lets you click and drag things around. Oh, it's got a scroll bar. Oh, it's got zoom. I'm zooming in here. That's actually sick. That's awesome. That feature stays. Technically, yeah. Yes. I mean, you can let the players probably code in other ways too, but yes. Now, it is an experimental feature. Remember, they warn against that. And it's very much in progress. And I found I think it was here. I found a GitHub post that was talking about some of the problems that it has. And most of the problems are related to making the wiring and the input-output better, which luckily I'm not using. Unity had some interpreter stuff. Neat. You'd say Unreal could never, but I don't know, maybe it could. Maybe it could. Maybe. Yeah, I'm sure any engine can do anything. If you work hard enough. Hell, even Dreams could do anything if you worked hard enough. You just had to work really, 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 really hard to make it work in Dreams. So for the desktop icons, when we hover over it, if it is not yet hovered, we're gonna run change hover state, and we change it to hover states hovered if it is set to hovered naturally. Oh, forgot my underscore. Naturally, then we want to change it to... Wait, that doesn't make sense. That makes no sense. Maybe exited. It's silly. Func on mouse exited, which I need to actually hook up, but it won't give me an error for now. If we're set to hovered, make it unhovered. Baba's U was made... It was? It was made in ClickTeam Fusion? I didn't know that. That's really cool. It's like a pretty modern game. Impressive. Whoa. I'm gonna put the cat up here while we're coding. So we're gonna make another line here. Instead of entered, it's gonna be exited. And then I also want to detect when we press. So let's do a process, and we'll say if, let's say handle clicking or something. Now if I want it to be a drag, we need to not, basically we just need to say on release is when it opens things. If you click it, we're in drag mode, right? I mean, everyone's in drag mode all the time, if you know what I mean. But I'm talking about the icons. Oh! Whoa. Okay, sure. Just freeze the stream. Why not? Frozen stream. Jesus. I don't know why the stream just had a whole entire conniption, but we're back. Oh gosh. Wait, what's open? What do I have open in the background right now? What am I doing on this computer? What am I doing? Is it one of my Chrome tabs? Close the tabs. Close the tabs. Oh my god. I had one of my old 1 hour games that generates things just open in the background. For all I know, that's been just creating a memory leak. I don't know, it's just a guess. Okay, hopefully it's all good now. That was fascinating. That wasn't internet. That was just like something on my computer. Fusion is still being updated on Steam. It's cool. There's lots of artistic edge cases you ran into in Dreams, especially for object deformation, that you would say is close enough to impossible to say you can't do it. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I shouldn't say you can do anything in Dreams. No. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I take that back. You can't really do anything in Dreams. I think Rogi would definitely enable me to go on the Dreams trash train, like trashing Dreams. So I'll be careful, cause I gotta still give love to Dreams a little bit, just for, you know, diplomatic sake. Handle clicking. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, I thought it was lagging again. I'm just being still. Handle clicking. In this case, we're going to say if we could even put it out here. That way, this whole function isn't like indented. So we'll say if hover state is set to hovered, then we'll bother even thinking about handling the clicking. I agree. Yeah, it's cool for what it was. I agree. 100%. It does deserve some love. And then we say if, I mean, I could even put this out here. I would rather do it here. If input is action just pressed, I think we're calling it action. I'd almost want to make it like left mouse button, like hard-coded. Nah, I don't think so. If you press the action button, this is a drag. Now we're dragging. Selected, that's what we want to do. Selected equals true. I think that's what we want. And then if it's a release, I guess maybe I want to put this is kind of a weird thing to if elif, but maybe in theory it just keeps them from happening at the same time. If input is action just released action, then we would open it. Not that I have anything to open. I mean, I do. Let's just do a print. And I'll make sure it's nice and visible. Give it a highlight. We'll say icon self opened. Okay. Let's see where that gets us. Oh, did I attach it? I think I did.
I don't think
Oh yeah, we don't run this right now. We're just checking on the actual 2D scene for now. For now. Thank you. Hello. Godot. Hello. Hello. And then open this and run the scene. Run the scene. Godot being a little goofy today. I'm gonna check out the output. Oh, great. Okay, hovered, unhovered, that works. As you can see, if I click it, it says it was opened. Excellent. Now I can't I'm not sure the dragging is working correctly. at all. Oh, the only thing that it's detecting is the top bar. Yikes. Okay, all right, we can work with this. So there's like this title bar. So again, if you want to see like how these are supposed to work, you look no further than the animation tree, for example. This is what you can recreate using the graph nodes and graph editor, is like this. Which incidentally though, no, I don't think so. Incidentally, you can grab them down here. So I should say too, it isn't identical. It's not like the same system, unfortunately. This system only actually lets you grab it at the top over here. Unfortunately. Oh man. Yeah, I might have to make my own desktop icons. That is a bold assumption. Highly disagree. No, these kinds of things are super inflexible. Like, I'd love to like have even a shred of confidence that your guess is correct, but I am almost very confident that it's wrong. These are very uncustomizable things, unfortunately. There's no way to adjust the size of the title bar versus the rest of it. The only thing I could think, and so what I was thinking was, and again, I kind of hate it, so I'm not like thrilled about it, but wait, where is the, it doesn't have a theme? Hey, welcome back, Fanny. You had a breakfast nap? Sounds like a good breakfast. Wait, why is there not a... how is the... Okay. There has to be a style on it. Otherwise, the Godot icon wouldn't be there. There's no theme, and there's no style box. That's ridiculous. You're lying. Oh, maybe it's inheriting the theme. That has to be what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay, so then what I'll do... Porridge took it out of you? You're stating facts, Distron. There are nice icons out there. Very true. So what I was thinking... No, because you can't. I was gonna say, like, maybe try to, like, close the title bar section, right? Like, make it... So I have it as an empty right now. So this makes it a little more visible. So you can see, like, what the title bar actually encompasses. I think this is not going to work. Basically, I'm going to need to make my own. I don't think this is going to work. There's a fun idea, but it's very fiddly. It's experimental. It doesn't have good customization, like, at all. There's no way to set, like, the margins to negative. So I was thinking maybe I, like, somehow set it to negative. Oh. Well, I can drink that all the way up. But I still can't... I still don't think I can make the actual title bar bigger. Because it's only got one line in it. It's not even wrapping. Hey, Insane, welcome. You like your new controller? Good. Great. You loaded Dreams and it has some drift with a gyro? Okay. Nice. Look at that, it's not even shrinking it back down. This is buggy. I don't want to do this. I don't want to explore this anymore. I don't want to use it. I'm done with this. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not it. And luckily we can keep all the code that we made. This is cool. It's cool, but it's not really what I need. So we're gonna make our own freaking desktop icons. And it's gonna be better. Let's use a texture button. It's kind of perfect for this application. There's a whole button. that can just be a texture. And it's pretty flexible, unlike what I was just using. So let's give it the computer OS theme. And we'll create a new theme type called texture button. Oh, I guess there's no theme to a... Okay. I mean, that's weird that there's not a texture button theme type. That seems... Okay. I guess it doesn't really have a theme. Alright, well, that was, well, fine. But it does. Oh, I see. It probably inherits. So instead of modifying the texture button directly, I give you vibes of the dude in the Hawaiian punch bottle. You know? I can see it. Because we both have locks. Alright. That's one feature. Graph edit node. Graph edit node. So it's like a... Here, I'll show you. There's graph edit, and then there's a graph node. So there's two different ones here. There's also a graph frame. If you're wondering. Yeah, it's experimental, exactly, parts. You have so much to buy and 0 monies? Monies are nice. We love monies. But if you don't have monies, you can still even help out the stream by hitting the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Hyper smash that thumbs up. It helps a lot. If you don't do it, that's okay. You could downvote it if you don't like the video, but the problem with that is you're actually still helping the video have engagement. So if you really want to like stick it to me, you should just stop watching, because then I won't get the views. But you can give a thumbs down if you want to support the channel and you want to say I don't like this stream. Then go ahead. Just hit one of those two buttons. Appreciate it. Graph, like a math graph. No. So it's this kind of graph. Like I was saying earlier, it's like the animation tree. So it allows you to create nodes that you can, it lets you make visual scripting basically. And you can create wires that you, or allow the player to connect wires and stuff. And put like buttons and things on here. That's what it is. It's this kind of a graph. And it even has like the zoom and the mini map and the grid size and all that stuff that the user can mess with. But again, really experimental, and people are mentioning a lot of problems on the Godot proposals. If you want to learn more about the problems that people have with it, it's an interesting read. You're gonna watch me harder and angrier just to spite you. I know, right? And by the way, Twitch, you're already doing the thing. You're hanging out. That's the like button on Twitch. Whatever you want, Rogie. I don't know. Like, I don't have a use for it, but I'm sure somebody does. Maybe it's like more for like applications rather than games. But I'm sure you could use it for games too. If you're ambitious, creative enough or something. All right, so we're going to make our own. I'm going to use a texture button. So the reason why a texture button didn't show up in here is because I'm guessing that it's probably, if anything, modified by other ones, or it's just mystifyingly has a theme and it doesn't matter. So we're going to set it as a Godot icon. That's the texture that we are going with. Textures, normal press. Oh, and so they're all actually over here. Seems like that could be part of a theme, but whatever. So it's all here. Interesting. Okay. Sure, whatever. Oh, not that. I appreciate that you want that, but I want it to be iconier. Okay. Now you have an icon. And then when it's pressed, you can make it a little different. I kind of would rather... So it's like... You know, you of course have to like create like what the highlight one looks like. Like it'd be nice. What's a click mask? Pure black and white bitmap image used for click detection. Whoa. On the mask, white pixels represent the button's clickable area. That's cool. Use it to create buttons with curved shapes. Neat. It'd be nice if I could have like a... You can. Oh. What if you make a panel container? Okay. Make a panel container, make it a child, or make the texture button a child of the panel container. Okay. Make the panel container a little bigger. Maybe the other way around is better. This is getting squashed. Oh, I removed its icon. Okay, give it the icon back. There we go, we got it. We're back. Reset the size. Okay, so now what I want to do... I mean, actually, I don't even want this. Let's do this. I'm going to make a gradient texture. Okay, so this is the button. The button is this. Not really taking up a lot of space there, but sure. Fill. Yeah, if you could just be bigger, that would be great. But we're just doing pixels? Okay, sure. Yeah, that's... You're certainly entitled to look that way. So central to what the node is, so people will want to see it right away. I don't know why you're saying that, but I read what you said. So, I mean, it looks like I have to set this size manually, which is a little annoying. But we're not going to worry about that right now. So we've got that. On the panel container, I'm going to add a texture. And let's make that texture be the Godot icon. And then the texture button, let's just make it one color for now. Nice. Cool. So on the texture button, I can say, like, normally it doesn't look like anything. But if it is hovered, then Fanny liking on YouTube. Oh no! If it's hovered, then we can give it this like slight, thank you Fanny. We can give it this slight color. So run this. Nice. Now obviously it's not like masked to the Godot icon, but I'm not really gonna worry about that right now. Make it work, make it pretty later. Okay, we got our hover, and make it a little lighter. And then when it's focused, disabled, pressed, oh, I don't know. Something else? Darker, maybe? Just darker? Purple? Make it purple, but a little invisible. So that's what it looks like when it's pressed. Great. Love it. Now, it doesn't actually drag around, so that's what we have to create. I have to create manually. It's gonna be tricky. I might let go of the dragging. I mean, it's doable, but especially like trying to get in like grid snapping. I don't know. Yeah, the royal way. There is a grid container. Maybe. Discord's probably best go bro, so you can give extra details. And if you at Godot helpers, in the Godot section, you're more likely to get more help. But ask away. There might be someone here who can help you. You never know. So like this is a grid, but that doesn't mean I can grab stuff and reorder it on the cell that's being hovered. Like that sounds like a whole entire situation. Working very hard here. Being supportive and all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, I mean, obviously I could like have like different points on the screen, and if the mouse is closer to those points when the click is released while dragging, then it assigns it to the corresponding nearest grid cell, which sounds a little hard. Is there Discord integration in Godot? I don't know, maybe. You'd probably be best looking in the asset library to see if there's something in there. If there is, that's how you would do it. It would be somebody's add-on that they made. I do wish there was a way to do the grid. It would just be so cool if the player could rearrange their icons. You know? It would just be sick. It would be so nice to let the player do that. So we could duplicate this. I wish. But I think some things are just more work than I even care to do, if I'm being honest with you. Pre-sort children, sort children, that's it. That's all it has. That's it. It doesn't even, oh man, it doesn't even have like, yeah, there's not much we can do with this. I have to really create, by the way, I'm not gonna do that. like I will just let it go before I create my own grid system in code. I mean, we can't even get like anything. We can't tell it which cell to go in. I mean, we could. So essentially, it's like the order of the nodes in the scene tree. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. Right, it's too much. It's too much. So like if I wanted something, probably the closest I could get is like you could drag one and put it like to the right of something else. But even that, you know, would need to know how far did you drag it? How do we know it's past that specific one? I mean, you could compare both of those. Does it sound easy? I don't know. It doesn't sound easy to me. You can try with tile map. That's true. I've never messed with tile maps at all. Get the mouse position from the tile map when dropping and set the position based on that, but you need to multiply it by pixels, but it'd be a bit of work. Yeah. Do I code? I do code. I could check for overlap. It's kind of crazy. So like I could grab it, have it, when I click it, it would need to leave the grid container and go somewhere else to let me free move it. And then I could check when I've Nah, it's too much. Visible objects that think, well, yeah, but that's a lot of work, you know? That's what I don't want to do, because that's too much work. It's not worth it. At that point, just let the player not get to rearrange it, you know? It's too much. We could set up, like, a different kind of system that lets you, like, have, like, 6 or 7 icons or so, and they're fixed, but maybe you can like change the order somehow. I'm not sure. Oh my god, Rogi, it sounds like a nightmare. Oh my gosh. It's horrifying. Like, they could just be fixed. It sucks, because then the player will have to, like, do some, like, really boring thing, like a menu to rearrange them if they really want to. It could also just be a mess, and there could be no grid. A player could just put the icons literally wherever they want. That would be much easier, actually. That would be really easy. It wouldn't be that hard. Maybe we do that. Maybe we just let the player put the icons. If they want to put them on top of each other, go ahead. Yeah, what if if I let go of the grid, this actually gets a lot easier. Okay, wait a minute. All may not be lost. That's definitely feeling like could be more helpful. You get more help on the Discord, but I will say if you want to add a frog in 3D, you're gonna need a model. So either in Blender, you can. So many questions, GoPro. It's pretty hard to give you advice on that. But you would just drag and drop it into your scene. I'm sorry, man. I don't think I can help you with that. I think you're too unsure of how to do anything. But ask us on the Discord. I'm sure we could give you a lot more guidance. Oh, fog. Yo, I thought you said frog, GoPro. That's my vision for you. Okay, fog. Okay, I can show you how to do that. Fog. There's two different ways you can do fog. You can do volumetric fog, or there's actually 3 different ways I think you can do it. So there's like a world environment that every project should have. And you click on environment, come down here to fog, and enable it, and now there are fogs. I'm actually already using fog in the distance, so if I adjust it, you can see it's changing there. So that's one type of fog. Now, if you're not in the compatibility renderer, that is to say if you're in Forward Plus, maybe mobile, you can use this thing called volumetric fog, which functions very similarly to the fog I just showed you, but it's more cool. So those are 2 different kind of fogs you can get using the environment 3D node. There's also a fog volume node that will let you put fog in specific places in 3D. If you just want fog in one spot, you can use the fog volume node to do that. So yeah, I'm so glad you didn't say frog. If you said frog, I was like, oh, we're in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, so I actually can't do it. Again, that's Forward Plus render only. So if you're in compatibility or mobile, that is not going to work. So something to think about. It depends. I'm guessing you're probably in Forward Plus, as that's a default. So you'll probably be okay. Run a function that would line everything up automatically. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. That's true, Distron. That may not be so bad. But snapping is where it gets crazy. Okay, I do think there's potential here. You're welcome, GoPro. Thank you for asking. I think we could do this. So why would I put these in here? Did they get so big? Let me make another margin container, and we're just gonna call these icons. So that way it just is what contains all the icons. Pop that in there. 0 to frog tutorial series. Exactly. I'm like, oh man, 0 to frog. Delightful. Oh. Right, so it needs to be in some... Well, I kind of just want them floating around. I don't want them to all be on top of each other. So I guess that's where it gets a little complicated. Okay, so it is a little complicated. Because we don't want them to be... I'm not actually sure how to put this in a margin container. I guess I can't. I guess it has to be in a canvas layer. Whoa. Because when it's in a margin container, it just stacks them all on top of each other. that's like where like the flow containers, like those let things be around, but it's still putting them in order. What about just like a container? It's the plain container. Or even a control node. I need something. I need some rhyme or reason here. We can't just let things be in the canvas layer. I need to be able to like control the margins. Okay, not a container. It's like, don't do this. This is abstract. Let's try a control node. Please don't stack them. Please don't stack them. Oh, it stacked them. Oh wait, you need to undo, because now it didn't just stack them, it also like moved them. Okay, so now create a control node and try putting them in there. Nice! Okay, control node doesn't mess with it. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, very good. So now we can move them around within here to whatever positions we want. Right? Right? I just tried to click it, and it was not moving. Oh, because it keeps selecting down lower. That's why. Okay. I think it'll be fine. It's just, here, try locking this. And now try doing it. There we go. Yeah. So this should work. It should work really good. I don't know why. I just was stuck on the grid. Make a frog. Unironically, you kind of want to title a series something like that. No, it actually is a good title. It actually is good. Zero to Frog. I like it. It's delightful. It's cute. It's intriguing. It piques my curiosity. It's kind of nice to like lock these down. Okay, I think this could work. So now what do I want to do? I want to use similar code that we were using before. So let's attach that desktop icon script I started typing up onto here. And we just have to change like the behavior. Instead of it's just set to selected, I now need to tell it what to do when it's selected. Now this is a little tricky because I don't want it to open it if it's released and we're dragging it. So we're kind of gonna need maybe like a drag state. So that way we can say if we're currently dragging, then we can't like click it to open it per se. Not dragging, dragging. And then when we click it, we would update the drag state. Oh yeah, change, oh right, so I'd want the same kind of thing. Instead of change hover state, now it's gonna be change drag state. I think this is where like the regions can be helpful too. So I could say like region, state management, just to like kind of keep things a little easier to see. And then collapsible, which can be nice sometimes. So this will be change drag state. It's basically identical other than we change the word hover to drag. Do the same here and there. Okay. When it's pressed, change drag state to drag states dragging. I guess I'll say if we're not dragging, just as a little guard. It's a lot of nesting, but that's okay. If drag state, something else that I've also like toyed with before is in change drag state, actually setting up the condition inside of there. So like making sure that whenever it's changing, that it is the opposite before it changes it. Or like having like a condition. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, but that is something that I'd like to implement someday. If drag state is set to drag states not dragging, now you can drag. So we want to say not only is input released action, but also drag state is set to not dragging. If those are true, then we can open it. Maybe do another elif, and it'll be quite similar. If is action just released, and we are dragging, now it's gonna change it to not dragging. We already know that we're dragging, so I don't really need to actually check that here. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could even put this in the and as well. If I just wanted to gate it a little more. Or just rearrange it a bit. Either works. This is a bit crowded. It's okay. For consistency's sake. Now, what happens when we're dragging? This definitely would be handled in process. Handle clicking. Let's say click states or something. If something is hovered, we'll handle click states. If we're dragging, handle dragging. Okay. I'm actually gonna move this down a bit. Okay. So what happens when we're dragging? Well, we just want its position to follow the mouse. That's it. So we'll say variable mouse position vector 2 equals get viewport get mouse position and that's probably gonna put it to the top left corner. So I'd want to make sure I get like the center, which might be a little weird. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, but technically I'd want it to do the center. We just do like a little bit of math, just a little bit of math to get it to find the center. Basically we take the size of the button and then like half of the height and the width as a vector 2, and that would be the center. And then make sure that that's where the mouse position goes to, or whatever, or the icon goes to relative to the mouse. Anyway, I'm not gonna think about it. It hurts my brain. So mouse position, we have that, and what I want to do with that, we want to say that for now, self position equals mouse position. What is that like? Like this will be interesting. Oh, it's not a graph node anymore. It is now a panel container. Okay.
I don't think
We don't want to run that. We want to run the individual scene. Nothing. All right. Okay. All right. No problem. No problem. Let's see if anything is happening. Nothing is happening. Okay, cool, 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 cool. I'm not seeing any prints. I'm not seeing any states change. Does panel container have mouse entered? Big, important question. It sure does. It sure does. I think that it's possible that the button is overriding what the panel container can detect, would be my guess. So I think I might actually want to still set this to the texture button and put the script on there. And then we would say move the parent instead of the button. That's what I think is happening. So let's detach the script from the panel container and let's try putting it on the icon instead, or the button instead. And then when we are dragging it, instead of putting its own position, we can say get parent for now. We can make that nicer later. Oop, just the scene for now, please. Oh, still no oh, there we go. Okay, okay. All right, okay. Okay. So as you see, it's in the top left, and now it's not hovering, so it can't drop it because I set it to only be if we're hovering it in the first place. Can we do anything? So that's something to think about. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, it was kind of hard to get to work. Oh, I only put it on one of them. That's why. That makes me very happy because I was like, why aren't the others working? Now I know. Okay, run the scene. Great, they're all getting hovered. We click it, we can drag it. Hell yeah. Nice. So I really do need to move it to the center, otherwise it's not gonna work. It does make me think maybe we don't have the hovering requirement. Because what if just something goes wrong? I don't know. Who knows? Some weird bug happens and the player isn't hovering it. Well, now they can't drop it and it's just stuck. So I actually don't think that should be unhovered. I think that that's wrong. Yeah. So let's make this be handle hover states instead of click states. I mean, that is click states. You can still call that click states. Hovered states. And then this whole thing we'd actually put somewhere else. So in general, I'd want to say handle drag states or dragging states. I don't know. Sometimes I just gotta put some name down and maybe a better one will reveal itself. Okay, handle dragging states and just make it a regular old if action is pressed and we're not dragging, drag. If it's released and we're dragging, make it not dragging. So in theory, this should work whether or not we're hovering. Whoa! So it doesn't know which one it is, and so they all do it. Okay. We need to make sure it knows, am I the one that's being hovered? And if I am, then I do the thing. I kind of want to do a signal that's just used within this own class. We could also say that when mouse entered occurs, let's do, actually I think a signal is probably really good here. I think that actually makes the most sense. I could also do like, no, let's do that, Signal icon hovered, and this will tell us which icon Now, putting this, like, parameter in here is almost useless. Almost. Because Godot doesn't actually expect you to, like, honor that parameter. It doesn't do type checking. It doesn't care about it. At least last time I checked. Which, to be fair, it was 4.4, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't changed. But what it is good for is documentation. So if you hover over that signal, it'll tell you what is technically supposed to be on there. So for example, we'll say connect icon hovered, and if I, well, it didn't, let's save it, let's see if that makes it. Okay, let's get rid of the errors too. On icon hovered, let's create the function. Oh yeah, I got this. Oh, I know I do. Thank you. Now, if I put the type in here, now it's going to enforce it. This matters. This is where if I don't include this, or it's not a texture button, Godot will actually be like, hey, wait a minute. Okay, let me see if that will show up now. It might be only if I'm like typing out like an emit or something. Hey, what's up, Claire? Welcome. Oh, on icon hovered. How you doing? Hello, Dilbo. Dilbo, Claire? Are y'all game devs? Are y'all game dev interested? I'm only asking because I'm curious. It's not like, if you're not a game dev, you gotta leave. It wasn't that. So if I hover over this signal, there you go. So this is kind of what it's good for, is now it says, what does this signal expect? That's about all that it's good for. But it is good. It is nice. I love being able to see what things are supposed to be. Okay, so if it's hovered, we want to say if which icon is set to self. And honestly, I would just take all. Actually, let's do one more thing. Let's, I think it's gonna confuse me. I think I'd rather have two signals. I was gonna make it all be in one, but you play Monopoly once? Monopoly is a game. I don't know that it's game dev, but it's a game. That's cool. You are game dev interested. Nice, Claire. What got you interested? I think a lot of us are often inspired by a game that we play and we're like, I could do this better. I could make this better. Play it twice? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honestly, you had to play it once. I think it's just a terrible game. Just the worst. It's not a bad game, it's just not enjoyable. Icon unhovered. We're gonna make a separate signal for this. And we'll just go ahead and set that all up. And this is going to essentially replace the mouse entered and mouse exited, except mouse entered and mouse exited will emit the signal, basically. FIFA 14, you can definitely do it better. Nice. So we would say if which icon is set to self and all this, then do this. And we do the same thing here. On unhovered, if which icon is set to self. So only if it's the one. And yeah, it does. It makes it drag on. And it's like very unbalanced. You know, like at some point, the other players just it drags on and there's like no hope to win. Which is also, it's also why it's like a really cool game, right? Because it teaches it like from an artistic perspective, because it teaches you about capitalism and how capitalism is bad. It does. Because it's like whoever owns the most property just dominates the game and it drags on forever, which is like a really nice commentary on capitalism, which I think was the point of, I think that's why Monopoly was made. So it does that exceptionally well. Exceptionally well. for whatever it's worth. Alright, my pronouns are she, her, buddy. I think you're a troll. I think you and your friend are a troll. Say the things that you want to say. Get it out of your system so I can just ban you and get it over with. Alright? Don't waste our time. That's why the Landlord's game was made. Monopoly was a rip. Oh, okay. So Monopoly wasn't made for that. Gotcha. Well, Monopoly is made. So like Monopoly was like Monopoly, or Monopoly was capitalizing on Landlord game. Fascinating, actually. Yeah, as a teaching tool. Exactly. These people are trolls. Has anyone ever used free P something K? I've never heard of it. What is it? What is that? Change over state. Okay, great. If which icon set to self. We don't need that there. We already did that. What I do want, however, is these signals to get emitted. So on mouse entered, we are going to say on icon hovered emits self. What did I miss? Oh, and there we go. And then here we would emit unhovered with itself. What did I do wrong? Oh, we don't want to say on. That's the function. We do this. No, you're not a troll, go bro. I know you're not. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. Looking at some desktop graphics on it. I think I've heard of that. Okay. Good. I mean, this might be worth checking to see where we're at. Hopefully now it will only actually hover and select the thing that I'm hovering over and selecting. Oh, open the scene. Open clip art. Oh, interesting. The Landlord's game was a folk game invented in the early 1900s. Later, a guy basically claimed credit for inventing it and sold it to Hasbro. Of course. I think a woman came up with the Landlord's game too, right? Of course, a guy claimed it. I'm making a virtual pet game. It's something that was inspired from a Tamagotchi-like jam that we just had. And I'm taking it a little further. This is a computer operating system that I'm making to have in the game. Nope, that didn't work. And stuff like that. What kind of sandwiches pair the best with Cheetos? Okay. Wow. Let me see if it says it hovered texture button that. So it is detecting on hover the individual buttons. So it seems. As you can see, they have the unique names. Now, as you also can see, it's not unhovering correctly. So we're gonna need, that's important. Okay. Icon unhovered, which icon? Oh, didn't connect it. It's an unconnected signal. It's an unconnected signal. Okay, now try it. What's the Matilda effect? Okay, now it hovers and unhovers. No, they still all collapse on top of each other. Okay. Well, at least they detect them hovering separately. So now we just need to make them drag separately. It's probably similar. I feel like you're not doing the hovering, but it's not passing that one in here. It's just doing hovering on all of them at the same time, which is incorrect. I want to say I could pass. I feel like we should save it. Well, it should know if it's hovered. That's what I'm a little confused about, is it should know that it's the one that's hovered. And if it should only be if it's hovered that it can be dragged. That's what should happen. Oh. Oh. Right. I remember I said it, so it's not. Okay. I see. Okay. We actually do want to set it to the hover staying hovered. I don't think it'll be a problem. I don't think the play. When I was saying before, like, if there's some weird bug where for some reason hovering it doesn't work right, that was more me thinking, like, literally we're not hovering it. But the hovered state should still be set, so I think it'll be okay. I didn't know that, GoBro. Wow, there's a word for it. So we'll see. Okay. So we don't want any dragging things to happen. And then, wait, how does the handle dragging states if we click? Okay. So we put both of these in here. We'll see. Let's run it. Let's just see where this gets me. Okay, alright. Oh! It kinda works. Ah, so it is doing the hover-unhover thing, for sure. Because it is, and that's good, so it's not getting stuck. But I think it is taking us outside of it, so I do want to keep it locked into the center. Would be good. So let's do that. Probably just want to put an offset here to half of its size. Oh, the cat left. The cat left. One of them is right next to the fireplace, because it's a fireplace that's here. That's why they like to sit there. And one of them tends to get a little overheated, and he has to run and go off to the side real quick to cool off. Then he'll come back. I'd love to have a way to, like, turn it around automatically, but not yet. So we'll say, don't just get that position, but let's create an offset as well. So variable held offset. This is going to be a vector 2. It is cozy. Oh, you're doing great, GoPro. Vector 2 held offset equals self. Or we can even have to do self. We'll just say, like, get its rect, and then does this return? This doesn't return a vector 2, does it? Rects are different than vector 2s. Remind me. How so? Built-in variant type that represents axis-aligned rectangle in 2D space. It has position and size, which are a vector 2. Okay. Vector 2 position. I'm a little confused. I always forget. I don't use these very often, but they're pretty useful. So let's do this real fast. Let me just print this. Rect 2 as opposed to what? Something else? A rect 3? A rect 1? Okay. Let's print real quick what held offset is. I'm just curious, like, I'm guessing it's gonna be like a dictionary or something, like an object. Okay, so it has position represented by the letter P. And an S for size. So it contains 2 vector 2s. Got it. Got it. So we would want to get the 0 on there. Okay. No problem. I can do that. I can handle that. Rec 2 Electric Boogaloo. It's just... Welcome, little toucan. It's a nonsensical sequel. I mean, whatever. If you want to call it that, call it that. Who am I to judge? It's your engine, Godot. So we'll say 0, I guess? And then that's a vector 2? Does that say... Oh, wait. Oh. Wait, how do you fetch it, though? Okay, I don't actually know how to do this. I gotta look it up. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Distron. It's been a pleasure. And thanks for the follow, little toucan. Welcome. Are you a game dev? Are you game dev interested? Game dev adjacent? Etc.? How to get vector... How to get position... From rect to Godot. I just don't use them that often. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me for being suspicious. I guess we can look at the documentation. Do you got examples? Studying game pro. Wow. Nice. How is that? Do you like it? Oh, here's an example. That's like absolute value, though. Whoa. So it's just 4 different things. Whoa. I kind of hate this. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna not use a rect. I don't think we need this. I think I'd rather just get its size or something. You know what? I decided I don't like it. So we're gonna say its held offset is its size x divided by 2, which we need to put into a vector 2, of course. So vector 2, it was fun for 10 seconds. Hey, what's up, Bob Master? Welcome. You love programming, you also hate it. Oh, okay. You're in your 3rd and final year, dang. Especially doing anything with Unreal. Oh, understandable. Understandable. What kind of games you trying to make? And Bob, the same question goes to you. It goes to anyone who's new around here. If you're game dev interested. Maybe you're someone who's been here before, Bob, I don't know. But you're welcome and I'm interested nonetheless. Okay. And then I'm gonna try to add the held offset onto here. And see if that puts it in the center. I don't know, I was trying to use that rect. It's whatever, it doesn't matter. Oof. Oof. That didn't work. I think you wanted to not do that. Okay, wait a minute. Plussing was wrong. Plussing was incorrect. So 0 in the top left. It starts out, the mouse is in the top left. I have no idea what I'm doing. Can we print all this? I don't know how to do this. Does anybody know? Honestly, if someone knows how to do the offset, I will accept that. That is, I've opened the front seat of the car. The door to the front seat. You can leave the back seat, come to the front seat. If you just like know how to do this, I don't have any interest in sitting here and trying to figure it out. But I'll do it. I'll do it. If you're really new here, welcome, Bob. Kev is the narrative game type, but you think you're gonna make a more granny game next time because you need to make money? Yeah, okay. I mean, horror games, there's a lot of them. So it's competitive, but people who play horror games love to play all kinds of different horror games. So a variety is appreciated by those fans. Love that. We're making granny-like games. Good luck. It's a great game to try to make. Yeah, maybe Bart's, something like that. Something like that. Ooh, a taxi game. Maybe. Oh, that does make sense, doesn't it? I'll try it, but I'm dubious that I'm even making mistakes worse than that. But let's try it. It still seems wrong. I mean, maybe both of them. I don't really know why that would make sense, but maybe it just does. Okay, oh great, nice. It made sense. Both negative. Okay, it's working, but we have a problem, and this is a problem I have definitely encountered before, and now I have to remember how to fix it. Thanks, Bartz. At least you got me thinking on the right path. The problem is that my mouse moves a lot faster than it keeps up with noticing that it's hovering over the object or something. So my mouse leaves it before I've finished placing it, essentially, unless I move really slowly. But even then, it's almost like it's... Oh, it's only the top left. Yeah, I think I need some way to make sure it keeps up with it. You're interested in making horror games too? Nice. There's a special skill set. I had never made a horror game before, but last Game Like Jam, I tried making a granny-like, and I did not finish it. Not necessarily because it was a horror game. I think a little bit. I think it was like, I wasn't like excited by making a horror game as much as I wanted to be. But it takes a lot to like set the tone right, actually make it scary. Think about like all the tropes and whether you want to abide by them or break them or something. So it's definitely like an update problem happening. I almost wonder if it should not be connected to hovering. Like hovering for the initial grab, but after that, it waits until a release and it doesn't constantly depend on hovering. I think that's gonna resolve that. That's what I think. So if it's hovered, this is getting very confusing. What does this actually do? This is not what this does. This does nothing. Oh, this is clicking. So really this is handle click. I think we talked about this earlier, but this is for clicking. And then if we are dragging, handle dragging, but I don't need that to be a child of hovered, actually. But wasn't that causing an issue before? Well, again, it's only for changing the state, right? Not for... Nice. Oh, yeah. We're going wherever I want, baby. You can see the button getting unhovered as I move around. Merry Rismas. Merry Rismas, my Sigma claws. Nice. The hover unhover is a little ugly, but we can fix that. Nice. I'm dragging wherever I want. Now it didn't let it go when I released, so that's something to think about. I would actually not want the release to be handled when hovering. I'd want that to be in here, in fact. Maybe. Nice. Okay, so it's not letting me click it again. So that's something. Why? Let me just do one and we'll see what... I'm sure my logic is just all spaghettied right now. Okay, hover that. That's good. That's good, Bob. Spending time on it can really help the end result. Nice. Sounds like you care about your craft. Horror games live and die by the sound. Oh, the sound design. True, Toucan. True. Oh my gosh, so true. That sets the entire tone. In some games, the mechanics depend on the sound. Very accurate. I think often the mechanics depend on the sound. Okay, we're gonna look at the remote, and I want to see what the deal is with that icon that is floating out there. What did I do bad on it? Drag state 0, hover state 0. Drag state 0, hover state 0. But this one, wait, they're all on 0. Okay, so why can't I hover it again? If it's 0. That is to say, it's not hovered and it's not being dragged. So there you can see that switched from 0 to 1 when I hover over it. Boop, boop, boop. If I click it, now drag state is also 1. If I drop it, and I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see if the output, isn't. I wonder if somehow the input is getting absorbed somewhere. Like maybe if I set the input mode to more aggressively be on top or something? Mouse, get out of the way. Mouse. Filter stop. I could try pass. I don't know if that's gonna help though. No. What happened? I was thinking that, but then when I clicked on a different one and focused that, it still didn't bring it back. So that's why I let go of that theory. It's a little strange. So let me, I guess, roll back. What allows it to know that what makes it able to be hovered? I mean, it's able to be hovered because of the texture button. The texture button is handling all of that. Like, I almost want to connect the mouse entered to and exited to the panel container as well as the texture button or something. Like, I wonder if their order is changing or something weird. I could also try having these be ignored. The panel containers. Maybe. Their mouse input. It's weird that it's changing. That's what's kind of surprising me. But maybe we'll just eliminate... Nope. It's actually a little... Is it worse? It seems to only be after dragging, too. I don't know, Toucan. Oh, there it goes. What's a bit odd? That's a bit odd. I could, and I think I will, try also connecting the mouse, or the mouse entered and exited to the panel container. Wait, I thought I'd made them ignore. Didn't I just do that? Maybe it only actually did it on one of them. Okay, looks like they're all set now. Well, let's try it for real while we're at it. Yeah, okay. And it seems to be specifically after, like, dragging it, like, a certain distance, too. Which is interesting. But just out of morbid curiosity, we'll connect the signal not only on the self, but what if we say, as well, get parent mouse entered exited and connect it to the same thing. The only thing is we would need some extra parameter here. So I'll say bind so we'll add an extra parameter, and then for these we can say is parent and then if it's the parent, it's obviously going to have to do its child. That's where the signal is. Which this script isn't even on there. This doesn't make sense. No, you don't need to do that. That's wrong. No, you don't have to do that. Oh, I don't think we have to do that. Because it's still itself. Never mind. I don't need to do any of that. That was wrong. It's still the same thing that's happening on. I do have a trip, Bob. I do have a Twitch. A trip. I do have a Twitch, Bob. Welcome. Is that the same thing as before that it stops hovering suddenly? Before? No, it didn't work. It is. I mean, I can get it back. No. No, before it was that it was dropping it. Thanks for the follow, Bob. It was that it was dropping it. So when I'd move too fast, it would drop it. But I could still come back and grab it again. And sometimes I still can here. Sometimes I can't. What's happening? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's back. I'm just clicking here. I'll show my clicks so you can see. Thanks for the follow, Fish. I should set up the sub alerts too. We can. It's just people or subscribers on YouTube. People usually don't make it public, so there's not often a lot of info about it. Invisible collider in the scene. Well, a lot of control nodes above it could be absorbing the mouse input, for sure. That's a possibility. It's weird to me that it works at first and then it stops. That makes me think it isn't that, but I could select everything I possibly can that is not a button. So all of this, we'll leave those. That, this, select all of these and set their mouse filter to ignore. Don't check for hovering while you have grabbed it. Well, yeah, where do you fix that problem? Oh, there we go. It's fixed. Yeah, we solved that. Okay, so actually, yeah. Hey, Pixel, welcome. Toucan, it was that. It was that all these, so, like, let's see. There, you can see. So I have all these selected, and you can see that orange boundary. They're taking up, like, all that space. Somehow, what surprised me is that it would work at first and then it would stop. So somehow the priority order was changing sometimes. And I wonder if it had something to do with going below. You see how like this one's in the middle? I kind of want to put it back for a second just to test that theory real fast. Look, I can do it up here all day. But if I go down there, that was it. That was it. Okay. The problem was that there was something, let's see what, that was down here on the bottom. The start menu container. It was this. If the button went below this area, the start button container absorbed the inputs. Cool. Nice. Great. Good call, Toucan. Alright. Got desktop icons. You can move them. Are they gonna snap in a grid? Hell no. And probably the easiest way to do the grid thing would be to say, if I wanted to, is to say if it detects that it's near another one, just keep like an array of all of their positions. And if two are near each other, maybe they like, the one you're holding snaps to the same like height. That would actually be kind of awesome. 41 likes. Y'all are pressing the thumbs up. Thank you for pressing the thumbs up. It helps so much. More people find out about what we're doing here. Join the community, answer people's questions, and all that good stuff. It means a lot. Again, Twitch, you're doing fine. You're hanging out. That's all you gotta do. I really want to make it snap now. now that I've got this, I feel like we can do snapping. It seems within reach. The only thing is, you know, making like setting up that margin that they can detect that they're near each other. Like there's that effort, right? And if they're straight up overlapping, you know, do I want to make it move it over? No, I don't. Oh God, I can't help myself. I want to do snapping. I'm sorry, I don't need it, but I want it. It sounds fun. Shouldn't I have fun? Maybe that's why, Toucan, you say programming is a love-hate. Because I feel like if you have to do certain programming, it's less fun. But if I'm like, I want to do this, this is exciting, and that's where the love comes in, right? I didn't mean to zoom, but I did. I meant to do this. Okay, let's do a commit. Desktop OS begun good. Icons and menu. Okay. For the snapping, we'd want to keep track of every single icon. So I want a manager for this. Yeah, you should definitely make a manager. I think you know you want a manager. If I don't have enough managers, we're making another one. Managers. So this is just like where it's like the central brain of the game where everything is controlled. It's like doing a puzzle. They're fun, and then there's Unreal. I did not enjoy. I enjoyed the physics simulation, the beautiful graphics. I enjoyed that about Unreal, the power. But yeah, using the engine, it was uncomfortable. It just made me uncomfortable. So these just manage all kinds of different things in the game. I think that would be best for storing that vector data about where each button is. So we do have debug, buttons, notifications, other types of notifications, proving, time, data, stats, stat tracking, camera, hovering, dialogue, UI stats. I feel like I would probably use a similar convention here and say make a node and call it manage UI desktop. Give that a script. And this is going to be a class name. Curious real fast. I'm just doing this to get some autocomplete so I don't have to go look something up. Oh, we just did it all as one word? Okay. I'll just keep consistent. I'd rather stay consistent, is my preference. You need a manager, a secretary, the nerdy office guy, the IT guy, an entire department of paperwork, and 5 golden cows. What? That must be referencing something like a fairy tale or something. Delightful. Delightful. I wish, it'd be cool to have a studio. Maybe someday. And this is going to extend just a regular old node. I'm going to set this up with the singleton pattern, so that way it will be accessible from all over the scene. Okay, other scripts and whatnot. And then what we'll do is initialize that, so we're setting a static variable typed to itself, and then assigning that variable itself. Now I can access this and everything it contains from anywhere. And what kind of things would it contain? An array of all of the icons. So we're gonna call this icon array, which will be typed to an array of vector 2s. Really, this is icon position array. Keep it simple. And that'll be empty to start with. And then I kind of want each one to tell this array that it belongs in there rather than go find it. So let's create a public function, a function that's accessed from outside of this script. Add me to add position. Let's just say add position to array. Track my position. Let's do that. And this will call with a vector 2 position. It will return absolutely nothing. And then what do we put? We'll say icon position array append the position. Simple as that. Now I'll go back to my desktop icon script, and we're gonna say as soon as this begins on ready, maybe we can say handle setup, I don't know, something like that. I do like even putting this before the process, because to me this, oh, let's do ready. Let's say ready setup, because to me it's just like an extension of ready. Even though like you should put it after process, to me this makes more sense. First time you're around these woods. Well, camp and work on your own project. Welcome, Estelle. Thank you for having Hyper Game Dev be in the background while you do that. I do love having game dev streams in the background myself while I work. Super motivating. Body doubling, kind of. Good to know that you're here. Body doubling for me too. Good luck. And if you ever want to let us know what you're working on, don't hesitate. Void. This is going to look for, what was it? Manage UI desktop .ref .track my position, and we just say it's we don't even need to say self, just put your position in there. Now here's the thing, you don't want this in ready because this position is going to be constantly changing, right? So we would want to make sure that when that button gets moved, ooh, I guess we could say like when something is put down, it updates its position in the array. When something is being held, it's updating its position in the array. I think that makes sense. Your next thingamajig shall be a city block with randomized buildings. Nice. I like that. It's a very like specific mechanic that you're working on. Sounds interesting and useful. Very useful. I don't even know how I do that. Sounds kind of mathy. Doesn't have to be though. When it is dropped, do we have like a dropped moment? I guess that's here. If we release, I kind of want this to do an on dropped or something. So I just have that. And when it's dropped, I want to update its position in that array. You weren't expecting me to rate Hypnotic earlier? Yeah, I was just looking for on Twitch, and actually we can rate him on YouTube too, it seems. I was just looking for devs who were streaming on Twitch. I saw he was doing Godot, and his game looked interesting. And I wanted to learn more about it. What do you pick? I kind of want to put it back in the same place. I don't know. What about it? What do you mean? Yeah, what if? Totally. If we drop it back down, it tracks the position. And you're saying like if you regret picking it up and oops, can you go back? Oh yeah, I think he likes Digimon too. I told him I was making a virtual pet game. He was like, it'd be cool if it was like Digimon. It's cool having game dev streams in the background. You're working on a daycare baby roguelike. What do you mean daycare baby? Like you're working on a baby roguelike? Or you're working on a roguelike that takes place in a baby daycare? Fascinating way to describe it. It'll be blocked based on the array. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, Parts. So I'm gonna ignore it, and maybe I'll come back later and be like, that's what Parts meant. So when it's dropped, it'll track the position, and then also while it's held, it's gonna track the position. I feel like you're the one who's confused, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. This is going to happen, the clicking states, really this is holding, isn't it? No, that's when we open it. This is when we're dragging it. If we're not dragging and it's pressed, now we're dragging. So let's say on dragging or something. Same thing though. Track the position. Hey, Skate, thanks for the hydrate. I got some. Thank you, Skate. Oh, thank you. That was fantastic. Just what I needed. Now, we'll have that data, but so what? Now, here's the other thing. It's just gonna keep appending. Oh, this is wrong. I'm doing this wrong. Don't do this. This is bad. No. Stop. You're gonna have a massive, explosively large array. Dear God. Manage UI desktop. Oh my goodness. Yes, everyone drink water. That's right. The hydrate was for everybody. We need to store the button. I'm sorry, we gotta store the button. Because this way I can check to see if it's the same button. Otherwise, what I'm gonna check if it's the same position? I guess I could check if it was when picked up at the same position. No, you know what? I'll just store the buttons, it's fine. So we would actually need to be a little more thoughtful about this. If icon position array has store, what price? Was it because I was saying storing things? If icon position array, I forget what I say like seconds after I say it. If icon position array has icon, then we just want to update that value. So I would want to, oof, it's a little tricky. But can't it just do that? Can it just automatically, isn't there like even something that just does that? Assigns elements for another array into an array. You are a baby in your game, and you swap between daycare / dungeon using your imagination. It's a roguelike like Isaac. Oh, I see. That's why you said like Isaac. I've still not played Binding of Isaac. It's on my Steam wishlist. It's been on my Steam wishlist. I still haven't played it. I've played roguelikes like it, but I still haven't played it. I know I need to. I know I need to. But right, it's a baby. I know it's a baby because of the Twitch emote. I know. I need to. But like, I know I'm gonna get hooked. I'm gonna get addicted. Like, I gotta make sure I'm ready for that. Oh my god, there's been a cat here. You'll have to forgive me for not showing the cat. He's a long boy. Oh my goodness. He's so long. But is there something where you can like add it? And if it's there, but here's the thing, like, is its position data gonna be updated? Because you're just getting a reference to it. Something about this doesn't make sense. And dragging's gonna be really difficult because then you're gonna be iterating through all of the icons. Well, we obviously put a cap on the icons. I don't think I need to update it. I think we just ignore it. I think that's what we do.
He's junk.
I think I'm overthinking. I think we just say if it doesn't have it, append it and be done. I think that's it. However, what we still do need to do is say find neighbor, find snappable neighbor or something. That'll pull in the icon, texture button. We could just do the position too. That might be easier. One less step. I don't have to go fetch the position from here. For icon texture button in icon, we'll just say icon array now instead of pause array. For icon in icon array, now this is where we would define like the margin, right? So like constant snap margin or something. Snap margin, which could be a float. I don't know. We'll just start with something. Start with 1. It's probably too big. Maybe it's too small. I actually have no idea. If icon position it kind of depends. Let's just start with X. If icon position X is less than or equal to the snap margin. Oh no, we do need the icon because I gotta tell it which one. Okay, just kidding. Icon to snap. If icon to snap, okay, doesn't matter, do either one. I'd rather start with this. If icon to snap position X is less than or equal to icon, can we call this something else? Let's say array icon. Less than or equal to array icon position X. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, what are you doing? If icon is less than, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Stop. If icon to snap position X is less than or equal to the mark, oh, we could do relative. Whoa. Oh, so I guess I'd want to do this plus array icon position X. But also, that's only one side. We'd kind of want to say, have a negative version as well. So if that's, we'll just start with this. Oh, we could do absolute. No, because doesn't make. Actually, maybe that would work. Yeah, I think if you absolute value it, that should work. Abs everything. I think. Okay. Can we make our life a little easier here? Icon to snap X. We're gonna create this into variables, so it's just a little less hideous to look at. This float is going to equal the icon to snap X. And then the array icon X will equal this. Now, here's the thing, Lise. That hasn't been created yet, so you have to put that a little later, but that's okay. So come down here, add that in. This way, I can just type in those words. A little bit less horrible to look at. If icon to snap X is less than or equal to, and you could even do array icon X, you could do plus the snap margin here. Oh, and then absolute, that's why I started doing this. Absolute value both of them. It's all absolute value. If the icon to snap X is less than or equal to, we'll see if this works. Array icon X, icon to snap position Y equals array icon position Y. But also, you know, like you could probably easily override it. So I'm not, oh, you have to run the tracking. I'm not sure. We're not gonna worry about that. I'm not exactly sure. Wait, what are you talking about, Godot? Godot, what are you talking about? No one understands what you're talking about. This is not the desktop. Get it together. I actually want it on the icon anyway. Maybe that script doesn't exist and I tried to find something that doesn't exist. Okay, so instead of track my position, we'll just say at the beginning, oh, it is, wait, it's called track my position? Let's say add to tracking array. I like my names of things to be like quite specific, so I can look at it and like understand. I don't always come up with the best names, but I try. Oh. I'm just looking for the autocomplete. There it is. Add the tracking array. Self. That's the only time we actually need to do that. In these other places that we put it, in here we say find snappable neighbor, and that's itself.
Yeah, we got a guy.
He came to hang out. He cooled down, so the fireplace isn't too hot for him anymore. You're horrible at naming variables, especially structs. I haven't used structs much. I've been learning JavaScript, which has a constructor, which I think is similar to structs, but I don't know. So that's a little out of my like knowledge space at the moment. I'm gonna move the cat up here. Yeah. I'm just toucan. I'm just like letting myself name things crazy. Like have super long names sometimes for things, and it's getting easier. Well, I mean, it's getting better now, honestly. So like I think about like the whole sentence of what this is supposed to do and just try to like turn that down a little bit. Similar to an object. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they don't exist in GDScript, but people want them to. And I feel like an object is kind of like a dictionary. Right, so it's kind of like, it's like a dictionary that, I remember someone was saying that it's a dictionary with better syntax. Yeah. Struct with functions. Oh, so you can just like do a bunch, it's like you can have like a little container that does a whole bunch of stuff inside of it, and then move it, do things with it. It's like an entity that has a bunch of things. Sounds messy, but interesting. Oh, I guess we don't need to track anything when it drops at the moment. We only need to know when it's dragging to find a sound. Okay, but I do have a feeling that it's going to... You're not really going to feel that. What are you talking about? I think this is because of the manager. And I think because we've brought in the manager, we're now operating... I can't operate on just the scene level. Okay, you know what? This is a good time to pivot a little bit. We're still working on what we're working on, but I need to tie everything together. So I'm gonna use this as this opportunity. Basically, it's not actually on the computer monitor at the moment. It is, but it's not correct. 3.x? At least in 3.x, you can still export C#. And when I think of what's good about 3.x, oh, that is a long time. A lot has changed. Like, you can't export C#. I don't care, I don't know C#. But if I'm gonna learn C#, I'm gonna go back to Godot 3. Which I think would be really interesting to see what it doesn't have compared to Godot 4. Because if I'm gonna make stuff, I want to be able to put them on web. But I'm gonna use that as my excuse to learn C#, I think. Maybe. That or StreamerBot. One of the two. The way to get this to fit better is a little tricky. Because we have like this sub viewport. And we can change its size. But now we have multiple things in there. There's the minigame that you can open and load. And there's the... I think you just need to change like the canvas size to be consistent, is what I think, between the different things. But we can't, can we choose? We can't choose the size of the canvas, but maybe we could choose this size. It does feel weird that I can't, like, define this size. Maybe it was like a window? Windows have size. Lua and Love 2D. Okay, a lot of people have been talking about they like Lua. What kind of project was it? Thank you, Lil Fish, oh whoa. Appreciate that, welcome. Are you a game dev? Are you game dev curious? I do think it'd be nice to have subscriber alerts pop up. Oh, you're new. Do they make more Godot content? Do I make more Godot content? I like your Miiverse icon. Basically what I want to do is I want this size. Whatever I throw at it, whatever minigame I put in the computer, whatever operating system I put on the computer, I want it to all resolve to the same viewport size. Size 2D override. Oh. I'm not sure what that did. The 2D size override of the sub viewport. If either the width or the height is 0, the override is disabled. Oh, thanks. Very helpful. Okay. I don't know what that means. Like, yeah, I don't know what that means. Override stretch. The 2D size override effect stretch as well. I'm not sure I get that. It's trivial to export to web, but the mouse didn't quite capture correct. Oh. Beloved 2D game? Asteroids itch clone. Nice. That sounds like a very good project to make. We should definitely do Asteroids for the Game Like Jam. 100%. Absolutely. Canvas items. I'm gonna probably just look it up. Someone has to have asked this. Sub viewport. How to make contents children have same size. Is that what I want to know? Proper way to auto scale. Whoa. I guess that's what I want. Only has fixed dimensions, and the shrink toggle indicator doesn't have any effect on it. Small script to the container to get the child. Subscribe to the resized event, and set the viewport sub viewport size properly. It feels kind of wacky. Enabling sub viewport container stretch should do just that without any code. But wasn't that an override? Override stretch. Stretch. Oh. Oh! It'll already automatically be resized. Oh, I love that. Wait, where is that? Where is that? This is fantastic. But where is it? I don't know where that is. I want it, and I want it now. There's only this. Which seems different. Maybe it's just like an encode proper sub viewport container. Is that different than a sub viewport? Whoa. Oh. Today I learned. Okay. A container used for displaying the contents of a sub viewport. It displays the contents of underlying sub viewport child nodes. It uses the combined size of the sub viewport as a minimum size unless stretch is enabled. Changing the sub viewport controls scale will cause the content to be restored. Okay. Wow. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, hey Melty, welcome back. If I'm understanding this correctly, I put the sub viewport inside of there. Okay. Nice. Oh, great. Wow. There you go. I did it. I fumbled my way into it. It's going good. I'm setting up a fake operating system to run all the little games that you can play in this game. It doesn't seem perfect. I mean, it's a little cut off, but maybe that's a me problem. I don't. Oh, look. Oh, that makes sense. See how it's so much bigger? Bouncer Boy says, it's nice to see someone learning another game engine. You're currently trying to get a grip on the Unreal Engine. UI is a pain to go through, but I'm improving. How'd you land on this one? I tried Unreal. I tried Unity. I tried an engine called Gdevelop. And then I tried Godot. And it felt like home. I was live streaming all of them. Unreal, it was pretty quiet. Unity, also pretty quiet. I streamed Godot, and all of a sudden, the community turned out. People were helping, people were just like enthusiastic and positive, and I was like, this is a beautiful community. And then there was around like when Unity had their runtime fiasco, and I was like, I think I want to go open source so I just don't have to even think about this. I liked Unreal, very powerful. Oh, the UI stuff is miserable. You have to like really wrap your head around the way that it thinks about doing UI, which I guess that's true for like any engine, but I don't know. Unreal was brutal. Yeah, exactly. Just try until something clicked. Exactly. Yeah, Unreal was cool and powerful, but it just didn't really do what I wanted. What if I do... Okay. Stretch, shrink. 1, 2... Oh. 3... Oh. 0.5? 0? I'll be honest, I'm a little confused. It's also shocking me a bit that all of the sub-viewport... Oh, because I'm searching. I'm like, all the sub-viewport things went away? All the settings are gone? Okay. Okay. And now I can't actually click any of these. Unless I use the override. I'm just not fully sure why it's cutting things off. Expand? Okay. Interesting. Oh! Oh! But see, then there's like this small pink one. Is that because, is that just showing what the other one is? I think that's the slicing games viewport. Oh, okay, I see. That's very confusing. So I was looking at that like pink outline and like, what the hell is that? That's what this size is. Got it. Got it. Okay, and if I look back at the computer monitor, it looks weird, right? UE is so powerful that a small mistake in another engine would blow off a foot, and UE would take off your whole leg. Oh, jeez. If I can even figure out how to make a mistake in the first place. That is to say, make the engine do anything at all. No, it's usable. It's just, I find it clunky and hard to use. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a little confused with the sizing. Let me see what it looks like in the game itself. Let's just run it and take a look.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Why is this absorbed the entire viewport? Oh, so now it's not set as the texture anymore. Oh my god. Wait, but it looks, but here it's, so if okay, but if it shouldn't, then that means I can surely, well, this didn't go like I'd hoped. Okay, new idea. Because it's just taking over the entire screen instead of being only contained within the sub viewport. And then I can't set it here. Do I want another sub viewport? Do I want a sub viewport in a sub viewport? Surely you don't want me to put a sub viewport in a sub viewport. You want me to put a sub viewport in a sub viewport, don't you, Godot? You're mad, Godot. You're absolutely mad. Tim Sweeney, you made a piece of engine with your trash Unreal. I guess. And I don't really get into that, but I hear you. Okay. Is this more gooder? You can sub view while you sub view. Okay, it's there. All right. It is there. Ooh. Uh-oh. Mouse inputs. How the hell am I gonna detect mouse inputs? I guess I do need the 3D raycast. Someone said it earlier, and I was like, why do you need that? Because we're in 3D. Number one. Number two, wow. The game is still there. Game still works. Oh, it's a Binding of Isaac meme. Gotcha. But I can't click on it. And now that I think about it, it's quite obvious. So I was thinking of there being a full screen mode, so the player can actually just have it take up the whole screen. But what if they don't want to? We could just not give them that option. Oh, Godot can do 3D. Godot can do 3D. Yeah, so I guess... Yeah, game within a game. Have you worked on this? What are you talking about? So... This game is about, like, taking care of a talking cat. And you, like, are gonna make content about that cat. And then you edit it on your computer. You obviously still take care of the cat, like scooping its lots of poop and petting it and things like that. And then...
Remember how you used to love me?
You'll go to the computer to edit the footage and make money and stuff. Okay, I have to take your word for it. And the game, again, the game works because, you know, we're not using anything else. Oh, that's true. I remember. I totally forgot about that. I blocked it out of my memory.
Anymore.
But yeah, I could do it through. That's gonna be crazy. I mean, there is like a way to like handle input. If true, this viewport will mark incoming. Okay, will mark incoming input events as handled by itself. Oh, that's different. So that's like input. That's if you use the input function. So that's different. That's not useful. Wow. Wow. Damn. The only way that's gonna work is if I 3D raycast onto here. Now I do have a 3D raycast, obviously. I mean, that's how, you know, we select any of these things. That's how this works. That's how you have this. Like, that's the only way that these are getting clicked on is a 3D raycast. I mean, I guess I could use like oh, that sounds like a lot, but I guess I could use the same code, except instead of the mouse position coming from the viewport, it could just come from the raycast. Sounds risky. And like the buttons, I don't think that they would work the same. Like the texture button wouldn't be able to actually detect the hover. It would be fundamentally different. I would have to, from the ground up, create my own hover effects, which I could. Remember anything about how monetize and effective different editing could have? I don't know. I'm thinking, I have no idea. Not a clue. Maybe if you play the minigame good. And then, you know, so I want like minigames where you're posting content, you're banning trolls. I really want it to be open. Like we could just add any number. I could just add any number of minigames all the time. To be decided. And just so I don't know if you're familiar with Neopets. It was a web game that was around or was prominent back in like the 2000s, and in Neopets it actually still exists, but it's not the same. It's just not the same. It's not what it was. It's different. Oh god, this is so different. It's pretty similar, but it's also different. Oh jeez. What have they done? I don't want to look at this. Neopets. Just look at the images. But, gameplay. Wow. I mean, yeah, so there was like these maps you would click on, and then there would be different locations, and you'd go there and you'd play a game. and then you could make different amounts of money. That's what it looks like. You could play you could get different amounts of Neo points, they called it, based on how well you played those games. So that's essentially how it would be, is you just play a variety of different games. Whoa, that's a very old. This was even before I was playing it. That's crazy. You just make money from different games. That's it. Now, there would be something where, like, if you film your cat while the cat is quite unhappy, then that video will not only make less money, but it could result in, like, your cat getting taken away. I might actually not have the cat get taken away. I haven't decided yet, because then it's like what happens? Like, you lose the game and then what? You just lose all your money and then you get another talking cat. Like, what? So I don't know if I actually want a fail state, but I like the idea of networking through content, not just banning trolls, but discovering other creators to collab with. That could be a minigame. I love that. Yeah, and they're just, they're like representative minigames. They're not literally, posting videos. It's not literally editing a video. It's just like, a silly minigame that happens to represent that. Boost with trolls trying to claim annual views. The ideas, right? The ideas are there, and again, it would just be implemented like Pong or Breakout or Asteroids. They would just be like regular little mini games, except they'd be themed in a way that represents like the things you're talking about. Okay, this raycast thing is actually a bit unhinged to consider. I'm gonna keep it real. But I'm considering it, and I'm gonna just give it the ever so briefest of attempt. Okay? I'm gonna so briefly attempt it. So on each icon, yeah, absolutely, 100%. So I want, and it's also a virtual pet game, so you're taking care of the game, and then yes, it's an opportunity to make mini games. Yeah, 100%. So I want to pass the position data not just from the mouse. The cat is alive. Very true. Not just from the actual mouse, but from the raycast. It would need to detect either or. Possibly both. Crazy. I guess it depends on whether you're in the full screen mode or you're in, oh, the cat! Yes, the cat is alive. Or you're in the 3D mode. Well, we're gonna be in 3D by default. Let's make another state. Variable view state. And this will be typed to view states. It gets complicated. It got complicated fast. View states. 3D. No, we can't do 3D. Room versus full screen or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's too hard. I don't want to think about your questions. I don't like it. I am going to say that we could have two different dragging types. That's probably what is most likely. Is that we need more than just dragging types though. Because we need clicking types. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Here's what I think. I think we need like a universal mouse position. Anything is possible. I agree. Mouse Probably. Oh, hello. Welcome. He's joined us. he is in the front camera. Hello, my beautiful boy. Hello. He's a beautiful, sweet boy. This is my sweet boy.
He is the best. He is the cutest.
I love him very much. He's like, yeah, I'll sit here. So we'll make a mouse position. We can continue to interpret it as a vector 2. It equals nothing. And then... get here. Hi. Hello. And then... depending on whether we're in one view state or the other, it's okay. I am the box. If view state, hello, I love you. I love you so much, my sweet boy, my sweet, sweet boy. If view state, we could do match view state. Probably makes more sense. When the view state is room, so we'll say view states dot room. Let's just do the other one. Versus view states full screen. It does, you're right. The like yellow or the orange. Oh my gosh. It is Travi. Can you hear his purring? Sometimes. View states full screen. We'll start. Well, full screen. Well, we already know what that's gonna be. That's this. So that's easy enough. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you. Insane's watching. Behave. Or else. Okay, and then if we're in the room, mouse position is going to equal, I mean, we do have a raycast. We could just check. Does it like, oh, he was purring in the microphone. We could check the, like, what value do I want? Like, what is going to be the vector 3 that's like the hit point? I'm not sure. I mean, there's intersect that returns a dictionary of the following: collider, collider ID, position. Okay, intersect point. But that's only if it hits a collider. So we'll need to set that up. Yeah, we'll set that up, Bouncer. Chill, alright? Let me make my game. I'm gonna say a different ray, func hover. So I use this hover ray here. Hover ray. Instead of petting, screen, desktop, we'll say desktop. It could go for computer games too. Let's say computer. We're gonna say computer. And what this will do is it is going to look, it's gonna run the hover ray. Don't you worry, Bouncer. All in good time. This will have a mask. I do need to set up a mask. So we'll go to the monitor itself. And it will need some kind of collision. So we'll give it an area. And we'll call this computer area. Select, I don't know, it's not really selectable. I'm not really sure what to call it. Let's just call it hover area for now. I'm gonna give it a collision shape. No, don't help. Please don't help. I don't want help. Unless I ask for help. If I ask for help, y'all can jump in. Otherwise, trust me. You're good. You're good. I recognize some of these words. Well, if you ever have a question about what I'm describing, I'm happy to answer it. I'm happy to try it. To an extent. I mean, at some point I might be like, alright, I'm gonna get back to work. Okay. Box. Let's make it a little smaller. Oops. Tightening around the sides. I'm gonna go into orthogonal since it makes it a little easier to position. Oh, it's hard to see. I'm gonna switch to overdraw so I can see the outlines of things a little better. Stealth mode. Guess we'll just do the screen. Position's a little off. Looks okay. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but it's gonna be interesting. Okay. Look at it from the top. Adjust its position. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be real weird. Perfection. Alright. Now, what's the warning? Non-uniformly scaled. Why are you non-uniform? Oh, I scaled the wrong thing. That's the only thing about overdraw, is you lose some of the grabbers. Alright, we gotta redo this. You do not want to non-uniformly scale collisions. They don't like that. They hate that. But that's okay. Alright. Maybe a little bit over. Okay, good enough. Now, we're gonna set it to a specific collision layer. That the masks have eyes, masks see layers. So we have a collision mask. We do not need it to have a mask. 4 is set to cat, 5 is litter box, 6 is poop, 7 is nothing. Okay, 7, you are now computer screen. Okay, so we set it to 7, and then we need to look at the bitwise value, which is 64. It's just the way it works. So now we're gonna come back over here, and when we're setting up what mask it's going to be looking for, that will be 64. What's up, Bone Circuit? I said 43. That's a different number. Then we'll just do the same thing here. If there's a array result, if we're minigame petting, yeah, I could add more. I probably should. Yeah, we probably should add more. Like if we could. I mean, it's a little hacky, so I should change it later. But for now, we could say and. I don't like it. Like I could check what the current camera is. I haven't set up that we're in the computer space yet. But it would be nice to reduce. Yeah, you know what? Let's just let it rock. It'll be dealt with in time. Maybe do a to-do. And assurance that we're in computer mode. So if the ray result, that's to say it hit something, I would want to take that position from the ray result and send that. I don't even know, because that's the ray result. Is it the intersection? I don't think it is. That's the collision dictionary. It returns only the collider. So this one's a little special. Wow. Because I want the position that it hits. So I'm going to actually add a new thing on here that I've not done before. I'm going to add a new Boolean, which means I'm going to have to fix this one for others. I'm going to say, just so I can fix them more easily, I'm going to create an error. It just makes life a little easier. I'm going to say hello string, and then it's going to say equals hello. And then it's going to say, hey, that's not a string that you used here. And now I know that's where I need to fix it. And in this case, that's going to be false when we get it set up. So what is it going to be? It is going to be include position. Make that a Boolean, and that equals by default. Yeah, I kind of want a default. Maybe I put it a little sooner, actually. Let's put it up here. I don't really want to set a default for it, if I'm being honest. No, you do, because you want to say false. Never mind. We'll say false. Okay. And then here, if collision dictionary, if it has collider, and let's do it like this. If include position, and then this will be the else. If include position, we would want to check to see that it has collider and position. I kind of don't care about the collider. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't matter. We can pass it. I don't really care about what it hits. I just care where it hits. So I could change it since that's all I actually need. Let's make it position only. If I need the collider with it someday, I'll make it that. But since technically I only need the position, let's say if pause only, it's actually going to be quite similar to this, except instead of looking for collider and returning collider, it's going to do that for position. We'll call this position. Result position. If we call it position, it'll be shadowing the position built-in variable, which we don't want. Oh, result. Okay. Now, on this, this is not going to see a node 3D anymore. This should see a vector 3. Let me just pass this for now. Cannot assign a value of type node 3D to a variable ray result with specified type vector 3. Right. So we need to say return variant. We can't say that it always returns a node 3D anymore. It needs to return variant. So which you know, then it's like I kind of would want to do each of these, like I'd want to cast it a little more safely. So all of these that have node 3D that they're looking for, which is only those two, I would say each of those as node 3D. And this one as vector 3. So it's going to return either a node 3D or a vector 3. Oh, sorry, I just saw your message. Oh, you just sent it. Can you explain that code you're working on if collision dictionary? Yes, I can. So what this is doing is, through code, it's creating a raycast. It's defining the length of the raycast. It's saying where do we start the raycast, which is the camera. And the project ray origin is, it's not just the camera, it's like the position of the mouse relative to the camera. So the mouse has 2D positionality, the camera has 3D positionality, and it says, you know, relative to the camera, the 2D position of the mouse must be here. And so that's where we start. And then the 2 is using math to say, well, 3000 is our length ahead of that same position, added in a math way that's good. Out here, that's our 2. So our starting point is the from, our 2 point is the end. The space is just defining something where it is. Again, this is not again, but I've said it ever before. This is code I found from a YouTube video, and it's vector math. I don't particularly enjoy such things, so I accept that this is probably good enough. So that's why I say I don't know why this is what it does, or this is what it does. I just know it needs to do that. So with that said, the ray query is something, we're creating a new query, a new thing that it can see. So we're creating a new instance of that class. And that particular thing, I guess that's like what, oh, I guess that's the raycast. Okay, the ray query is the ray, if it really works. If the ray query is the raycast. We're creating a new raycast, my mistake. That's not what it sees. It's the query. It's asking, what do I see? So we set what its from is, what its to is, what its collision mask is, and then it's funny that it's set to 2, and then we just change it later. I guess that's like its default. It's kind of not necessary now that I look at it. I've been using this code for years, and I've not really touched it that much. Could get rid of that. Anyway, so we say, does it collide with bodies? Does it collide with areas? We're saying areas, not bodies. And then the collision dictionary. So the collision dictionary, so we look at that world space that we set. This is me assuming that this is what this means. We look at that world space that we defined, and we check to see if the raycast that we created, so the ray query, that is to say this physics ray query parameter 3D, we check to see if that intersects with a position in space of some such. I'm not exactly sure. I'm guessing what it's doing is like the ray query sees something and then it asks, is that something that I see in this space? And if so, get the dictionary of what I see. And so what that's going to be is a collider. So if we go to intersect ray, it's not just a collider, it's actually a dictionary that contains a collider. So intersects a ray in a given space. Ray position and other parameters are defined through physics ray query parameters 3D. The returned object is a dictionary with the following fields. So it includes a collider, so that usually I just use that. So I ask for the collider if it exists. So if it sees the computer monitor, it'll return the area 3D that it collided with, the monitor 3D that we created and resized in stealth mode. We can also get its ID. We can get its normal, its position, which now I'm trying to get so we can see where on the screen it's pointing and other stuff. The raycast idea is so cool though, yeah, right? Makes sense. So the raycast is just using the camera as an anchor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just like, you know, for doing like 3D games where you have like some kind of cursor, it's super useful to know how to do this. And that was like the first Godot project I made, was something that had a 3D cursor. So I found from a YouTube tutorial a way to do it, and I've barely, maybe I added on like, you know, the has mask, I've added on the emit signal, and now the pause only. I've added all these parameters. Okay, I added all these parameters, but for the most part, I really haven't changed it, because it works. Alright. So, whether it's pause only or not, it'll either send a position or a collider. In this case, it'll get the position if it is hitting 64. That just says true. We need more than that. So true, comma, mask 64, comma, pause only true. So I do want it to send along only position. We'll see if this breaks other things. So now for the ray result, where do I send it? We're gonna send it to that manage UI desktop. And manage UI desktop doesn't really have a, oh yeah. I don't really want to send it to every object, but you have to. No, you have to send it to every object, if you think about it. Yeah, probably what Bouncer said. I guess I might as well just send it to every object. The raycast runs a lot, right? So it's every frame. Yeah, I think you should just send it to, I mean, you might as well. Everything needs to know it. So why just cut it out. Just do it. Have it be a signal. Okay. Alright. So I'll put a signal on the hover ray. We'll say we do have hover object. We do have hover object, which, ooh. When does that run? I gotta think about this, because now that they're not always a node 3D that it returns, I need to be a little careful about this. When do we emit this? Only here. When we have, oh, that's the emit signal parameter here. If it's supposed to emit a signal. Okay, and if it is supposed to emit a signal, where does it call that function? At the end, it'll unping it. It's a little tricky because I don't know that, I mean, we could do position. I think you just have to make it a variant, unfortunately, which I don't love. What if, you don't do that? What if we say, emits object signal? I'm just gonna refactor it a little bit here, just so it's more specific. And we could say emits position. I even think we could Let me try this a little different here. Define signal. A signal is a. There's a couple different ways. I've been meaning to make a short about it, but I haven't been happy with any of the results. A signal is how a node communicates with a script, or essentially another node. It's how nodes communicate with each other. So if you have a button, for example, let's go find a button. You have a button, you can come up here and we can look at all the signals that it emits. These are built-in signals. So when the button is pressed, it'll automatically emit the pressed signal. And then I connect that signal to a function on this script, which is on a different node. So it allows me to tell when this node emits the pressed signal, this node receives that and does stuff based on it, like a callback. And then you can create custom signals as well. These are built in. And so for a custom signal, one example is for the camera. I've created when a camera switch begins and when a camera switch ends. So I've defined that at this moment it should emit that signal. When for the buttons, it's, you know, behind the scenes Godot C++ wired to say when the button receives pressed, it sends out pressed. Mouse input, whatever. In this case, it's whenever this condition is met, it's going to emit the signal with whatever data. It can also carry data with it, with whatever data I want it to carry. And then, just like with the other one, so the only difference between this and the built-in signals is I have to define where it gets emitted. And then from there, it's exactly the same. So if I go look for where this is in the project, I'll just do Control-Shift-F, and it's received in a couple places over here. So then on this script, which is the selectable object script, it wants to know, okay, I'll connect to on-camera switch begin, and when that happens, we do this stuff. And it can look at that and check to see, well, which camera is it, and stuff like that. So signal is how nodes can communicate with each other. And you know, there's other ways nodes can communicate with each other. So for example, I use the singleton pattern a lot, which I declare a static variable, not there. I declare some static variable and then initialize it as itself. And then I can reference it, and you'll see it all over the place. I love using it. Signals carry state change linking to script. They can. Yeah, that's something they can do. Yeah. The signals, for me, signals are when there's multiple instances of something. So if there's only one place, like my UI needs to know if this cat animation is playing, then the UI, I'd rather personally use the singleton pattern, and the UI asks, hey, cat animation, are you doing this animation? You are? Okay, great, I'll do this thing. Or it could go the other way around. Maybe the cat animation says, hey, I'm letting you know, UI. I'll use static references for that. But if I have like 10 buttons, and only a certain button should respond if that animation plays, then I'll use signals, so every single button can connect that signal. And every button can ask, hey, am I the one that this signal is supposed to be going to? And if I am, do this. So that's why I'm choosing a signal in this instance. Hopefully that makes sense. They're very powerful, and I used to use signals for everything. I kind of overused them, in my opinion. But you can do a lot of things with signals if you want. What I didn't like about them is that it can be a little invisible and hard to track down their origin. You know, and that's why I like the static references, because, you know, I can literally hover over this and it connects me directly to that. If I start typing out managedebug.ref, Godot is already giving me the functions, and it can tell me that function doesn't exist there. Signals I find a little bit more mysterious, and you don't find out until later that there's a problem, and I hate that. So I try to avoid them unless I think they're the right tool for the job. And in this case, I think it's the right tool for the job. So I was refactoring this to emits object signal. Oh, and then I was switching this. Okay. So let's back this up a little bit. Yeah, it's just kind of the way I've, like, grown into the way I'm doing things, you know? And if I find a way that's good and works, the other cat is joining us. We'll see if she stays. If I find a way that I like and works for me, I'll stick with it until it's a problem, or I find out about something better, and maybe I'll try that. I like to give things a good try, and then reevaluate if I'm not liking the way that it's working out. Okay, so if it's a collision dictionary, and if that dictionary either has a position or a collider, probably don't want to do that. What if I don't know if you should do that. Lise, what? I don't think you should do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. Because, I don't know, it just doesn't seem necessary. Don't do it. Never mind. What I want to say is, either way, I want it to set the position and the collider variables. So if it has a position, set up that. What I don't want it to do is return the result yet. This I'm not ready to do, since I'm setting up these two different possible returns. Take a breath. All right. We'll do a breathing exercise. I think it's open. I think it's in here. So do you have a preference for a breathing exercise? We have 4-2-4 breathing, box breathing, 4-7-8, HRV, which I think is like a heart rate thing. If you don't have a preference, I can just pick one. But let me know, and we'll do it together. All right, let's do this one. I like this one. It's 4-2-4. So we inhale for 4. We exhale for 4, inhale for 4, and hold for 4. We'll start on the next round. And I'll just do it for a few. In. Hold. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Hold. 1, 2. Exhale. You're welcome to join us. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. Let's do a couple more. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Nice. Thank you for the take a breath. I feel different. I think box breathing tends to relax me more. But this does relax me. Appreciate it. Oh, now I'm just like, where's my energy? Thank you. No, it was nice. So either way, I want to set the collider or the position. You're welcome. Yeah, it's great. Oh, let me put a... You do have a brain. Right? I'm so glad. Yeah, it's like, it's nice. It's nice to do them. Here, I'll link it in the chat. Yeah, I'm so glad you all joined. Thank you for redeeming and spreading the niceness that breathing is. I mean, we all have to do it. And it's really, really important to our functioning. Sometimes it's hard for me, like when I'm like really upset or really stressed, I'm like, I don't want to breathe. I don't want to do a breathing exercise. So it's nice because this gives me an opportunity to be like, no, just do it. Okay, it's not that bad. It's actually amazing, and it helps. Thanks for trying it, y'all. Either way, I wanted to update this. So we don't actually want an else here. An important pastime. What do you like to do for fun? Breathe? It's such a sarcastic answer. I don't know, breathe. Now, this is going to depend on whether... I don't even know if we could do pause only. If pause only, it's going to return the position. And then we're done. Otherwise, it's going to return collider. When we do the signal emission, well, I actually want another signal emission. We're going to say emits position signal, Boolean, set it to false by default. Oh, this is doing nothing. Oh, crap. I mean, really, if there's a collision dictionary, it's probably hovering something, right? You can really put it on either. Let's put it on this one. It doesn't really matter, because both of them are going to run. Girl Dev, this is a pretty good idea. It's a genius game idea. My game? Okay, thank you, Squids. I don't know. It's just something I came up for a game jam, and came up for a game jam, and I like it. So I'm pressing on. Oh, it doesn't see this now. It is unreachable code. Oh! Yeah, that's important. Okay. Oh, you're saying this is unreachable? This is unreachable? Unreachable. Unreachable. You're saying this is unreachable too? What? You're telling me I don't need another return case? That's crazy. I didn't even know you could address all possible return paths. Wait, but it has to return null sometimes. Wait a minute. This is wrong. This is wrong. No. You have to put this here. This goes here. This is correct. Now we say return null. Oh god, I'm gonna break everything on accident. Okay. Now for emitting, if we're not hovering, I don't really understand this. That's unping. Okay. Ping hoverable objects. What calls that? Exactly. Top 10 games? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I definitely would love to make games that have broad appeal. I'm sorry, is this function not called? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, oh, interesting. Alright, good to know. So for the computer, in here is where I'll build that out. So if there's array result, what I want to do is say hover position, hovered position, and that sends out a vector 3. I'm gonna remember that, Squids. We'll see. I do want it to be available on mobile, web, all that stuff. We'll see what happens. We'll see. I don't expect anything, you know. As long as I learn, that's all I care about. I'm a hobby game dev, but to me, part of that hobby is also learning how to make money. You know, it's like my studio, my putting bread on the table. None of that depends on if I make money making games. But if I release this and it doesn't make any money, I'm going to be like, that was interesting. Now I'm going to find out why. And maybe next time I can avoid that. Yeah, a lot of kids, for sure. Okay. So we're gonna say hover, position, emit, and specifically the ray results. Your Godot isn't responding? Do you have version control set up? Oh no, you don't have version control set up. Or do you? I hate when that happens. I'm one of the most chill devs. Sometimes I'm more hyper than others. But I'm trying to be chill. I feel chill. You know why? It's because of the breathing exercise. One of the most difficult things to do in modern society is monetizing creativity. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Jesus. Socrates over here. Whoa. I don't know, yeah. Maybe. I'm sure there's something to discuss there. I just want to make games. I don't know, yeah, okay. Big ideas, shower thoughts. No, these are fun. So I need to make sure that it actually knows to do that. You did? I like her pattern. She's very unique because she's a calico, but it's like everywhere, and it's like tabby. It's like a tabico. It's like mixed tabby and calico, where it's got those like lines instead of spots, and then it covers like most of her. That's really cool, because I have a hard time. I mean, I can find it if I look hard enough, but it takes a bit of looking to find a cat that looks just like that. This is what makes something cool. This is what makes something cool. And if there's money, this is good. But it's not. For me, it's not important. It's just. To me, it's just as important as making sure my sound is good, my code is good, my visuals are good. I want to make sure that I do the best to make money. And if I don't, if my sound is bad, if my code is bad, if my money is bad, then I just try to do better next time. Do I mind if you see his face? You'll have to wait until your face turns around. I'm not gonna disturb her. I think if I were to call her, she might turn her face around. I'm trying to think. I don't think if I have a picture ready. Maybe on the Discord in pet share, like an old pet share picture might be up there if you want to really go find it. Okay, if position only, return result position. Okay, and then we have this extra thing. We don't care about that here. Oh, so it's not used. Unping hoverable objects. I just don't think. It's funny. I don't think I actually need this here. I don't think I need to put that in. In fact, the only place I really need to put it is in here. That's it. That's it. Okay, so now back on the desktop icon script. If we're in the room, we are going to look at the hover ray. Well, actually, no, we're not going to do that. It could be interesting. I could also just, not use a signal. You know, I could, have it check. Something about that I don't like. Something about that bothers me. Because then it's checking it whether it's there or not, whereas this will only check it. Let me set this to mouse pause 3D. I'm not sure that I love this, but we're just gonna go for it. This is a vector 3. And then what I will connect is manage hover ray, ref, hover position on hover position. I don't know that I love that name, but that's okay. You live in Brooklyn, New York? Okay, Squids. I don't usually add people as friends unless they're actually a friend, but you can DM me if you want. On hovered position, Yonkers. I mean, that's that's not that far away. It is, but relative to every point in the world, which obviously on YouTube you could be anywhere, that's kind of close. Maybe that cat you saw was like related to her. I don't know, maybe. Yonkers? Like, that's... Obviously it's upstate, it's further, but who knows? People be traveling between the city and upstate all the time. That's crazy. Vector 3. Maybe this is like a type of cat common in New York. That's really wild. I'm gonna call it hovered mouse pause and walked to your house. Maybe. She was just a little kitten when I found her. Hovered mouse position vector 3. She found me, let's be real. And then what we'll do is simply update the mouse position 3D to equal hovered mouse position on hover position. Manag. What is that? Oh yeah, so the mouse position then would equal the mouse position 3D. Oh, wrong. We'd say vector 2. This is gonna be weird because you have to like unproject it. Oh, criminy. How is this gonna work? Because it's like, I mean, it's a 3D position. This is not gonna work. How is this gonna possibly work? Somehow I would have to like match the 3D position This seems... Slide me up here? This seems like this isn't gonna work. Because there like are ways... Yeah, and those come from a camera. So I would need to then go through the camera. I don't know, y'all. This seems like this isn't gonna work. I almost wonder if... Because, like, how is it even going to... I don't think this is gonna work. I'm just gonna keep it real. I don't think this is gonna work. And if it is gonna work, it's gonna be really complicated. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, screw this. Screw this. The player can't control the computer from the room. Yeah, we're doing that. I know we just did all of that and I changed my mind, but it, you know, sometimes you have to know when to swim back, I like to say. Right? Because, like, I don't know, it's some, like, weird adage I heard as a kid. Like, if you swim halfway across the ocean and you swim back, you might not have even realized that you're actually swimming the same amount if you had just continued all the way, right? And I don't think that if I were to continue, it's going to be an equal journey to get there as to just say, never mind. I feel like swimming back and saying never mind is going to be a lot faster and a lot easier than trying to go and continue to resolve this. This is too much. Yeah. I'm not looking for suggestions. I'm not interested in suggestions, squids. Screw this new daily affirmations. It is 3D. Yeah, I don't, this is, I don't doubt there's a way to do this, but I don't want to anymore. Especially when it's just, what if we just don't let the player do that? Done. Easy. Yeah. Yep, it's too easy to just get around for it to be worth it. So, let's back up a wee bit. I don't care about no view state. Don't care about no mouse position. I mean, you can keep the mouse position, but don't keep the 3D. Don't bother, don't connect that. Don't want it, don't need it. Not even, Bouncer, maybe if I make a different project in the future that absolutely depends on such a mechanic, maybe then I'll explore it. But not today. Exactly. We do need to define mouse position. There's no reason to put it here anymore. We're swimming back right now. I can't. You gotta know when to do this sometimes. And I think it's worth swimming out. It's worth to see, how does this feel? And then get to that point where it's like, never mind. I don't think so. It does not. Vector 2 equals. Get viewport. Get mouse position. Okay, and then we just do this normally. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's interesting. It is. It's interesting. I agree. But I'm not here just to do interesting things. Not that you're saying I am, but with that in mind, I'm very pragmatic. When I'm here doing stuff, there's a means to an end. I'm doing it because I want a game in the end. I'm doing it because I want a mechanic in the end. And if it's actually gonna keep me from finishing it, forget it. Not worth it. Especially if there's an alternative. So, here's what's gonna happen. First of all, let's see where we're at. If things are broken, they are. Because I refactored this whole thing. Unrefactor it immediately. I'm gonna completely change it. This is where version control is the best. I'm gonna stop this. We're gonna quit to project list. I'm gonna pull up GitHub, and every single change that y'all just saw me do in like the last hour on the hover ray, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna nuke it. It's done for. All these changes, discard. No mercy. Don't care. Not interested. Don't want to do it. Don't need it. We're not gonna do it. It's too much. It's too much. You gotta know sometimes. You gotta know sometimes when to swim back. Yeah, exactly. It's too much. Okay, let's see where we're at. Okay, so when we go to the computer, it's here. But we need it to actually, like, absorb us all the way into it. So it's like we're not only going to it, but it becomes the whole thing. New sound from content. I don't know what that sounds like, but I love that. So how you want to do that? I think you need to make sure this camera position is perfect. right? So that way we can like overlay the thing and then make it bigger. Yeah, I'm just figuring out how to do the full screen thing. Because we can easily just, you know, flip it visible. Wait, how do we get it? Oh, don't put it in the basically. Oh, so I'd have one in the sub viewport and one not in the sub viewport, which is crazy. Let me save this as computer screen. This is actually the UI PC screen. And what we would do is have one on the outside. Yeah. I don't want to look at your ideas. I like solving the problems myself. Don't take the fun away from me. How dare you? Okay, so we can easily put this up here, right? But what I'd like is for it to, let's see. Can I like, it's crazy that this works because this isn't even like on a canvas layer. Kind of boggles my mind. Like, how is it even rendering? It's so weird. So like if I were to put a canvas layer here, and put that in there, does it behave the same? Please don't, squids. I won't use it. But I'll look at it and say, that looks cool. And I'll show it off. But I won't use it. 0% chance. Okay, margin container. And I put that in there. We gotta restart it. I see what you're saying. Like building like a tower. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's, you know, so I like, for me, making this game is like an expression. It's like an artistic expression, right? So that's why I want to make things, because I like doing it and I like expressing myself. And I like being able to look at it and be like, this is my expression. But I don't prioritize doing everything all the time, right? Otherwise, I would never get it done. And there's placeholder things, right? So this food water dish, it's placeholder, to be replaced. You're right, there's no computer tower, to be added. But not important, because what I need is a game. The game is not gonna work any worse if I don't make that proper water dish. The game isn't gonna work any worse if I don't make that tower. And not that you're saying opposite, but if you're wondering, if you're like, oh, I wish it was there, it will be. Just not today. But I'd love to see what you work on. I always love seeing what you guys make. Okay, so it runs. Now, interesting, when I put it in the margin container, now it's gone. Is that because the margin container is small? I'm not even going to answer that question, squids. Alright, let's make this bigger. Like, I don't know, figure it out. Like, where do you think, man? Jesus. Alright, so, like, for obvious reasons. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, also, game design, I feel like it's really, or game dev, it's important for it to be an iterative process, right? So, what does the game feel like? What does it play like? Can you play it? Is it fun? Is it achieving what you want it to achieve? It's hard to know that if you've spent 3 years modeling a PC tower instead of making the base game and then playing the game. And you know, you could spend 3 years modeling a PC tower and then you finally put the game together and you're like, oh, this game sucks. Oops. No, I want the game first so I can decide if I need to change the game or not work the game. So good. So this means I can change its size, right? I feel like you should do a control node, not a margin container. I think that's gonna be... You can do both, but I think I'd rather do this. Because the control node, I think, is gonna be easier to adjust its size.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Oh. Oh, it's just small. Wait, let's do it. Oh. I didn't do anything. Oh. Wait. Is this not a control node? It's not even listening. It doesn't even respond to it. But the position... No. Wait. If I lock this and move the control... Oh, it does move with it. But you can see the size isn't actually based on its parent. Yeah, that's also a thing, Bouncer, for sure. Hey, Rosalani. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm really happy with it. Yeah, we're gonna have to do scale. It's gonna have to be scale. So I actually don't need to do the control node. It kind of sucks, but... And then the thing about scale is it can be a little tricky to get it to pivot from the center. Like, we can try. Center of 1920. I have no idea. Nope. Calculator. 1920 divided by 2. 960. We can try, but I'm not sure this is gonna work. And then 1080, something else, I'm sure. Yeah, games in a game. Exactly. I would say the game is games within a game. And I think with virtual pets, yeah, math. I think with virtual pet games, if you play any virtual pet game, you will realize quickly, hopefully, that it is comprised of minigames. A minigame to feed it, a minigame to play with it, a minigame to earn money, a minigame to clean its poop. That's like what it is. But I'm kind of taking it even a little step further, and there is like a computer with games on it in the game. Which obviously, apparently I get a kick out of. Okay, now it goes in the center. Let's go. Okay, perfect. Much better. So, what I'd want to try to do... I probably don't need that canvas layer either. Hey, what's up, Hub? What I want to try to do is match this exactly with the way it appears on the screen. Now, there's already a problem, which it's not appearing right on the screen. It's getting cut off, which I don't know why, and I hate it. And I wish it would stop being that way. So that is a problem. Thanks, Rosalani. I mean, everything you make should be part of your portfolio, right? Or minigames, you're saying? Like, every minigame is part of the portfolio? That's cool. I like that, too. Wait, why is it so weird? It's just like, it's not... It's not doing what I would expect it to do. At all. It's being weird. What's mouse target? These are the control nodes should be available of targets. Mouse really functions. It's like identifying a drop target and drag and drop operations or a cursor shape of hover control node. Sounds cool, but it's not what I'd love it to be. Not flipped. It's just, I don't know. I'm worried it's like some kind of little eccentricity. Okay. This is something. I think what it might be, y'all, I know what it is. The monitor isn't 1920 by 1080. That's what it is. The screen is wrong. That's the problem. It's not the right size. At least. That's at least the problem. Also, this isn't UV mapped properly either. So that's going to negatively impact it as well. Not exactly sure why changing that didn't look like anything. Let me look at it here first. Squids, I'm not gonna add it. It's not gonna happen, man. Share it on the Discord. Don't. You gotta chill, man. Yeah, simple fixes are the best. I know, I do too. Like, even if it was like, ugh, I had to deal with that all that time, it's a relief. It's a really nice relief when it turns out to be simple. Okay, it looks like I just need to restart it if that's gonna apply. Okay, so we need to make it bigger for one. I mean, I guess I'd... It's gonna be a little imperfect. I don't know exactly how to make it like 1-to-1. I do wish some of this stuff was a little easier. I have a feeling I'm gonna be ignoring your DMs, my friend. Just to give you a heads up. You stress me out. Yeah. It beats being frustrated. Yeah, 100%. I think what I want to do is just resize this. Yeah, there's a lot of values. I'm just gonna resize this. I do need to adjust the camera position as well. So let's actually do that first before I start messing with this. It's gonna take some adjustment. Basically what I want is for them to look the same, to the point where when it grows bigger, you barely notice it. A little bit of notice is okay. I'm okay with it looking a little goofy, but I'm gonna try to minimize it as much as I can. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna change the camera position a little bit here. That is not the position that I want for it, incidentally. But it seems determined to change it, which is super annoying. Hate that. Don't love that. Do it in remote. That'll be easier. Camera. In general. Alright. That works. Glad you're sharing it with everybody. Okay. So I want to try to get this dead on as much as possible, whatever that means. It's a little hard to tell if that's what that is. I guess the sides of the monitor would probably look really straight if it's dead on. Yeah, we'll look at it. Yeah. That looks pretty darn straight to me. Not that I'm a good judge of what's straight, but at least when it comes to lines, I'm not the worst. You made it a file? I'm not gonna download a file. Take a picture. Yeah, take a picture. Okay. This is good. It's a little closer. That's fine. It can be close. Let it be close. Who cares? Okay, we're gonna set this as the position. You be terrified of opening some file? Yeah, it's sus. It's sus. You probably should just moderate it, honestly. People are allowed to upload files, but I don't know you. Probably should let it be like certain people get the privilege. Okay. But put a picture. You can put it if you make like if you make your own post, you know, art by you or something. You liked the other view? I liked it too, but yeah, I liked it too, but it's not even gonna be sitting there. Nice. That's a Nintendo DS. That's pretty cool. It's a nice Nintendo DS. I like it. It's a 3DS. Looks great. Nice model. Solid. I like that you got like even like the rotation down here and the little hinges. It's a chunky 3DS too. And you did the pen. Nice one. Okay. What was I gonna do here? Oh yeah, camera. So we're gonna change the camera position. That it goes to when we switch to the computer. So that's this. To do that, we're gonna check those values that we just moved the camera to, right there. And those values are these. So we go back to the script. Position, we're changing the Y. There. Let's get a little more space. Changing the Y there. X is the same, Z is the same. And the angle has drastically changed on the x-axis. Okay, so now when I teleport to it, it's gonna go right to that view. Now in that, or from that view, I wanna try to squish and squash and adjust the monitor. Or the image on the monitor to be as close to this as possible. Obviously the colors are off. You know, I'm not gonna sweat it too much, but let's get as close as I can. Everybody, Toman can count. Congratulations. Yeah, it was smooth. Yeah, it worked out. So unfortunately, this isn't changing in real time, which is annoying. But okay. What does change in real time though is this. But I don't know that I really want this. Really all I need to do with this is make sure that it's not like squashed. That's kind of the main thing here. You know, Toman, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm just a person, not a machine. Sometimes numbers are different. Function over form, at least in the beginning. Yeah, agreed. Makes you dizzy? Numbers for positions? Oh yeah, me too. That would be nice. So I mean, I like that this is like generally a square. That makes me happy. It's a little too close, right? I'd kind of want it to pull back a bit. So we're gonna adjust. Oh, it's annoying. Great. Because it's like not local space. So I'd rather pull it back a little bit here. So one more adjustment. To the X and the Z. I guess I'm just used to it. positionally X, Y, and Z. Colors are nice. I like colors. So I mean, we can already see it's different. It's very different, isn't it? Like, one looks really long and the other one does not. So clearly something is getting cut off on the monitor version, would be the explanation there. So what I have to do is shrink the height of it until like the width makes sense, I guess. You know what I need to do? I need to put something on the other end. That way I even know what's over there, right? Otherwise I don't have a clue. That's a margin container with the icons. Can we get another margin container? Actually, you know what? No, I was gonna say let's just copy it. Nah, you know what? Nah. You okay, Godot? Come on. Hey. Thank you. Okay, bring this over here. And I'm going to add... We'll just say a texture rect. Doesn't really matter what it is. Just something to help me determine if we're actually seeing the full width of the screen. It's not gonna be perfect, and it's gonna be so particular that I'm probably gonna be pretty that I'm gonna be pretty irritated if I have to constantly make sure it's always matching. So I'm okay. Again, I'm okay with a little jank here, but just a little. Cut off. Very cut off. Do not like. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's some way. I don't have any water, so I gotta fill up. Legendary Skate has redeemed a BRB. Be right back. Cheers, Skate. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah. I'm just gonna get as close as I can, and then be done with it. But I think it will be cool to get it semi-close. I guess I'm curious to see how close can I get it. H2O. I'd rather make it smaller this way. So at least here I can see the UV changes. Do we actually see the end of it on there? Yeah, we do a little bit. Okay. It looks like 3. Like, it's just, look at that, 3, 2, 1. Look at those perfect little clean numbers. That's right, everybody drink water. I love when I see clean numbers. That tells me we're doing something right. Probably. These numbers are not so clean. And that just has to be okay. Me too, Rosalini. English only. I don't know English, but it looks like you just said the same thing. So I think I can deduce that that's the same thing. I like that. Put in both of them. Nice. What's up, Elho? Welcome. Waterfish yogurt. Alright. Thank you for stopping in. Waterfish yogurt. Those are like the important things. You know what? Those are good, healthy things. I think I do know what you're saying. Welcome. Are you a game dev? It sounds like you at least like looking at game development. That's cool. Alright, so this actually looks pretty good. I'll have to restart the gameplay to test it out. Now, let's bring up this. It's very similar. It's a little more squashed in here. But I think we can actually handle that this way. Let's see if I can get it to be a little transparent. Let's modulate it. And now we're gonna look at it and get it to be just right for fun. Try to make a game dev doc, but it's blank in your mind at this moment. Gotcha. I mean, do you know what kind of game you want to make? Or what you're interested in? Why are you making a game? Is it for a jam? It is, right? It's kind of like going okay. So there's a few differences. I think I'd like to get the camera to line up there. You want something more narrative, and you want to like get the world building. Gotcha, gotcha. Nice. Okay, don't move the whole desk. Oh, you're not. That tripped me out. The perspective is crazy. And you're a beginner. Okay. What's up, Scare Bear? Okay, now this getting closer is gonna be really annoying. You click team? I mean, based on your name, I assume you're a FNAF fan. Okay. Okay, language lesson. A little tricky to get that right. It doesn't have to be perfect here, Lise. Oh, really? Yeah, really. Don't worry about it. Here. Come over here. Okay. You don't have to do that. You just want to get it here. As long as it matches some size of it. It doesn't matter which size. What you want is that left and right line up. So that way it can grow right from the center. That's the most important thing. Not if it's close enough. Because the scale of the other one will handle that. It could also still be like a little off, like it might need to be squished around a little bit. It could be good. You have ideas but you don't get anything done? Yeah, you kind of have to pick one and commit. And just let the other ideas, you know, flesh them out like with a document or write it down. It's a coincidence. Oh, okay. But yeah, you do just kind of have to pick something at some point. Maybe it's something else that's slowing you down than the big ideas or the many ideas. Let's make this monitor, I don't know, maybe a little squished-er. I don't want to move it up and down either. Again, I want it to be centered so it can just grow from there really nicely. It's tough, but satisfying to try to get right. Hershey method. Yeah. That's it. I mean, it's honestly, it's good for just ADHD brains in general. Is breaking things up into pieces and then bringing it together. It's like a good life lesson. You're a hot mess. It's a Godot icon game, David. Exactly. You already know. Oh, look at that. It's pretty close. It's a little different. It's a little different. It's ever so slightly a little different. Okay, let's adjust it. It's very close though. Very close. Let's squish the screen down a little bit. Just a wee bit. Easier when you break it down. Hell yeah. ADHD guilty. Nothing guilty about having ADHD, my friend. But it can suck sometimes. I know that. Make the screen just a little bit small. Not that little. Not that much. Oh, not smaller. Make the screen a little bigger. Bigger. Oh, even closer. Oh my gosh. That's very close. CryEngine Unreal, but your PC burns in the process. Yeah, those can be pretty rough on the PC. I decided I was willing to not have a game be quite that beautiful. Yeah, writing helps. True. Because you're like, you know why? I mean, okay, I don't know why. Well, why I would think that would help me is it externalizes it. It's part of why live streaming helps me. Because when I'm doing everything, I'm describing it with my words. And since I'm describing it with my words, it's externalizing it. So it's not just in the mess of my mind. It's like, it's got a track that it's on. And writing, it's even better because you can actually go back and look at it. Yeah. Agreed. Again, not saying that's the way it works for everybody, but it's so close. It's a little different, but it's not bad. It's pretty close. That's pretty much, I don't think I could hope for much better than that. Like if you fade this in slowly, while it's like, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky to get that effect just right, but it'll be okay. Forces your mind to slow and think. Oh, that makes sense. Love that. So we're just gonna call this good enough for now. If later I'm like, I can make it better, we can make it better. But this is pretty damn close. It's pretty spot on. There's a little bit on the bottom that extends out. I'll worry about it later. Okay, let me make sure I update this camera before it's gone. Alright, Elho. Goodbye for now. Good luck with your game dev stuff. Let us know how it goes as you grow. Okay, manage camera. Get the camera and update these positions. We actually changed a lot of positions. Made quite a few changes, in fact. Did I just drag it? I think I just dragged it on accident. I did, but we fixed it. Yeah. And then, please don't touch it. Pop this one in. 1.7, 42.6. Okay, that should all be the same. So what I would ultimately want.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Come over here. This fades in. Oh, it was the other way. 6. that fades in and expands out. Ideally, it would just be like smooth, like completely smooth, like it would optimally, right? But it's not going to be optimal. So as soon as it gets there, hell, it would even be nice if it just kept going, you know? Like if the camera went all the way and filled up that's probably what you should do. That'd probably make more sense. Shoot, why didn't I do that? Do it. Heck. I don't see why not. I know we just got it just right, but the size is good. That's the most important thing. This is just position stuff, you know? The fade is gonna be a little goof troop, but that's okay. I think players will forgive that. I don't think a player is gonna be upset about that. I really don't. And if they are, I don't care about them. Okay, so maybe something like this. I hope so. I hope it looks cool. I hope it looks good enough. I'll take cool, but I'm also okay with good enough. Okay, so I'm adjusting the camera. It looks like I'm like getting an eye exam, or like in some video game where you're waking up after a long time, coming out of cryogenic freezing. Nice. Okay. Now I'm gonna record that for real this time. This is the last recording, unless I adjust. But pretty much this is the last adjustment. It's very satisfying. I was like, that's kind of like maybe I could use that for an effect someday. How many games have you played? I've played a few where you wake up and it does that like blurry kind of thing. Like that's a pretty cheap way to get that effect. Okay. So now it should swoop in real close until it basically fits. And then it just fades in. So someone was asking about signals before, and I use as an example the camera switch begin and end. Well, this is the perfect place to use that. So we've got camera switch end signal that goes out when it gets there, and when it does, we can just make that fade in. You know, there's ways it could be adjusted here or there to blend it better, but we're doing a good enough version for now. So, and we could do the colors on the texture different. There's a lot of little things that could be changed, but I'm gonna be happy if it's good enough. So, to get it good enough, I'm going to go to my desktop UI manager, I'm thinking. Super nice. So nice. Also, things that are nice, by the way, I almost forgot. If you're watching on YouTube, hyper smash that thumbs button. It helps so very much. It means more people are going to find out about this community, are going to hang out, are going to answer questions, share things on the Discord, and you can make that difference. Hit the thumbs up button. It helps very much. If you're on Twitch, you can just you're doing the right thing. You're hanging out. That's what matters. That is the thumbs up. Okay, but polish happens later. Yes. I want to say that let's connect in a ready function from the camera, the manage camera reference, camera switch end, and we'll connect it to on camera switch end, and we'll make that function so it calls back when that signal fires. Func that It does return the camera, I think. This is where this is why it's useful to add the little parameter in there. Again, Godot doesn't care if you actually do that or not. Discord link in the description box. Hopefully it works. Good for you. Yeah, YouTube gang. Because now I can go look at what this does, what this returns. So this is just whatever the current camera is, and that's going to be a string. I don't really care what the camera is. No, I do. No, I do care what the camera is. If camera... Now, this name might change, so it's a little brittle, but we'll know if it does. If camera is set to computer, what I'm going to want is to fade that in. I'm going to use a tween, so we're going to say tween screen. Tween screen in. As far as tweening it out, I don't know. We'll have to do that too. I love using tweens. I prefer them to animation players, generally speaking. Oh, let's keep this local. I could put this on the screen itself. I kind of like this being on the manager for now. Like the manager is just like a single place where this can go. But maybe someday it could actually go to the screen script itself. If need be. If the manager is starting to get a little chonk. I mean, it does say it's managing UI desktop, which is a little different than... You know what? Actually, let's put it on there. Yeah, let's put it on there. This is the one on the screen. So we should be clear. This is sub-viewport in room. This is... Oh, it's a little confusing. Can we call this... And we can modulate the canvas layer, right? No. Okay. Alright, so actually, I won't rename this. What I'm gonna rename is the container, I think. And we'll say the sub-viewport container in room is named that. And this one is sub-viewport container on screen or something. I'm gonna make them both accessible. But do you really want to manage it? I kind of do. I do too, Lucid Bits. I do too. Yeah, I think I'd rather put it on here. Can we call this... Oh, they're both the same thing. Oh. They are both the same script. Don't do that. They're both the same scene. No, do that. Okay, do. No, this is the right way. And then we would attach the script over here. UI PC screen. Okay, but which is which screen? Well, that's a scene. That's different. Oh, that is what it's called. Got it. Okay, we're back. I understand. UI PC screen. Let's say this is UI PC screen on screen. It's verbose, but that's okay. That's what I mean when someone was talking about like being bad at naming. Like sometimes I just let it be long and ugly. At least it's specific and I can find it. And then maybe as I keep allowing the ugliness to happen, one day I'm like, oh, I could shorten it like that. Of course. Why didn't I do that sooner? So this is actually going to be a very specific thing. Class name. How have we been naming this stuff? UI desktop. We call it manage UI desktop. The icon. Desktop icon. Yeah, let's use that. Let's do that. That's what I want to imitate. We'll say class name desktop screen on screen. It's crazy, but it's okay. And so that's different from desktop screen in room. That's the difference that I'm making here. Differentiation. Desktop screen on screen. I might even want to do it like this, just so it's a little like less wacky. Let's do it like this. Okay. Then I'm going to initialize it, so that way it knows that I am myself, and that's accessible elsewhere and around. What did I do wrong? Only the number of is an assignment target. Oh, equal self. No, but I am going to use modulate. So I want to create a function on here. It's going to be a public function, and this is going to be the tween screen in. That's what this will be. And we'll want to, not self-modulate, but it's modulate, which will fade the whole thing. Self-modulate would only do, if you have like a parent and children, self-modulate will only affect the color, the transparency of that parent, and it won't affect the children. But I do want to affect the children. I want the whole thing to be modulated in and out. So we'll create a tween. I'm actually going to have it be up here. I find that easier. So that way we make sure there's only ever one tween at once. Screen, tween screen. Let's underscore it because this won't be accessible outside. It's private. I'm going to type it to a tween. And that's it. I do also like creating a create tween function. So let me actually go get one of my other ones so I don't have to remake it. I'm thinking I could make a static function for this, but it's going to be kind of hard, but I might. So that way I don't have to keep remaking it. But for now, we remake it, and that's okay. Okay, screen on screen. So we create a function called create tween, and then all this does is it checks to see does the current tween already exist? Is there already a tween here? If so, kill it. That makes sure that it's not, we don't have one interrupting or two of them trying to run at the same time. It'll kill the other one and start a new one. Oh, good night. Thank you for coming through. It's been a pleasure, little fish. A pressure? Did I say it? It's been pressure. It's been a lot of pressure. It's been a pleasure to hang out with you and chat. Yeah. I'll see you next time, homie. Sleep well. Tween screen in. Yeah, so it's going to create it. It's going to kill it if it exists. Otherwise, it's going to replace it with a new one. All right. You know, words are hard sometimes, y'all. We do our best. Good night. Tween screen. It's you know, I can't say it hasn't been a pressure to be here with you. So we create the tween. I don't even really need to pass anything in, truth be told. In this case, it's not really necessary. We'll create a new tween. Oh, and this can return the tween. So we'll say tween. Oh, yeah. Tween screen equals create tween. Now, when that tween is created, I'll want to modify a property. That's going to be our modulate. So we'll say dot tween property. The property on the object will be itself. The property is going to be modulate, I think A, that's the alpha. 2 years. 2 years. And I've streamed every single step of the way. Only within the last like 5 months, maybe, I've worked in Godot off stream. But up until then, all of my Godot usage you can find in YouTube VODs. From little baby know nothing to where I'm at now. It's a lot of footage. I want to have a 24/7 channel one day that just plays all the old ones. But for now, it's insurmountable to get through. But it's all there. Okay, so we check the modulate a final value. So wherever it is, we're gonna take it for in to 1, because we're gonna make sure it's 0 to start with. Amount of time? I don't know. We'll have to play with this. I'll make a constant. We're gonna say fade speed. Yeah. Transferring over from other engines and languages, but you can see you'll love Godot. I love Godot. I hope you too. I hope you do too. See, words are hard. 7 hours in. This is longer than I should be streaming, but you know, it's Friday. Okay, it's Friday. I started early. I'm not gonna work on this for another couple days. I wanna make sure I've got something nice. So fade speed, you wanna capitalize that. It's gonna be a float. We'll just say 0.4 for now. We can change it later. Where are you coming from? Did you mention what engine you were using? You might have. Yeah, we out here. We out here. We could do easing, blending. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I don't even care when it's finished. Let's just create the out, between screen out, and the only difference is that goes to 0. So that'd be when we exit the computer. That's what that would do. So I need to make sure that by default, its modulate alpha is nothing. And now we're going to go back to the UI Desktop Manager, where I will... Oh, thank you, Bouncer. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, not a pressure, to chat with you as well. The torture that is UI. Unreal Engine, it's very cool. You can do awesome things, so it pays off. It definitely pays off. Have fun. And maybe I'll see you next time. Bye, Bouncy. Okay, so instead of creating a tween screening function, we're actually going to look over at the... What is it called? Screen on screen? That. And then since we've set up the static reference, that's just right there. As far as going back goes, it's a little tricky, right? Because I want to know that when it goes away, it fades it out, like when to fade it out. I have done this before. Let me see how I handled this. Was it on here? Where like we check like what the last one was. If the active camera is not default. Yeah, but this is for so many things. We could try to check what the last one was. The litter box specifically asks for it. It goes good, NB. Welcome back. How you doing? It goes good. I'm setting up a computer screen so you can load up video editing software to edit your cat videos and make money. If the active camera is litter box, Oh, good night, Toman. Because whenever I switch to default and that pulls away, it'll be default, but I don't always want it to tween it out, you know? So I guess probably the best thing to do is to set whether it's visible or not. All right. Variable visible. I could literally check if its modulation is above a certain. Maybe I'll just do that. Honestly, it's gonna be easier. It's gonna be easier. You know what? Let's do the easy thing. I'm feeling like doing easy stuff right now. So this would be on begin now. Oops. So I'm gonna connect that. When the camera starts pulling away from the screen, you want to fade it out. So on camera switch begin. If the camera is set to default and is this on the manager? It is. And the screen on screen modulate alpha is greater than 0. Then we want to fade it out. Okay. What's it like? Where are we at? What's happening?
I don't think I love you anymore.
Whoa. It's kind of cool. You can see it, but it's still cool. And then we got a desktop. It's kind of cool though. The fade out looks awesome. Wait, low key, even though it doesn't look like real, it looks super cool. The fade in I'm not as charmed by. Oh, it's not different. Oh no, it hasn't updated on both. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. Okay. Alright, we'll circle back to that one. That one's not today. It's a different day. But it works good. It works good. Wow. I think it could be a little faster. I kind of like the slow fade out, though. Why is that kind of nice? It's a vibe. But fade in, I think, needs to be a lot quicker. And then, of course, there's little changes that could happen. Wait, what detail? What did I say? I forgot what I said a second ago. There's little changes that could happen. Actually, now I forgot what I was saying there. My brain. Yep, I don't know. It's gone. Oh, let's make it, let's just make I want to change the lighting situation a little bit. To mirror how the desktop looks. Yeah, you're right. I guess I wouldn't. You're right. Like, the player would probably forgive it. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. But I want to. I think it wouldn't be that hard. It's just been 7 hours. And that's too much. That's too hard for 7 hours. But it's really easy for just started. But yeah, you're right. You're right. The player probably would forgive that. It's good. It's really good to think about. Is to think about, like, really, like, is this something I want, or is the player gonna be like, looks bad? Me too. Me too. I'm gonna make this a little transparent here. Oh, it's already. Oh, let's go to remote, actually. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rosalani. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to find out, along with y'all. Where is it? Where does it live? It's in the room. It's in the room. It's in the computer station. In the computer. It's still called placeholder. It is a placeholder computer. On the monitor. There. I think this is the one. Oh, it's not gonna update in real time? Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I just want to get the lighting right. You play a lot of games? Okay! I play a lot of games, and this one's gonna be good. Okay, authority on the subject. Let's say instead of 1, let's make it like 0.5. Basically, I wanna color match it a little better. Because the lighting is a lot different on the computer screen than this. It's kind of hard to see. I regret that. Don't do that. That doesn't make sense. Make it one. And just hide it and show it. Okay.
I don't think I love you anymore.
So see how it's like a lot brighter here? I just want to fix that. It's just like one little thing. One little thing. It's crazy how it looks so good here. It's probably the lighting in the room. So maybe literally if I just say don't let the screen receive lighting, that might kind of fix it. Like if I make it unshaded. Let's see. That didn't look any different. Is it because I need to reload it? Or because it doesn't look any different?
I don't think I love you anymore.
Ah, I just need to reload it. What? It's very close. It's much closer. Okay. It could be a little darker. It's damn close though. I'm gonna put all these on tune just to make sure no specular, right? I don't want any lighting on it. No ambient light. Okay, no fog. Specular occlusion. Just get out of here. I don't want none of that. You leave the screen alone. Didn't like that. It was like, that's a big operation you're asking for me there, champ.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. I thought I was hiding it and showing it, and I couldn't tell. No, I just wasn't. So it does need a little bit of adjustment. So what we'll do is maybe mess with the albedo. I hate that it's not changing in real time. That bums me out. Because then it's like I gotta restart it every time. Oof. Oof. And this might not look great either. Because
I don't think I love you anymore.
we're getting closer. Right? Yeah. You're very affirming. I like that. You wish you had the patience for coding?
I don't think I love you anymore.
I just love to do it. I want to do it. I'm addicted. You know? Live streaming helps a lot. It gives me like a reason to show up and stick around. It's harder for me to concentrate and have that patience when I'm not live streaming. Depends how excited I am about what I'm working on. At least that's for me, you know, creating some kind of environment where I feel the pressure to keep going. Where was I changing this? Oh, on the screen. A little lighter. I'm gonna keep tweaking it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but close enough that you barely even notice the transition. I mean, I honestly don't notice it right now. I don't. Like, it's pretty much fine at this point. Very, very similar. This one's a little more, like, vibrant. And this one's kind of washed out, actually. Like, the actual... this is the on-screen one. This is the on-screen one. In-room. On-screen, in-room. Why does the in... Wait, I'm mixing it up. This is confusing me. Okay, wait. This is on-screen. In-room. On-screen. In-room. On-screen. In-room. The one in room kind of has, like, punchier colors. I kind of like that, though. Look, I couldn't tell. That says something, right? I just wish I could drain a little bit of color out of there. Just a little bit. But you know what, guys? I don't give a crap. You can't tell the difference. You can't tell. It's fine.
I don't think I love you anymore.
Oh my god. it's like impossible to tell. Oh my god, it's perfect. The fade out you can see, but look at that. I mean, I bet you could even just have the tween beat very, very fast on out, and I don't think you'd even notice. This is kind of crazy. This went way better than I could have expected. Yeah, outline blue color. Yeah, right. Just like a little bit. What? It looks the same. It doesn't. I can't tell. I can't tell. Yo, what has happened on this day? Yo, it's so cool. I love it. Wow, this turned out even better than I could have imagined. There's no difference. Super last thing, okay? Super last thing. I want to be able to load the video editor. I'm not going to worry about giving it an icon. I'm not going to worry about all that. Let's just make one of the buttons, load it. That was kind of the whole thing, is we're making games in a game, and I need to have that game be able to be loaded. Because that's what we said we'd do. So I'm going to do it, damn it. How we're going to close that game? I don't know. I'm not worrying about that today. But I'm just going to try to open it. Yeah, we're making a little operating system. Crazy. Wild. It's I'm just like wow. I'm beside myself. It turned out so much better than I could have thought. I was like, it can be a little crappy. Is perfect. Yeah, just to the start menu for now. And remind me where I set that up? I think it's inside of here. This unnamed canvas layer. Can we give it a name though? Names are helpful. Canvas layer. This is... What do we... Oh crap, I forgot the name of it already. UI computer. Okay, sure. Steam Workshop open? People were able to make apps for the operating system? Totally. Wait, that's awesome. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, because like I said, like I think part of... Well, okay. Here's the thing, right? Yes, but the idea too is that the apps help you make money in the game. You could just make a game that gives you infinite money. No, so you wouldn't be able to allow... Yeah, a calculator. Wow, okay. That's so smart. Oh my gosh, Rosalani. Okay. All right. Maybe someday. I like the stretch goal thinking. I like it a lot. Wow, that's a really good idea. Something to think about someday. Someday. Very nice. We have start button pressed, but what about the other buttons inside of the start button? We're gonna call it Video Editor. Very generic name right now. No special icon, not gonna worry about it. This is a program, but Paint.exe. Put that in there. You're an idea generator. You are calculator. Doom would end up on the PC at some point. Yes! Doom. And then finally, YouTube. MeowTube. Okay. I feel like it should be MewTube. MewTube. That's much better. MewTube. That's too good. Okay, I'm feeling myself too much. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make sure those buttons are hooked up. I'm just gonna grab each and every one of these unique names, and we are going to drop them into this script, like so. It's a bit much. Well, we're only gonna do one button anyway. Button 1, pressed, connect, on, button 1, pressed. Again, I haven't made a way to close the project, the game that you open. I'm not going to right now. Oh, you don't need to connect it again. Func, on, button, whoop, on, button 1, pressed. And when that happens, okay, so this, I do need to think a little bit about this. So I want to actually instantiate the game. So right now, it isn't actually, well, it is there. And it's a little like off, it's like not centered. Again, I'm not going to worry about all those details. It's kind of centered. I'm not going to worry about all that. We'll get there. The last game you'll ever play. It's very scary. We do put a script on there. Okay, so, but I kind of want it on both. Let's put it in here. Another script. If we didn't have enough scripts already, yet one more. This is... Oh, okay. I'm gonna call it shared sub-viewport. We'll refactor the names later. Class name, desktop, shared sub-viewport. Not gonna think about it too much right now. Extends a sub-viewport. And I do want this to follow the singleton pattern. That would be great. Because I want both of them to open the program. Initialize it to be set to itself, the reference, so we can access it from other places. And I'm gonna have a preload to the scene. So slicing game here. Okay, that didn't do that. Is there any way to make it do it? Nice, that's what I'm talking about. And let's call it video editor for now. So then we'd want to say, I'd probably want to do like an enum or something, or a dictionary, and when you press a button, it says, okay, this program was clicked and now these things happen. I'll probably do it like that at some point. But for now, just as a proof of concept, I'm not gonna do that. I will type it in here though. Do dictionary that receives what program was opened. Make a dictionary. Until then, let's create a function called open video editor. And all that's going to do is, see if I remember how to do this. Variable program. In this case, it's a node 2D equals. Oh, this isn't typed? I hate that. Is this a pack scene? I think that's what that is. I might need to set that as a pack scene. We'll see. Set that as video editor instantiate. Wait, what? We don't need to do that. Okay. I was like, I don't need to put things in there. What were those things? Gen edit state disabled? Don't pique my interest at the last second here. What is that? I just want to know. If pass to instantiate blocks edits to the scene state. So this seems like plugin stuff. If pass to instantiate provides local scene resource to the local scene, editor builds. Yeah, this is not. That's cool, but I don't need it. Yeah, I don't care about this. Well, I just wanted to know. So, we're gonna say add child program. And that should put it in. If I want to close the video editor, we wouldn't instantiate it. We wouldn't even do that. Instead, we need to find that scene and get rid of it. So I wonder if we could even say the variable. We could have like an open program. Now, obviously, operating systems often let you have multiple programs. I don't even know right now. We'll say there's one program at a time. And this will actually assign that to it. Then we can say program Q free. That's when we close. So I'll make a debug button for it. What's my favorite game engine? This one. It's this one. It's right here. It's Godot. What's yours? Click team. Yeah, so we'll be able to close it with the debug. I won't totally cut us off from closing it for now. That way we can make sure the close actually works. So I'm going to add a debug button in here to be set up later, more intentionally. This will be close program. It's only really relevant if one is open. Godot does rock. I agree. Too dumb to use it? I don't accept that you're too dumb to use it, but I accept that you prefer using ClickTeam. That's fair. I get it, it's not for everybody. Oh, which button was that? 5? Team Godot. Here to save the day from bad games being around anymore. Desktop shared sub viewport ref close video editor. Okay. Now we're gonna go to our start menu, which is the desktop UI. PC desktop. These naming conventions need some work. When we press that button, it is going to open video editor. Oh, we could do an icon. The icon wouldn't be that hard to do. It would be pretty easy. Godot's your second favorite? Nice. Yeah, it's what FNAF was made in. It's kind of old, like 90s, 2000s type game engine. But yeah. It's different. Yeah, it's just different. I've never used it. It's smoother. It is smoother, Jermaine. Thank you. At least it was to me. I found Unity and Unreal to be clunky. Personally. That was just me. So all I have to do for the icon. Well, I haven't set up the... So set it up. So set it up. What you waiting for? So set it up. We stretched it. Okay, you know what? Oh, I guess I would put it... I guess if I was gonna do this, we'd put the panel container inside of there. And then that's where we'd put the label. We'll do the one on the bottom. Okay. Again, a lot of stuff to be improved. Where'd it go? All right, never mind. We're not gonna do icon. We're gonna do icon text. Okay, you're right. That's for later. You know what? That's not for now. No, that's for another time. Yeah, I don't know. I think we could put a label right on top of it, though. That's gonna be the best we got. Video editor. It's gonna be right on top of it. We'll make it nicer later. Pay to release a game. There used to be that, but it was only for games that were very, very profitable. Oh, but you're right. But I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yes. If your game is ridiculously profitable, to the point where it's kind of not a big deal. Well, it depends. Some people think it's a big deal, and maybe it is. Loading times. Gotcha. Yeah, you can, because it's like an interpreted language, so it happens at runtime. Some things you can't change, but most things you can. When you're messing with like the node tree or creating new resources and stuff, it is less good about updating that, but most things it does pretty good. It is very nice. You never have to press a compile button ever. Godot cares about the developer's experience. Because you know the people who make Godot use Godot. Like, mind-blowing concept, right? Virtual pet game. So, okay, we're just doing this one button. One button, one button, one button, one button. I should give them different names. We'll call this 1, 2, and 3. Then come back to this. Grab each button. Drag them in. It's not very clear. I feel like you should refactor this a little bit. Menu button. Maybe even rename. Again, you know what? Not gonna worry about all of the little improvements that will be nice once I do them. A time that is not now. Okay. Oh yeah, they're typed. That's neat. I want to see like a type that I made. It just feels special. This is now menu button pressed. And then we'll want to say desktop. In this case, it's not 1, but 3. And when that happens, it's the same thing. Open the video editor. Alright. See what happens. Creating a Unity project will load 500 plugins and reach 1 GB super fast. Wow, that's cool. That's a lot of plugins. That's quite a lot of plugins. Okay, I see the game has already been instantiated. Don't be, please. Let's delete it. Okay. I guess I could have tried close program.
I don't think I
Alright.
love you anymore.
So it's a virtual pet game. You take care of your cat, you scoop its poop, you pet it, you feed it, you film it, you make videos about it, and you make money and you buy stuff for your cat. And right now I'm working on this computer, this like embedded operating system. Let's load up the video editor. Oh. Let's see if it might have instantiated it. It just isn't visible. Let's see. Main. Oh god, we gotta click a bunch. Room placement. Room. Computer station. Computer. Placeholder computer. Computer monitor. Canvas layer. That. Oh, it's not even in there. Oh, it's in here. Wait, I only put it on the in-scene subviewport. I didn't put it on the, Right, they can't be shared. There's no such thing as a shared static reference. Whoops. That was an oofs. I oofsed that. Great, so actually I can't do that. I have to, oh, that kind of sucks. I have to make two separate ones. One for the on-screen and one for the in-scene. And I have to have them both receive, I mean, a base class. Obviously a base class is the way. But then I still have to call each of them. Oh my. Let me make a base class really fast. Let's do it super quick. Okay. It won't take that long. Let's add a script. This is desktop sub viewport. And the desktop sub viewport will be a base class, so it's going to be abstract. That is to say, it's not to be instantiated in the scene. Class name, desktop sub viewport. Extends sub viewport. They didn't teach you patience. And so those exact functions that I was making in here, we'd keep that, yep, all that. All this would go in there. And this would become an extension of our new base class, which is desktop sub viewport. Since it's not saved, can't find it, but it'll find it now. Yes, you can. You found it. Put all that stuff that we had over there in here, and now they're accessible to both of those. Canvas size. Whoa. Scope. That's like scope. Interesting. Wow. Great. Looks fine to me. And then for the children, what we'll do is I'll rename them a wee bit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Perma. It's like a singleton. It's a singleton pattern. It works well. The caveat is that if you like change the main scene, it won't be accessible between main scenes, right? Whereas a global autoload that you can set would be. That's the difference. But I don't really use main scene changes, so it doesn't really affect me. Yeah. It's really cool. It's really cool. Like the canvas size. You've kind of inspired me with that. You're gonna blow my mind. Like, I'm gonna tell that as a fun fact. I'm gonna be like, someone came through here and said this and this. Really, really, really cool. Voilin, welcome back. Good to see you. How would you want your channel to be described to people who may not have heard of your channel? Voilin, by the way, y'all, we're making a fake video editor. That's like my whole thing today, is I'm making the fakest video editor in Godot ever. Voilin is actually making a video editor in Godot. Literally. Look. I got it ready to go. Because I was admiring it. Goes in. And there's Voilin. It's a video editor. It's made in Godot. Godot can do anything. Y'all should check it out. Go support Voilin. Voilin's awesome. How to describe my channel? I'm learning game dev in public. sharing our game dev journeys together. game dev journeys, sharing our game dev journeys in public. The public game dev journey being shared. Something like that. If you can make those words make sense together. You can do anything with the right amount of headaches dealing with GD extensions. I really want to learn those. I want to learn C++ for the purpose of making my Godot better. I know, right? I'm using DaVinci Resolve, but I don't know, maybe this will be cool. If I can support an open source project made in Godot, I'm going to. That's cool. So Waylon, wait, you're saying that you're like, you said you like feature game devs somewhere? The message came from another YouTuber years ago, full circle. Really? That's beautiful. What was the clip? Oh God, what did I say? Yeah, for sure. You'll put the channel on Twitch and YouTube in this week's signal emitted. Yay! Is that like Discord? Okay, I'll look on your Discord to find where that is. That's awesome. Thank you. That's so cool. See, we just rated out on YouTube one day and we met someone really cool. I love that. Weekly Godot news here. Oh wait, it's your videos. It's the videos you make. Whoa. You gonna shout me out in a video? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. That's so cool. Okay, I can't wait to watch it. Wait, that's awesome. Alright, maybe I'll watch that video. My project sick? I'm excited about it. Did you make a new video with the Creator Spotlight, Game Showcase, and the latest news? I gotta watch your videos now. If open source is something that concerns you, you know of Shotcut. Oh, Shotcut. I've never heard of it. Okay, I was like, me? That makes more sense, Jermaine. Shotcut. Free open source cross-platform video editing and image editing program for Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. Ooh. Image editing? It's got it all. Okay, this does look cool. Okay, I'm gonna remember this. I'm tucking this away in the old noggin. Thank you. Good looking out. No hard feelings. Okay, I'm gonna rename this. So this is not gonna be shared anymore. This is gonna be desktop sub viewport. One of them is in the room and one of them, so it doesn't really matter. This one should be on screen. Or this is, yeah, on screen. On screen. And then we'll have, that's all we gotta do. That's literally all we gotta do. And then go back to the monitor. So that one's on here. That's the on-screen one. That takes us here. I would love to refactor that now. Now I'm ready to refactor that script name. Desktop. Oh wait, this is not the... Whoa. That's not the script I meant to... Oh god, what have I done? Oh! Okay, hold on, that's not the right script. Hold up. Desktop, screen... Oh, it's on a sub viewport. Well, you know what? I wanted to refactor this too. Okay, so we go inside of here. This is where it is. Okay, and what's it called? Shared... Oh, you put it on both. Yeah, you can't do that. You gotta detach that. That's not gonna work. No. So we have to go up a level to the actually computer monitor. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to make them editable children. Not my favorite thing to do, but I think it's necessary here. So I'm gonna do it. I don't love it because things can get messed up and wacky, and I don't like that, but it's okay. Where's the other script? Oh, I detached it, but I didn't look at what it was. Is it this one? No. Shared viewport. Okay, this one. So this one, I'm gonna call desktop sub viewport on screen. It's a lot of words. this is the one that goes on there. As for this one, we make a new script, and this one is desktop sub viewport in room. Okay. Now we paste this in here, and instead of on screen, we change that to in room. Obviously, we need to update that here as well. Now come back to the script and, not that, this script, and make sure these match. And Bob should be our uncle. I put up some games, you know, they're like jam games, so they're not like the most complete. But if you do want to see the games I've made, you can go here. Again, just jam games, and scroll all the way to the bottom. And these are the games I've made in jams that I've released. Probably the most complete one is Blocky Dig and Match. Bunker 2, it's just Frogger, but Blocky Dig and Match feels like the most complete one. This one, Volcano, is, but at the last minute, I didn't get to push an update that would add music and sound effects. I do have music and sound effects for it. It's still a fun game, but the music and sound effects are not in there. I did not even make music and sound effects for this one, Hungry Baby Rescue. But technically, these are the games that I've released. But they're just jam games, you know? It's not like official Steam, even itch.io releases. Alright, Voilin, thank you! Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye! Oh, you asked a question. Sorry, I missed it. Why are you, if you're still here, static reference. So the reason I do this is because it's nice to just have the whole script. I love being able to, for example, yes, that doesn't exist. You're right. Well, let's even show. So if I type in desktop subviewport inroom .ref dot, look at this. It shows me all the functions. So all the functions become static functions. And it lets me reference those things all over the place. I can get the position of it, all kinds of data. So I could just make a static function, but then I couldn't. Like I could, right? I could just say, I could give it a class name, one static function. And honestly, maybe there probably are situations where I could do that and I don't need the entire reference. That might be something that one day, it's different. So this is a singleton pattern. It's not technically a singleton, it's a singleton pattern. So global autoloads are available to every single scene in the entire project all the time, no matter what. Singleton pattern is only available to the current scene that you have open. So that's the difference. Glad you sat down just in time to see me release a list of Eunice in game form. Just got home from grabbing groceries, so in a bit of a discombobulated, busy, getting tired. Thank you, Stonehaven. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Welcome home. Yeah. But I do think, Voilin, there are some places, like I could make this a static function. I could. But then again, yeah, I could. I don't know. Like, because what Voilin is saying, if I were to make, here, I'll show you. If I were to make, I gotta find it now because it's gone. Here, if I were to make this not a static reference, I mean, it wouldn't even work. I don't even think it would work. Maybe, would it? Let's see. If I were to call that a static function. Okay, so that's why. Now I got your answer, Voilin. You're probably gone. I have your answer. This is why. Because if I make the entire script static, entire node static, a reference to the node, then I don't have to have static functions, and I can still access those functions. Whereas if I try to make these functions static, it's gonna be like, that's not static, make it static. Now I don't have to think about that. I can just make them normal and regular. And maybe I could try to find a way to make them static. Maybe that's a good, I'm glad you asked that. Because maybe that's the next evolution. Maybe that's the next step forward for me. Maybe I try to write in my next project better static functions that are accessible from outside without having to make the whole thing a static reference. But like, also, why not make the whole thing a static reference? Like, I don't know. Why? Why not? Like, maybe there's some downside I don't know about, but it's very convenient. To me, this is more readable. I feel like that would be very confusing. You know, I don't like that. I don't want to learn how to do that, because then I would have to remember, oh yeah, this script has static functions. Oh yeah, this script has a static reference. Oh yeah, this one, you know, and it would just be annoying. Maybe. Whereas this, I always know it's gonna work the same every time. So I don't know, we'll see. That's really interesting. Hey, my hands? I have magic in my hands? Oh, you mean because oh, did something highlight when I pointed? Amazing. Alright, anyway. Let's seal the deal here. Let's wrap this up. Put that back. We're gonna keep it. I like it. I'm glad you asked that, because it gave me like an opportunity to like really ask myself, why do I do that? Because it's awesome. This is freaking awesome. Oh wow, that's long. It don't even fit. It's okay. Here, that's what we did. Okay, close the editor. As for opening the editor, we need to go update that, and then we'll be good. So I'm gonna search the project for ref open video editor. So here we replace, probably could do like a shared function. Thanks for the follow, Blue Owl and Rosalani, appreciate y'all. Probably be good to have just a function for open video editor. I mean, yeah, it's a little, I'd probably say like open program 1 or something. Again, I'm not gonna, hey Blue Owl, I'm not gonna get super deep into making sure the system is perfect today. That's next time. Peompton, welcome. The 2 eyes. The 2 eyes is so like perfect. Oh, it says Plimpton. Peompton. Okay, no, it's Plimpton. Sorry, Plimpton, for calling you a peomp. That would have been kind of fun. Open program 1. Again, we're going to, but for now, this is this. And let's just paste both of those in there. We can circle back and improve it another time. This is going to be on screen, and both of these change to open, and then we'll have these run open program 1. Right here. That way we're not putting this in there a bunch of times. Okay. Where are we at? What's broken? What isn't? I didn't mean to click on the litter box. We're not scooping poop right now. If we go to the computer, let's close the debug. Emotional damage. Start video editor. It opened it, and it didn't close the operating system, but it did open it. So it's okay. All right. So we need that whenever a program is opened. There's a lot of things to think about. Whenever the program is opened, it needs to close the operating system, which really will just be hiding it. There's a lot of little things, but it works. I didn't try close yet, so you should try that too. This is the thing we want to hide right here, I think. Probably. So I'm gonna, yeah, sub viewport container on screen. We'll say when any program is open, and again, I'll make this code different with states and all kinds of fancy things. But for now, we're just gonna make it not visible. Proof of concept, make sure it works. And then when it's closed, it reopens. You know,
I don't think
position is weird.
anymore.
Oh, what's up? What you got for me? Node not found? Oh, I hate that. Right, because this is on two different... Yeah, that does make sense. It didn't find it because this is in two different places. So it's not gonna find it on the others. Wait, it's itself. No, it's not. Wait, it is! Wait, it's itself! Hold on a minute. It just has to hide itself. What am I talking about? This is even easier than I was making. What do you mean visible, not declared? So viewports don't have visible? Okay, get parent. Excuse me. I guess that makes some sense. Okay, now let's try it. You live out adding one more small... It does. It does! Welcome to programming is what I say to that. Not to you, but to that sentiment. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, but you know what? You just hid the other program too. Because they're both in there. Oh, that's gonna be a little tricky. It's not that tricky. I know what we do. Okay, you ready for this? Here's what we do. Export variable. So we're gonna say up here, export, I think you wanna put that below constants probably? Export container, variable container. No, it's gonna be fine. Container. And this is gonna be typed to a sub viewport container. No, it's gonna be fine. Check it out. We tell each one what its container is. So this one's container is that. This one's container is that. Now that is what we make visible or not. Wait, but that's the parent. Rewind. UI computer. Desktop. Because I'm hooked. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, we'll circle back. Canvas layer. This is why I'm making silly mistakes, but I'm enjoying myself. Canvas layer. This is what we want to set it to. So the UI computer, make sure we're clicking on the right sub viewport. Assign that. Click on the sub viewport. Assign that. This is it. This is the one. You'll see. Get rid of all of that. And we'll call it desktop. See what happens. This is it.
I don't think I love you.
Go to the computer. Get rid of the debug for now. Open the video editor. We've opened a program. I guess the start menu should stay. We'll fix that later. Okay, use the debug to close the program. BAM! We got a little operating system. And with that, I think I'm spent. Y'all. Cool. This is cool. So that's what I worked on today. We got this fake operating system where we can load our video editor or any other program that we want to put within this game. And then we can also get on out of here. And look, it's still up on the screen. Film our cat, make our little videos, go edit them. It's gonna be a kind of cool game. So I'm really excited about it. I'm really proud of myself. We're gonna raid out on Twitch and YouTube, so don't run away yet. I stream on Tuesday. Thank you, Rosalani. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I also do on Mondays a stream just for people who are YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. So technically I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But publicly, Tuesday's the next one. So that's why I spent so long today, because I knew it'd be a while till I came back, so I wanted to have like a good big update. And I feel like we did that. Alright, YouTube, hit that like button, don't forget about that. But let's see who's streaming. If we have someone on YouTube. Okay, so I don't see a game dev streaming, but Vic Villain is streaming. And she's cool. She plays like Nintendo games and has a really fun personality. So on YouTube, I think we can actually do a proper redirect and raid. So we might as well do that. And then we'll find someone on Twitch as well. I'm glad we have someone we can actually raid. It's nice because not everybody sets up the YouTube raids, but she does. We only have so many choices on YouTube. On Twitch, we're spoiled for choice, but on YouTube it's a little more limited. So yeah, I'll be back soon. And make sure I set this up correctly. Show her lots of love. Have fun. It's a nice little. It's a nice nice way to transition. You know, we're not sitting here doing heavy coding. We get a chance to just like chill a little bit. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure she's gonna allow it. Yeah, let's go. All right, proper raid is set up. Good night, YouTube. Hit the like button if you haven't already, and I'll see you on Monday if you're a member. Tuesday. For everybody else. All right, good night, YouTube. Good night, YouTube. Have fun with Vic Villain. Look at my game. I made that.